Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to finals day here at the 1/8 Off-Road B European Championships. We are live in in Hertford, and it's all about the finals day, a non-stop day of action of all the finals, culminating in the main final, which is due to get underway here at local time at just about 4:30. It's just 10 o'clock here, and at the moment on track is in fact, when I bring it up on my timing screen, just to double check exactly where we're up to, it's the 164th B final, so still an awful lot of action to go here today. We're going to be bringing you multi-camera coverage of all the finals here on RC Racing TV, and our coverage today is brought to you thanks to Team Durango and the DNX8, Gwelpner Saw, Team Orion, VRC Pro, and of course a big thank you to EFRA for inviting us here this weekend. Also joining me in the commentary box throughout today will be James Parrick. James, hello, how are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad. It's not raining this morning, which is good.
No. Are you sure you're okay? You sound very quiet this morning.
Do I?
Yeah. It sounds like you're speaking at the back of a wedding really quietly, and I've turned you up, but you still sound quiet.
Am I still quiet?
Is everything okay?
Everything's all right, yes.
Okay, as long as you're okay, I'm okay. That's fine.
I think I'm just trying not to get a little too overexcited yet and save myself for later on when we get through to those grand finals later on this afternoon.
Yes, don't give too much too early. You
need
to hold some back for later.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
That's what it's about. Pacing yourself throughout the day.
Yeah,
as lots of these people are having to do in the finals, in fact, because they bump up through the finals. Top 4 in each final bump up to the final above, so even if they've qualified low down, they can still make their way potentially all the way through to the grand final.
Nice segue there.
Yes.
Best segue of the weekend.
That's good, isn't it?
Well done. 1 point.
1 point to me. So we've got a lot of action going on. So we've got the 64th finals on track at the moment. We'll go all the way up to the quarterfinals. Then it'll be time for the semi-final practices, the semi-finals themselves. Then we've got the 40-plus final, the junior final. Then after that, as I say, at 4:30, it's the main final. 45 minutes of action for that main final. All the rest are going to be about 20 minutes long. So things are going to come into play there will be things like fuel strategy. Unlikely to be anything around tyre strategy because these tyres can easily survive that 45-minute long final. The track isn't particularly abrasive, so we shouldn't see any issues with tyre wear, although drivers might choose to go a slightly harder grade tyre for that main final, just to make sure they can last no problems throughout the 45 minutes of racing that we'll have during that final. And as we go throughout today, we will be able to keep in touch with all of you guys at home, thanks to our Facebook group and the YouTube chat. Now, because we're going through finals, we may have a little bit less time to kind of chat to people through the Facebook group and things, but we'll try and get through as much as we can throughout the day. So if you are there, jump on Facebook, search for RC Racing TV. If you're already a member, just post on the Facebook wall there. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can comment in the chat stream just to the right-hand side of the video. If you're not a member of the Facebook group, why not? Just go to facebook.com, search for RC Racing TV and click join. Simple as that.
Easy as peas.
Easy as peas, yes. So what happened yesterday, James? We got very wet, didn't we?
We did. We all got wet. Paul especially got very wet.
He did. But out on track, the drivers got wet as well, and the cars got wet. Very, very wet start to the day. First 2 rounds completely muddy and water strewn. Third round, not so much. And the fourth round, it was definitely dried up for. Anyway, the overall results of yesterday are that after the 4 rounds of qualifying, best 2 point scores out of the 4 rounds that count. It's João Figueiredo from Portugal, who is our top qualifier here at the 2015 B European Championships. So he will start on pole for semi-final A, the second of the 2 semi-finals. Our second qualifier was Callum Niblett. Callum also took 1 TQ in one of the rounds. Came down to the very final round of qualifying. Callum had a perfect run going on, but on the last lap made a couple of mistakes, lost about 6 seconds, and that was enough to take that TQ position away from Callum, unfortunately. Nevertheless, Callum was qualified second overall and therefore will start on pole in semi-final B. Behind them, Tony Truman had a mixed day, I think it's fair to say, very up and down, but pulled it all together in the very last round to score a second of the round and line up third overall, which means he'll start second place in the A semi-final. Simon Reeves was 4th qualifier, Carl Jackson 5th, Jonathan Skidmore 6th, Leon Good in 7th, John Holmes in 8th. That's for our top 8 qualifiers, and they'll be joined by another, there's 12 cars in each semi-final. So 4 bump up from the quarters, plus the rest of the top 16 qualifiers from yesterday. Plenty of action to look forward to as we go through these finals today. we have got the live timing up on the screen there. As we say, if you've been watching us through yesterday's qualifying day, that is around about 10 seconds behind. It's not completely live, unfortunately, but it should give you still a good rundown of who's where and what's going on in the run, and we'll of course keep you fully up to date with the commentary as well. When we get onto the finals, I'll be making my way out of our commentary box and up to actually our camera position stand, so I won't have sight of any of the Facebook or YouTube stuff, but I'll actually have a great view of the track and the scoreboard and be able to keep you fully up to date with what's going on during those upper finals at least.
Yes. As Andy said, we'll do some social media, Facebooky, YouTubey things more towards the earlier part of the day. And then it's nose to the grindstone, and we're focusing purely on the finals in the latter part of this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you want to set your watches, semi-finals get underway at 2:20 local time. 2:20, that's when the kind of the big action starts. So that's the semi-final practices at 2:20. The semi-finals themselves get underway at 2:45, and basically stay with us from 2:45 all the way through to 5:30 for the two semi-finals. That way you'll find out exactly who is into the main final, who's got a chance of becoming our European champion. Of course, nobody is locked into that main final, even after yesterday's qualifying. Everybody's got to race at least a semi-final. We'll also have the 40-plus final and the junior final, so we can keep an eye on the stars of the future and the stars of the past.
The stars of tomorrow, today.
Yes, although some of the juniors actually won't be able to race in the junior final because they might well be in the main final. Callum Niblett, who qualified second overall, is one of our juniors under 17s, so I believe that he won't get to run the junior final because he's made it already through into the main final. He's too good. He's too good to be a junior.
Fair enough.
I'm kicking some cables. I am, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm just kind of making sure. That's all right.
Good.
Shall we welcome some people to Facebook? I think people have been waiting quite a long time.
Yes, let's get through as many of those as we can.
I'd like to start with Michael Nordam, who's from Prevrov. Interestingly, it says he's in a relationship with his dog, with his bull mastiff. I can see from his page he's a racer. He's got some timings on his page. I can't see much more than that. Michael, welcome to RC Racing TV. Roberto Natali, mutual friend. Ricardo. Obviously, this man's from Italy. He is a racer. Again, lockdown profile. Can't get much more than that. Can't argue with lockdown profiles. I think it's very wise, but it doesn't give me much to talk about. So, Roberto, welcome to the group.
Welcome along.
Romain Valter, mutual friend.
Dallas.
No. Jason Dearden.
Oh.
There's a curveball for you. 37 friends in the group. I think it's safe to say that this person is real. Romain, welcome to the RCTV RCTV Facebook group. Mark Blakemore, 14 friends in the group. Let's have a quick look at you, see what we can find. From Coventry, not 2 million miles away from where I live. In fact, I'll be there a couple of weeks away, in a couple of weeks with my main job, my proper job. Anyway.
Okay.
Also, is that your Mitsubishi Evo? If so, very nice. Very jealous. Mark, hello. Welcome to RC Racing TV.
Welcome along.
Let's have a look here. John Tanner, into touring car by the look of it. Touring car, can't see where he's from. Touring car and Batman. Touring car and Batman is all I get from this man's profile. It's good in for me. You look real. John Tanner, welcome to RC Racing TV.
Hello to you.
Katie Povey. Let's have a look. Katie Povey. Completely locked down profile. Oh, you like Schumachers then? UK RC racers? You look like a real person. Just a very cautious person with a very locked down profile, but I can see from your other groups you're liking the right things. You look real to me. Welcome, Katie, to the RC TV Facebook group. Paul. Oh no, you're added by someone else. Need to ignore that. Please don't add people on other people's behalves. It's a bit like spamming. Thank you for the support, but we like people to join at their own accord. Send them a private message with a link to our page, and then if they really want to join, they can join there. John Wolfe, 21 friends in the group. I'm always interested to see if I can recognise people, see if they're here this weekend. Don't think I've seen this man. Lives in Southwick, Wiltshire. Again, very locked down profile. As we do more and more of these streams, I think people are locking down their profiles more and more. I think the world is becoming more aware maybe. That's just my theory. Anyway, welcome John to RC Racing TV. Let's do a couple more. Aid Mitchell, member of 15 groups. Studies at Port Talbot College. Web developer at MIT Solutions. From the United Kingdom. Lives in Port Talbot. A couple of body shells on your page. Looks like you like cycling. I'm seeing a cycling path here. I think from St David's to somewhere near Norwich. Kind of an east-west cycle route across the UK.
That's a long route, isn't it?
That is a very long route. If you did that, well done. Rather you than me. Anyway, Aid, welcome to RC Racing TV. Glad to have you along. I'll do one more and then we'll do some more later. Stefan Roper. Let's have a look at Stefan from Hertfordshire. Oh, he's from round here. The chances are he is here today then. Have we seen a Stefan Roper racing?
I don't think so, but that's not to say he isn't.
I don't think there's any pictures of him. Let's see if we can quickly identify from pictures. No, they're all pictures of cars. Oh! Is that him? Have I seen him here? I'm not sure, but I'll be on the lookout for you anyway. Welcome, Stefan, to RC Racing TV. That's it for now. I think we've had a bit of a Facebook overload. People want to see some action on the track, I think.
Yes, let's do that.
Don't forget, you can join us on the YouTube chat. Have a look down the right-hand side of the page. Feel free to come along, comment, chat, speak with the other viewers, and we'll see you there. I will leave you in the capable hands of Ollie. I need a drink already.
Oh dear. Good. Right, so here we go. Hello to Dark N3SS. And we have just completed the 164th B final. Roman Grass, Robert Cork, Christian Bessler and John Broadhurst will be the four that bump up into the 132nd finals. Next up with the 164A final.
We can put some live pit action on the screen for the viewers.
Oh yeah, we can do.
That's a view out of our media room.
What would be better is if we didn't have the pole right in the middle of the shot.
Okay.
If you move the camera just a little
You're very
bit
picky,
to the...
Ollie, today.
Well...
Very quiet and picky.
Sorry. Today's a big day, though. It's finals day.
It is a big day.
That's better.
There you go. Happy?
There we can see some Mugen people.
And we can also see someone's reflection there.
Is that you? Oh, no, it's Carlos. Right.
Turn the light off.
No, that's weird.
It's not. Then we'll lose the reflection. Hey-ho. That is the view from the pits.
Cool. There we go. So there's people in the pits. As we said, that's the 164th final, which is finished. The 132nd is... Sorry, the 164A final will be up next. And the track is just being opened for their warm-up laps. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to head up and see Paul and call this final from up in the camera stand just to get my bearings.
Well, that kind of works. I won't be able to hear you, but
No, you
that kind of works. You can...
Well, I might. Okay, Carlos there pointing out someone in this final that we may want to keep an eye on. It was third in the last round of qualifying. You're thinking about what I'm thinking about, which I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work, then we've got another option. So you can talk to me.
Okay, well...
Right, I need my coat though, because it's a bit chilly out there. Give me a second.
Hang on. Paul's trying to communicate with us, and I don't know what his... Oh, he wants a drink. Either that or he's doing Pac-Man impressions with his hand. I can't work it out. You go up and I'll bring a drink up to you guys in a minute. Nothing like a bit of team organisation whilst live on air. That's how we roll.
Absolutely. So let's see if this mic that I'm using can make it out there.
No, it's going already.
Hang on, let me come around this side. Is that?
I've had to turn you off. We've lost Ollie there because he's completely lost signal and it sounds absolutely terrible. So hopefully he can hear me and he's making his way back to the room to come and get a proper mic. Ah, it's already there. Thank you. You're on mute at the minute. And I'm talking live on air. You're on mute at the minute. Go up there with that mic and try. And if I win, pull back the cold mic. Don't turn it off mute when you get there. Until you get there. Yeah. So whilst we wait for Ollie to make his way to, I'm very loud, to the main camera tower to sit with Paul and give you some commentary live from up there. Just want to say thank you to our sponsors, Team Durango with the DNX8 Grappler Saw, Team Orion, VRC Pro, and of course thank you to EFRA for inviting us along this weekend. We are of course in Hertfordshire, bringing you the 1/8B Off-Road Euros, the EFRA 1/8B Off-Road Euros. So hopefully, judging by all the shaking on the main camera, yes, Ollie is there. Let's see if we can hear him. Ollie, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How's that?
Okay.
Okay. Right, so underway then. This is the, I believe the 8th. No, this is the 64th A final. Of course, what you didn't do, James, was give me the link for our Wi-Fi network. So just going to grab my timing screen up here. Right, there we go. That's better. So, I don't know quite where Paul is at the moment. He thinks the battle for 6th, which will be between Clive Malland and Francesco Neroni. So at the moment we are about 2 minutes into this 164th A final. Kyle Boone in the 1 out in front. James Tatlow in the 6 runs in 2nd. Our leader comes down the front straight now. 2nd place just makes way onto the straight. We've got a battle going on for 3rd and 4th places down the front straight. Between the 5 and the 2, that's Jalom and Maciek. Maciek was 3rd, in fact, that number 2 buggy, the 2nd of these 2 cars, in the final round qualifying yesterday. So he's going to be hoping to bump his way up, possibly through quite a lot of finals. If he makes it through a few more, he'll have done an hour and a bit of track time. Oh, he rolls it over as he goes through the right-hand side of the track. It's costing him some time. He's in the 4th spot at the moment, which is the last bump-up place into the next final. He hangs on to 4th, but the cars behind are definitely closing in now, with Jack Willits in 5th and Francois Neroni behind him. Oh, action here as we go onto the left side of the track now. Maciek getting it slightly wrong as they come across the VRC mountains, over the small tabletop at the back of the circuit now. Up to the final left-hand corner, then through the step-downs they go into the high-speed chicane. This is the battle for the last bump-up place. Maciek makes a big mistake there, clipping the middle of the high-speed chicane, and that is going to move the number 7 of Clive Malland up into 4th, I believe, and into 5th, and that's the final bump-up spot. Kyle Boone still out in front. James Tatlow second. Jalome is third. We have now got this new battle. Fourth and fifth. So, Kyle Boone, followed by James Tatlow, Jalome. And if James can hear us, can you turn our headphones down, please? Kyle Boone out in front, James Tatlow in second, Jalome in third. Clive Malland showing us fourth on my timing screens in the number 7. So let's pick up our leader again. Oh, big mistake there on the left side of the circuit just before the small tabletop jump. Mistake from our leader. Carl makes a mistake. We've got the first 3 cars together as they go through the left side of the circuit now into those step downs. Then the high-speed chicane and the front straight. Kyle in the 1 still leads from James in the 6 and Jalome in the 5. Those 3 look fairly safe in the bump-up place. Doesn't matter so much if they switch places amongst those top 3. The battle now for 4th is between the number 8 and the number 7 going through the Grosvenor banking now and onto the Green Mile. The number 8 car, the number 8 car is a lap down, so that's not a battle for position. Clive is in 4th place, and the car behind him is the number 10 car. So the 3 cars going over the Durango double. It's the second and third of those 3 cars together. That's the battle for 4th place in the final bump-up spot, as we have 14 minutes to go here in this 164th A final. Clive and Yale in the 7 and the 10. Up to the back of the circuit they go. Down through the step downs. As our 3rd place man comes into the pits. And there's a bit of a coming together there through the chicane. So pit stops now coming into this 6 minutes or so into this one. So drivers getting around about 6 to 7 minutes on a tank of fuel. And there you go, that's an example of how the pit stops can go all wrong for you, lose huge amounts of time. It should just be a case of cut in, get a load of fuel in the car and straight back out again. Our leader is into the pits now. The number 1 car makes way right down to the far end of the pit lane. Pit crew fueling up using the fuel bottle there. Check it's full of fuel, down and away. A nice clean stop there for Kyle. Our leader maintains the lead of this one. And gets back underway. Oh, but gets it very wrong going across the Green Mile there. On his first lap out of the pit stop. It's Kyle in the 1, followed by James in the 6, Jalome in the 5. Our leader's upside down now at the back of the circuit. The marshal gets involved in all of that action as well. That's certainly going to shuffle things around an awful lot. And when they get to the front straight, we can see the numbers on the cars. We'll let you know what the running order has become. So car 5 of Jalome now takes over the lead. The car with the pink wing and the bright yellow wheels coming into the Durango double now. The battle for the lead goes over the Durango double. The 5 and the 6 of Jalome and James. Kyle dropping down to, it was third, but then he made a mistake on the green mile the next lap, so I'm not sure if he's lost some more positions as well now. First and second place over the VRC Mountains. In the left side of the track, over the small tabletop they go. 9 minutes down, still 11 minutes to go in this one. Five and the six with Jalom and James over the EFRA double tabletops. Into the S's they go. Oh, our second place man James gets it upside down. It's going to cost him a place, I think. 2, maybe 3 places there. No, just 2 places I think he's lost. As we approach the half distance marker, 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. They're probably going to run about 2 more laps or so, maybe 3, and then they'll be in for their next stop for fuel. Car number 5 is our leader here down the front straight. Jalome Delmonico out in front in this one. I think Kyle has now worked his way back out. Yeah, Kyle back to second. James in the 6 is third. Yale in the 10 is in fourth. And Clive in the 7, just outside, looking in. Our main action on the right-hand side of the circuit, the 4 cars together. Coming into the Orion off-cambers now. Trying to get themselves secured into a bump-up spot and make it through to the 132nd finals. As we are just past half distance, 10.5 minutes down, 9.5 minutes still to go. These 4 cars together now down the step downs on the left-hand side into that high-speed chicane. 1 car diving in for some fuel now. Two cars there over the green mile. Together they go into the EFRA tabletops. It's the 9 and the 1. Racing for the final bump-up place. And that looks like that was Robin who made a big mistake then and has gifted Kyle the 4th position on the track and puts Kyle back into a bump-up spot. Kyle was leading, led the first half of this race, first third of the race. After that first fuel stop, made the mistakes on the next lap. That cost him a number of places, dropped him ultimately out of a bump-up position. He's now worked his way back up to 4th, in with a chance now of making it into the 132nd finals, which is the aim of everyone in this group. Kyle, they're diving into the pit lane. We're with the number 6 car. That's James, who runs in the 3rd place. .12 minutes down, 8 minutes to go. 1 more fuel stop at least for everyone is going to be needed. Oh, it looks like we've Kyle in the 1 has worked his way up into a net 2nd place after the fuel stop's gone over the 2nd of the EFRA tabletops. But he sounded definitely unhealthy as he came down the front straight. I think he may be running very, very low on fuel. He's got to get it round this lap. Kyle back up to 2nd. Jalome in the 5 is our leader. That's the car immediately in front of him. The positions between those two don't matter so much. Obviously, they'll get a little bit of an advantage in the slightly higher starting place in the 32nd final. But they want to make sure they are inside that top 4 safely. And it's Jalome who pits first. Kyle, I think, is actually driving very conservatively, trying to save fuel as much as possible, not using full throttle on the main straight. He doesn't need to. He's got a decent lead now. Jalome drops down to 2nd or 3rd after that pit stop. No, down to 3rd as the number 6 of James moves up to 2nd. That's the white car with the pink wheels over the Durango double. At the back of the circuit now, our second place car number 6 through the Orion off camber. The all white coloured car down towards the centre of the circuit. Six minutes to go here. And our leader is in. Kyle is in. Nicely fueled, down and away he goes. Nice clean pit stop there from his fueling team. He's back out and run. 6 minutes to go in this final now. 6 minutes to go. He should be able to comfortably make it to the end on that tank of fuel. So trying to go a little bit longer than that middle stint to make sure he can make it through safely. Oh, we've got an incident there coming over the back of the circuit. It's going to cost Kyle some time. It hasn't cost him any places, I don't think. So over the VRC mountains, into the left-hand side. Down the step downs through the high-speed chicane. Kyle is still our leader. That strategy working for him at the moment. Second spot is the 5. Check that, sorry, no, it's the 6. No, it's the 5 who's up to second as Jalom. Out in front, Kyle still leading this one with 4.5 minutes to go. Down the step downs he comes through the high-speed S. Onto the front straight one more time. Second spot is the number 5 car behind him. Then we've got the 10. And then the 6. Let's focus on our bump up position driver now. The last man making the bump up is the number 6, the all-white coloured car of James. Over the double tabletops he goes. The car behind him on the track, the orange and white car number 9, is in 5th place. So trying to close down the gap to James, trying to make the space up to get into that 1:32 final. Decent separation at the moment. James got things under control with 3.5 minutes to run. So probably 4 or 5 laps of this Hart circuit. Leader comes down the front straight, second and third places down the straight now. Then we've got a lapped car, then it's our 4th place man. Length of the straight plus the Greltner banking is the lead that James has over our 5th place driver. With 3 minutes to run, 3 minutes left in this final. Through the Orion off cambers, get a little bit sideways there. Hangs onto the car. We've got a car upside down in front of him. Manages to avoid the car and the marshal. One, 5, 10, so our top 3 cars then. We're watching James there in 4th. Still his lead over our 5th place driver is the length of the main straight plus most of the Greltner banking. Down the green mile it goes into the EFRA tabletops. Up through the S's. Over the Durango double, then to the right side of the circuit. Through the step up, step off. In the Orion off cambers now. Back to the middle of the track, through the VRC mountains. Oh, spinning it sideways. That is going to allow the 9 car behind him to close the gap down slightly. No, our 5th place man makes a mistake. Robin Ilias is our number 9 car behind him on the track. The car immediately behind James on the track is a lap down, so don't worry about that car. And a mistake from Robin. Drops Robin further back. With 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, 1:30 to go. 1, 5 and 10 look fairly safe as our 3 bump up drivers. James now works over the green mile one more time. His lead is the length of the green mile plus all of the Grosvenor banking over our 5th place man. Carl Boone still leads Swine. Geelong is still second. Yale is still third. James hanging on to the 4th spot, the last bump up position. Robin is 5th. Clive in 6th. Then Francois, Sandro, Mark, Jack, Jonas and Maciek. Maciek had a great run going on at the start of this one, but problems for him has dropped him out of this contentious race. 30 seconds to go. Kyle Aiden works way over the green mile. 2nd and 3rd place, Geelong and Yale together going over the green mile. They look fairly safe in their bump up positions. Here's our 4th place man, car number 6 for James. Oh, mistake from James there trying to get into the green mile. That's cost him a big amount of time, and the number 9er, Robin, is definitely closing in. Time has expired. It's going to be a race to line. It's going to be a race to line in the final seconds of this race. We've got a car upside down at the back of the circuit, and I think that might be the... No, it's not. It's not the one of the drivers I thought it was. James is being caught by our 5th place man. 2 or 3 corners to go. They work their way over the back side of the circuit. Down the step downs. James has got to get through the chicane now. He does so nicely clearly. James is going to hang on to that 4th place and take the final bump up into the 132nd final. So that's the 164th A final completed. Next up will be the 132nd B. So next up will be the 132nd B final. I don't know where James is and if James can hear me at all. Or if James can even find a microphone if he can hear me.
Yes.
You can?
Yes, I
While we've got a minute or 2 minutes of warm-up for this race, do you want to add anyone else into the Facebook group quickly?
No.
No, okay.
I'm just setting things up for later.
Okay, fantastic.
So I'm completely unprepared. You caught me completely off guard.
Right. Not a problem. Well, we'll get this next 20-minute final underway, and then maybe before the next final, we'll have a bit of time to get a few more people added into Facebook.
Yes, definitely.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so we've got 3 minutes of warm-up for the drivers for this 132nd B final.
Have we got sponsors for this event, Ollie?
We have indeed. We want to say a big thank you to them for helping us, basically making this all possible for us. And they are Team Durango and the DNX8. Also want to thank Grelpner Saw, Team Orion and VRC Pro. And of course, a massive thank you to EFRA, because without them, we wouldn't be here at all.
I might be able to do some Facebook ads now, actually, Ollie.
I might, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready now.
You've got a couple of minutes off. I'll leave it in your capable hands.
Okay, butt in when you need to take over again. Yeah. Marco Stetler, 33 friends in the group, one mutual friend. Let's have a look at who you are. Mutual friend Dallas. Everyone knows Dallas from EFRA, of course. You are from, let's see if we can work out where you're from. Switzerland, I believe, maybe. Anyway, hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. Let's have a look for the next person that we'll welcome into the collective. Paul Markham, member of 15 groups. Let's have a look at you. I'm guessing you're from the kind of Coventry area. Hello. Can't get much information about you, but hello anyway. Welcome to RC Racing TV. Welcome along. Fabio De Lima. Let's have a look at you. Member of 74 groups. Where are you from? I can't work it out. You have a very old Ford Escort on your profile picture. Let's have a look. No. Very locked down profile. Nevertheless, welcome to RC Racing TV. Toby Farrington. Let's have a look at Toby. Again, very locked down, which is a good thing. But you look like a real person. Welcome, Toby, to RC Racing TV. Talpet Valley, member 3 groups. Let's have a look at you. The fact I can hear background means I think possibly that Ollie wants to carry on commentating. Am I right?
We're just getting the cars back to the pits to start the next final, which will be the 132nd B final. So you can add one more person.
One more. Martin O'Doherty. Marty Doc to his friends. Let's have a look here. 33 friends in the group. No mutual friends. Let's have a look at you. Can I get any information? No, I can't, but you look legitimate. You've got friends in the group. So, Martin, welcome to RC Racing TV. Ollie Megget, back over to you.
Okay,
live
thank you very much.
trackside.
Live
Go.
trackside indeed.
Yes.
As we have the 132nd A final being gridded up now. The mechanics carry the cars across to the other side of the start straight. Make sure those tanks are fully topped off with fuel. Well, you can see they can do about 6 or 7 minutes, and with a 20-minute final, that's 2 pit stops. If you can do 7-minute runs, the countdown begins. And a nice, cleanish start, but then all kind of hell breaks loose behind them as cars get all piled up as they come off the grappler banking for the first time. And that's going to completely shuffle the order around on this very, very first lap. But nose to tail action as they work their way over the Durango double. All our leaders are both upside down. And that's changed things around once again as they work their way through the backside of the circuit for the first time into the VRC Mountains. Up to the backside tabletop they go for the first time. Through the left-hand side, down the step downs comes our leader, hitting the timing line for the first time. Down the front straight. And I think that's one car coming in getting a stop-go penalty. 2 cars getting a penalty for jumping the start. And to do a drive-through, drops them down the order. I believe it's the 3 leading the 1. Mathieu Chaffardon leads this one from Kevin Michardet. And now we have a freight train of cars working their way up to the VRC Mountains, climbing over that curb into the small roller, then into the left side of the circuit. The backside tabletop up to the far part of the track, furthest from the driver's stand. Round the banking there, down the step downs. Mathieu was our leader last time by. Kevin now takes over the lead. Mathieu drops a second. They work their way through the gravel banking. The 7 of Baptiste is up to 3rd. Romeo in the 9, in 4th. That's our top 4. That's our bump up drivers. 5th, 6th, 7th places, all certainly very close as well though at the moment. 18 long minutes to go in this one though. Plenty of time for things to change around. Nose to tail action now over the backside tabletop. Onto the front straight they come. One. First 4 cars, then a slight separation back to the 11 in 5th place. They work their way cleanly across the green mile at the front. action there for the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places. Into the VRC Mountains they go. These guys battling for those bump up positions, making it through into the 1/16th finals. As rain is starting to fall here at the circuit. So cars getting a little bit spread out now. Our 2 leaders clear, 3rd and 4th place. Also fairly safe in 3rd and 4th. 5th and 6th a little way back behind them. But mistake from our 4th, big mistake from our 4th place car. We've got a change for 4th place. Now the battle for 4th works way up to the VRC Mountains. I believe that's a 7 of Baptiste and the 4 of Aaron. And here comes the rain. Oh, massive mistake there at the high-speed chicane. Car is caught up in the fence. Marshals can't get there. There's other cars coming down. That was our 4th place car. So dropping down to, I think, 7th place. As the rain continues to fall here. The track is going to get very slippery. First thing to notice is it's going to be on some of the concrete areas, such as the Grosvenor banking. A mistake there up behind the marshal point. I can't see which car that is. So our 2 leaders come down the step downs now. Here's our leader onto the front straight. All sorts of sideways action going on there. All kind of crossed up. But gets it gathered back up, underway again. Over the green mile he goes. That's our number 1 car of Kevin. The 3 of Matthew is 2nd. The 9 of Romeo is closing in. 2nd and 3rd place battle. Then a big gap back to 4th. Aaron Gerling up to 4th. Alberto Pella in 5th at last time they crossed the stripe. I think we've got a change for 4th again. Cars working their way through the backside of the circuit. Into the VRC Mountains. That's the number 11 now up to 4th. Christian Bessler back to the 4th spot. Was there earlier, made a mistake, dropped down, worked his way back up to 4th. But going to be under pressure here as we are 5 minutes in, so we're going to be expecting pit stops probably on the next lap, I would have thought. If anyone's coming in now, they're not going to make it on 2 stops. They go past one more time. The 11 followed by the 6. Christian followed by Alberto. That's 4th and 5th place of the battle for the final bump up. Christian holding the bump up spot down. Runs very wide, come off the Durango double. In the backside of the circuit now. Through the Orion off cambers they go. Into the VRC Mountains. Oh, change position there. Great move. Up the inside as they went over the mountains. Christian dropping down to 5th now, but straight away on the attack. Cars sliding a little bit as they come around that left side of the track. Neither of them making to the pit lane this time. They go on for another lap. 6 and the 11. This is the net battle for a 4th place, the final bump up spot. Alberto and Christian. They're singling the double this time. Christian looks up the inside, gets past Alberto there. Alberto fights back round the outside. Christian gets hung up on a pipe. Going to cost him another spot, I think. Alberto now clear into 4th. By net 4th place. He's actually running 3rd on the circuit. One car in front of him had pitted. We're expecting the leaders in this time by. Our lead car comes in. Here we come. Oh, makes a big mistake trying to get into the pit lane. Doesn't even make it up onto the pit lane. And then 2nd place makes a mistake at the timing line. Everything going wrong here with these pit stops coming into play. One car popping a big wheelie as they come up. That was the 9 car. Our leader, made that mistake when into the pit lane. That's going to shake things up. We're going to give the drivers another lap or so to let this pit stop cycle run its way through and figure out who has made up places, who has lost places in that cycle. As they work their way through the middle of the circuit again. Over the small roller, then the left-hand side. Back over the mini tabletop. Okay, as they come through, it's going to be the 1 followed by the 3. It's Kevin, followed by Matthew. Let's let this shape itself out. 1, 3, 8, 9 and 6 are now our top 5. That's Kevin, followed by Matthew. Burkhan has made his way up from 7th to 3rd in that round of pit stops. So great work there from him and his pit team. Romeo is in 4th. And Alberto is 5th. So it's the 9 and the 6 battling for the final bump-up spot now. So let's pick up 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars onto the small tabletop now. Over the small tabletop, there's 3rd, there's 4th. 5th place just came on that tabletop. In the left-hand side, down the step downs they go. Close between 3rd and 4th place cars. They don't need to worry so much. And our 3rd place man pits. That's Burkhan, who he hadn't actually come in for pit stop at that point. He just managed to go very, very long on that tank of fuel. That is a 9.5 minute run. Will he be able to stretch that out for another 30 seconds to make it on no more stops? Not even one more stop, no more stops. Without stopping again. That's English, isn't it? There we go. Everyone else will have to stop. That's for sure. They can't go 12, 13 minutes on a tank. When we get up into the top finals, though, you may see some guys be able to stretch it out to 8 or 9 minutes quite comfortably on a tank of fuel. So this is 9 and 6, our battle for 3rd and 4th. Burkhan has made his way back to 5th now. So his strategy is still working. Still in with a chance of that bump up position. He's a decent way behind these guys though. So our 5th place man now works his way through the S's. Then up over the Durango double. Into the VRC mountains now. Going to be relying on a little bit of a mistake from those up front, I think. Our leader clears the front straight. 2nd, 3rd and 4th are together now. Second, 3rd and 4th work their way through the Grantler banking. Here's our 5th place man. Down the straight now. Really trying to conserve fuel by the sounds of it. Obviously, an important thing to remember is in the wet, when there's less friction, you actually end up using a little bit less fuel because you're not on the power quite as much. You're not pulling all the fuel out of the engine. You're driving a bit smoother. So you actually end up saving a bit of fuel in the wet conditions. If it starts getting slipperier, that could help them extend their fuel stops out a little bit. Whether that means they can skip a complete fuel stop, probably not in a 20-minute sub-final, but the 45-minute main final, that will definitely help. Just over halfway through, 12 minutes down now, 12 down, 8 minutes to go. Take stock of where we are, man. This is our 5th place man. By himself in clean air, trying to make his fuel strategy work. Went a very, very long time on that first tank fuel, 9.5 minutes. Out front, everyone else bids around about the 7-minute mark. 20-minute long final, those guys up front will have to stop one more time. Our 5th place driver, hoping he hasn't got to make another stop. If he can conserve a little bit more fuel, try and extend that out to a 10-minute run. That's a big, big ask. We know the absolute best fuel efficiency drivers are the likes of Adam Drake, people like that from the States. They can get maybe 11 minutes out of a tank of fuel typically. That's a lot of skill to get a long run like that out, so being able to push a 10-minute run will still be pretty impressive if you can manage that. This is the 1:32 B final. You're watching this live on RCTV. I'm Ollie Meggett. Paul with me up here on the camera. James down in our media centre doing all the technical things, making sure we get this out to you. We're here in Hertford, we're in Ware in Hertford at the Herts Nitro Model Club for the 2015 1/8B European Championships for these off-road buggies, nitro-powered cars. Well, brought to you thanks to Team Durango and the DNX8. Thanks to Grolp and the Saw, to Team Orion, VRC Pro, and of course thank you to EFRA as well. As our leader comes in for their second fuel stop at the 13.5-minute mark. Our second place man also in, and that moves our number 8 buggy at Burkan up into a net second or third place. Up to a net second place there now. So how much longer can they go on this round, on this tank of fuel? Everybody else who is pitting now would definitely be done on fuel. They'll be safe on fuel through to the end. But it's worth having that gamble, trying to extend that fuel stop if you can. Still raining here at the circuit. The rain now coming sideways by the look of it. These are the drivers currently holding down second and third places down the step downs. Through the high speed chicane onto the front straight. The 9 and the 8. Romeo followed by Burkan. The 3 of Mathieu is closing in, but they are also not far behind the 6 of Alberto, who is in second. Kevin in the 1, checked out in this one, clear by a massive margin. About 8 seconds clear is our leader. I think he'll be due in for a fuel stop this time by. That's going to close the gap up slightly. No, he's done the fuel stop, hasn't he? Already made the fuel stop. So Kevin in control in this one with 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes left. Second, third, fourth and fifth on the left side of the circuit. Down the step downs they start coming through the high speed chicane. Second place man down the front straight. Third place man on the straight now. Fourth and fifth over the timing line. Burkan and Mathieu now racing for the final bump up spot. We know Burkan possibly going longer on fuel, but it's not going to work if he's not in a high enough position. He is holding the fourth place down at the moment, but he needs to hold this, and we've got a fast charging Mathieu behind him. Burkan Cilic followed by Mathieu. Into the Orion off cambers now. They have definitely dropped back from our second and third place cars. About 4 seconds behind our second and third place battle. But that's not important at the moment. What's important is this final bump up spot. Burkan is holding it down ahead of Mathieu at the moment. A little bit of difficulty getting onto the front straight for both those drivers, but into the Grant bank and they go, sliding the cars a lot through the banking. Oh, mistake there from Mathieu. Gives Burkan a little bit of breathing space. Still got 3.5 minutes to go. Over the Durango double they go. The right side of the circuit. Into the Orion off campers now. Very tricky part of the track. Some up and downs, different angles all at the same time. Into the VRC mountains. Burkan gives it a wide berth. Mathieu right up on some of the curbing. Burkan extending a gap slightly over Mathieu at the moment. About 1.5 seconds the gap. And definitely Burkan is now starting to close on the second and third place battle in front of them, but we're going to stay here. Oh, Burkan is having to pit with 3 minutes left on the clock. Strategy is not going to work out exactly that way, but it's going to be a short fuel stop. It's literally a splash and go. Down and away he goes. Six-second gap about the distance between himself and a bump-up place getting through to the next final. That's going to be a big ask for him to close it down. He didn't appear to have any more speed than Mathieu, really. So unless something drastic changes in this closing 2 minutes of the race, I think we are set with our 4 cars to bump up. The leader now comes down the front straight into the Groutner banking. Kevin Michardet out in front. Second and third place is Alberto, followed by Romeo. Mathieu into fourth. Got to keep it clean now. Burkhan dropping to fifth. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. 1:35 to go. Mathieu got to keep it rubber side down. Burkhan still trying to close the gap down. The gap staying fairly consistent at the moment. You're not missing anything up front. First, second and third are fairly safe and almost locked into those bump up positions. Our leader makes a small mistake, but he's got so much breathing space, he's well clear of the rest of the field. Mathieu looking good for the 4th place on that last bump up now. Down the step downs he goes. So let's cut back then and pick up Kevin, our leader, the number 1 car. Works his way into the Durango double now. The orange and yellow coloured car, the far right side of the circuit. Step up, step off into the Orion off cambers. 1 minute to go, 1 minute. And we've definitely had a change of orders. Burkhan has now got himself into a bump-up position, as has Mathieu. I think we had a mistake from our 2nd or 3rd place car. Which has changed things around completely while we were watching our leader. And time is now running out. Kevin going to hang on to take the win in this one. Alberto, who was running up in 2nd, has dropped right down to 10th on that very last lap. Number 6 car, Alberto, I think, running out of fuel on the last lap, which means Burkhan has made it through in a bump-up position. It's going to be Kevin taking the win, Romeo finishing in 2nd, Mathieu in 3rd, Burkhan in 4th, and making it up into the 1/16 finals. So next up will be the 1/32 A final. James, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I know what you were going to ask, and I'm just about to do it.
Are you fantastic? I'll hand over to you then.
I couldn't get to the mic fast enough. So whilst we give Ollie's chance a voice to relax, to prepare itself for the next round, let's get through some Facebook. There's a few Facebook editions left to go. Jason Thompson, member of 36 Groups. Let's have a look at Jason. Meriden School, works at the original factory shop. Lots of RC stuff on his page, but extremely locked down. Nevertheless, you look like a real person. Hello, Jason. Welcome to RC Racing TV. Scott O. Capiek. Let's have a look at you. Member of 12 Groups. Engaged to Palmer Reed. Looks like you're obviously from America. Into cars. Are you a real person? I'm going to trust you. I'm going to say yes. You look like a real person, Scott. Don't let me down. You'll get me in trouble. Hello, welcome to RC Racing TV. Volta Fonseca, member of 24 Groups. Let's have a look at you. Can't understand anything because it's obviously none of it's in English, but can we see something that looks like RC? Why not? Hello. Welcome, Volta, to RC Racing TV. Don't forget, if you are not already a member of the RC Racing TV group, head over to Facebook. In the search bar, type in RC Racing TV, 3 words, click find, then click join, and once we've confirmed that you are not a seller of the fake sunglasses or unwanted financial products, we will welcome you into the collective live on air and give you a shout out. Also, as well, down the side of YouTube, down the right hand side, you'll see a comments box. Let's have a quick look through there. I haven't been on there this morning, so I guess there's a lot to get through. Darkness, love the stream, guys. Good work. Thank you very much. That's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's have a look here. Micro Devil, greetings from Switzerland. Go Romeo Grass. I think he may have already been through. Savage X 367. Morning all. Morning back. Hello. Welcome along. Thank you for joining us today. Tommy Games 97. The track. The track is in Hertfordshire, in the United Kingdom, in a place called Ware. We are RCTV, bringing you the live action from here. Thank you to our sponsors, Team Durango with the DNX8, Grant Nassau, Team Orion, and of course VRC Pro, who are sponsoring the action replays this weekend. Thank you to all the sponsors, and a thank you of course to EFRA, thank you for inviting us along and asking us to cover this race. It's obviously EFRA, the organisers of the race here, and many other races across Europe throughout the summer season. Someone here asking A main. I guess it's the time. Ollie's got the timings. No, he hasn't. There's some next to me. Looking like the A main will be at around 4:30, 4:35, but we'll keep you posted. As we know, the timings can change. Richard Bagshaw, no rain. Unfortunately, there's lots of rain. We can't get away from it. And where is Ware? That's a very good question, Richard. Where is Ware? Ware is in Hertfordshire, in the United Kingdom. Without further ado, we have cars out on the track. I've jabbered on for long enough with all the things I need to say. Back over to some proper commentary from the one and only Ollie Meggett.
Thank you very much, James.
No problem.
Right, so the cars are being called back to the pits now as we prepare for the next race, which will be the 132nd A final. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? That's how I do maths. So as James said, we are here in Ware, in Hertfordshire. It's about...
Where? Is that the home of the famous wolf? Is that where the wolf is from? No?
I'm not sure.
The werewolf?
The werewolf.
Is that not really... Surely this is where he's from, no?
Very good, James. Well done.
Okay, I've been trying to get that one out all weekend. I've done it now.
Well done.
I'll back to you.
Thank you. Paul has his head in his hands now, by the way. Because the brilliant thing is, we can't actually talk to each other without talking live on air. So any conversations that we need to have, we have to have live on air. So everyone gets to hear all of what's going on between us. Right, the cars are coming out to the grid. The 132nd A final. Darren Bloomfield there pitting for one of his teammates, starting on pole position. And here we go. Off to a start they go, through the Groutner banking for the first time. That's a better start than we saw last time out. The Green Mile, that's where things go wrong this time. Cars upside down everywhere through that one, but they managed to get through pretty much okay up front as the cars find their way around the slippery surface here now, with the rain starting to kind of back down a little bit. But up front, oh God, there's all piles up going up through the Orion off cambers. That's not gone well for people. Big break for our leader there. Clear out front. They work their way over the left side of the circuit. Down the front straight they come for the first time. It's Kim Einhart out in front, followed by Yale, and then Kyle. Yale and Kyle bumping up from the previous final. And already working their way up to the front of this one on that first lap. Pole sitter, meanwhile, has dropped down right to the back of the field. So here we go then, underway with the 1:32 A final. Leader works his way across the timing line now, onto the front straight. Second and third place battle down the straight now. Kyle is up to second. I think that's James from 12th on the grid. He's up into 4th, into another bump up position. Oh, then some mistakes behind as they come into the green mile. So our first 3 cars now together through the left side of the track. Into the final turn now, down the step downs. Through the green mile they go, nice and cleanly. Into the EFRA tabletops. 9, 4 and 10. That's Kyle, followed by Kim and Yale. James in 4th from 12th on the grid. So 3 drivers who bumped up last time, Kyle, Yale and James, once again into those bump up positions straight away. In the first 2.5 minutes or so of this 1:32 final, they're looking to make it up into the 1:16. Behind them, Lee Bunker is in 5th, Robson White in 6th, Shalom, Richard. That makes up your top 8 at the moment. Then Robson, Johnny, Matt and Richard. That's the field running order. After 3.5, 4 laps of racing. Our leader Carl Boone over the green mile now. The battle is 2nd and 3rd between the 4 of Kim and the 10 of Yale. Mistake from our leader. Costs him 2 places. Drops him from 1st to 3rd straight away. Still inside that bump. So. And also James running very strongly there. Still holding down a good solid 4th place. Then we've actually got a decent gap back to our 5th place man, which is Lee Bunker in the number 8. So as things stand at the moment, if things stay fairly consistent, we look like we've already know our 4 bump-up drivers. They are clear of the rest of the field. Our first 3 definitely clear. James hanging on there in 4th place by himself on the track. The white buggy just clearing the tabletop behind those guys. Here's our first 3 cars though together as they come onto the front straight. Now it's normally at this point I say they're all in the same shot, and then Paul looks at me and says, no they're not. But this time I think they are. They are that close you could throw a large tea towel over them. Maybe one of those big hotel bathrobe towel things.
A large tea towel?
A large tea towel, yes.
Right. How big are the tea towels at your house, Ollie?
Big enough to fit over those 3 buggies at the moment. Well, maybe not now.
Do you use bed sheets to dry your dishes?
Well, it saves on having to buy multiple things, doesn't it?
True. Wash them less often.
Yep. But that's not important at the moment because it's plenty wet enough out there that it wouldn't need any washing to be done or hanging outside today.
No.
Is that a good link? No, it's a terrible link, isn't it? Paul doesn't like it.
But a valid point, nevertheless.
Valid point, yes. So our leader's coming onto the front straight. You can see the action on the screen in front of you. 3 cars here battling over the lead. 4th place, still by himself. You're not missing anything back there with the bump-up place. James, can you hear me still?
Yes, you just have to give me a second to turn my mic up.
That's fine. I don't know if you could do me a favour.
Yes?
Can you go and find someone who knows things about stuff and ask them if the scoreboard is going to be working again later on, because it would be very handy so I know what's going on.
Yes, okay. I will find out.
I'm doing my best with my phone at the moment.
Okay. Leave it with me.
Thank you. So out in front we have these leading 3 cars still. They're starting to spread themselves out a bit now. I haven't got a T-tail big enough for those 3 this time. And they're probably not in the same shot anymore. No, they're not. As we had a car disappearing. 3rd place car. Big mistake then. No changes of position, but we have had changes of position further back. A big mistake from James, who was in 4th, has completely taken him out of contention. And it now looks like we've got the 8 of Lee up into 4th. We have indeed over the Durango double now. The orange buggy with the, what I think were white wheels, are now slight brown coloured wheels. As it gets muddier here, the cars get browner, which makes it even harder for us to do anything with it. I'm showing we're about 4 minutes into this one. Maybe 5 minutes in. Our leader, no, one car is coming to the pits. That's not our leader. Apologise, that was a leader. That was the number 9 car of Kyle. Makes his first stop. Fairly early stop there. Car we are watching is the number 8. 7 is challenging that for that position. The 8 of Lee and the 7 of Mark K. I believe that is Mark K of TKR Graphics, who makes stickers and banners and things. If you'd like a discussion on stickers, find me and Stu Noble, buy us a pint each, and clear 5 hours out of your diary. And we'll explain how stickers should be done. But here we go. That, I believe that is our 4th and 5th place battle. Diving into the pits now. As I've also realised helpfully, not only have I not got a scoreboard, I've also not got any live time on my phone. That hasn't updated for the last 2 minutes. So we'll just sort of guess as to what's happening. Change of position. Mark gets out in front. And 8 has flamed out. That's not gone well at all. Lost time in the pit stop and then flaming out on the exit. Lee Bunker was in 4th in the bump up position, but is now dropping way, way down the field. Okay, let's try and take stock of where we are. I know that the number 9 of Kyle is leading over the green mile now. Miles clear of everybody else. Huge clear, in fact.
Scoreboard update.
Yes.
It's wet.
Okay.
So it's a bit hit and miss, apparently.
Right.
Hopefully, it might be on this afternoon once it's dried out.
Good. Okay. I've also got no live timing on my phone anymore.
Oh. I can see it on the screen.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, let me click refresh on there.
If you ask me what you want to know, I'll tell you.
I'd like to know what's going on, really.
Oh,
no, here we go. I'm back. It's all right. That'll do. So, it's actually Yale in the 10 who's leading. Kyle in the 9 is 2nd. And Yale in the 10 is the 2 tabletops and the S's in front of him. So, gap of about 6 seconds at the moment. Those two looking good at the front of the field. Then a 20-second gap back to everybody else. Mark K in the number 7 is up to 3rd. Going round the Grotner banking now into the green mile. We are halfway there. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. Yale in the 10, followed by Kyle in the 9, Mark in the 7, then Kim in the 4, Richard in the 2.
How long have we got left, Ollie?
I think we've got about 9.5 minutes to go.
How long are these rounds? I've had my head deep in technical things. I've not actually looked yet.
These are all 20-minute long finals.
Thank you.
20-minute long finals. So we're still watching Mark in the 7. Watching the 4 car. Which is Kim, who's running in 4th. The final bump up spot at the moment. And The 12 is the car behind him on the track. That's James. It's about 3-4 seconds back, about the length of the front straight as Kim gets into the Grantner banking. James also in the Grantner bank. Oh, mistake up front. We got a Marshall falling over on the track there, slipping over in those wet conditions. So 4, 7 and 12, those 3 cars, hopefully Paul can get all 3 of them as they go over the Durango double there. And the right-hand side of the circuit, that's going to be 3rd, 4th and 5th. Basically, that's our bump-up fight right there.
Just replaying now with the VRC Pro, the Marshall incident there. Car jumps over. Oh, Marshall's down, into his foot. It's a big Marshall mashup. First car manages to get away, second car away. We're all okay.
Eventually, we're all okay.
Eventually,
we're all okay, but this is the battle we've now got for our bump-up position. Mark in the 7, holding it down at the moment. James coming on strong though in that 12. Had got himself well up into the 4th place. Then an error drops him right back down the field. He's worked his way back up to 5th now, and in shout, in sight of 4th and 3rd places. Through the EFRA tabletop they go into the Durango double. Single. That's how difficult it's becoming in these conditions at the moment. They're not confident enough. And Mark's trying to look around the outside there. Just about makes that one work. But loses the place almost instantly. Over the VRC mountains, these 3 cars, 2 of them will make it into the next final. 1 of them will be going home. It's kind of like X Factor. But better. Because you don't get this much action in X Factor.
which judge are you then, Ollie?
Which judge do you think I am, James?
I think you're definitely David Williams.
Right. As Paul shouted at me, that's Britain's Got Talent. That's not even X Factor.
Oh, yeah, good point. X Factor. You could be Gary Barlow then.
I don't think he's on it anymore.
Louis Walsh?
Yeah, he's been sacked as well, hasn't he?
I don't know who they are.
Cheryl Cole.
You want to be Cheryl Cole?
Yes.
Okay, you can be Cheryl Cole.
Okay.
Paul can be the other one.
Bearing in mind Paul is the only one of the 3 of us without a microphone, we can say whatever we like. But he's the one with the camera, which is the one we kind of need.
Just losing his signal a bit there, Ollie. I don't know if you've moved position in the tower.
I got a little bit excited when talking about X Factor.
Who doesn't?
Yep, as we've got Mark diving into the pits now from 4th place and James behind him from 5th into the pits. Mark down and away. Waiting for James. A long, long field stop there for James. Oh, makes a mistake leaving the pit lane. Now, because of where I'm standing, I can't actually see that first car, so I didn't see exactly what happened there. James, can you do a replay on that? Or not?
Hang on, it's coming. A replay of the
pit lane exit.
Oh, yes. Hang on. The longest replay setup in the world. There we go. The viewers can now see it.
I can't see it, so you have to talk through it.
A couple of cars got into a spot of bother, but they're right now.
Oh, good.
Back to you.
Thank you. See, the problem here is I don't have any monitor to see what you can see. So, right, where are we at the moment? Let me grab my phone/timing screen. We're coming up to a 13-minute marker, 7 minutes to go. We're showing Yale and Kyle are our 2 leaders in the 10 and the 9. We're into the second round of pit stops, so things are going to start shaking themselves out a little bit. Let's focus on the pit lane. Let's watch some of these pit stops. As I believe that is Kyle into the pits. No, it's not. So that's another car. That's Lee in the pits, who had issues earlier on, flaming out of the pit stop, and issues again this time in the pits for Lee. So our leader is going to be the blue-coloured car onto the green mile now, car number 10. Yale in the lead. to the left side of the track. The car there that is with Yale is 1 lap down, so you don't need to worry about him. Kyle's still showing in second, Yanni's in third. Richard is fourth, Mark is fifth, Ben in sixth, James in seventh, Kim, Jalome, Matt and Lee. As we come into the final 2 minutes of the race. So the battle for the final bump up spot is between Richard in the 2 and Mark in the 7. Ten, 9, 1. 7, 2, 5 is our top 6. There's Mark, who's running in fourth. About 2 or 3 seconds is the gap back to our 5th place driver. As we're into the final minute of the race. Well, into the final minute of the race.
Yeah, and then I informed Madame there, you see a copy, that it's okay for Thomas.
A few seconds left. We're going to come up to the...
Okay. We will be in touch for Thomas spot and yeah.
We've got a battle here going through the Orion off cambers at the back of the circuit. And we've got a problem there in the middle of the track for the number 1 car. That was Johnny Roberts, who I think was up to 4th and flames out on the last lap, runs out of fuel. Marshall carrying the car back across the track.
Will that count, Ollie?
Well, you hadn't crossed the finish line, so he won't have finished yet. So he will drop some positions, I would have thought.
Who bumps up on this one? Is it top 6?
Top 4.
Top 4. He was. Yeah, he's gone down.
So
just missing
Johnny
out there.
drops down to 6th place. So Yale, Kyle, Mark and Ben are our 4 drivers to bump up. So next up is the 1/16th A final. Anything you need to add, James?
Nope.
No.
No, there is. So, as Ollie said, 1/16th A final? 1/16th A up next?
Yep.
Do you just say? Here at, where in Hertfordshire, United Kingdom, we're here for the EFRA 18B Off-Road Euros. We're happily, kindly sponsored by Team Durango with the DNX8, Groutnosaur, Team Orion, and of course VRC Pro, the world's best RC simulator, sponsoring our replays this weekend. And we're here, of course, thank you to EFRA, the organisers of this race and indeed many other races across Europe of varying classes, and thank you to them for inviting us down this weekend to bring you all the action live. If you haven't already seen, we have a Facebook group. Head over to Facebook, type in 3 words RC Racing TV, click search, then click join. Once we confirm you are a real person and not a seller of fake goods or a spammer, a bad spammer, we will welcome you into the collective, where we would love to hear from you, answer any questions you may have, and obviously you can see on our group when we're bringing you the live streams and when they are and where they are, etc, etc. Head over to YouTube. You're probably watching us there already. You may have noticed down the right hand side there are a number of comments from other viewers. Feel free to drop a comment in, ask any questions. Ollie's quite an RC geek, to say the least, so if there are any technical questions, I can bat those over to him and he can give you an over-explained, very lengthy answer as to what your question was.
Any questions in there so far?
What time's the A-main, which I've already answered. Not very technical.
No.
Where is where, which I've already answered.
Yep.
No rain, I already answered. I think that's about it. Good morning from Germany. Good morning, Mugen Germany again. I think Mugen Germany was watching us yesterday. Let's see if we have anyone waiting in the Facebook group to be part of the RC TV Facebook group. One person at the moment, Fred Salot. 6 friends in the group. Very locked down profile. Can't give you any more than that, other than welcome Fred to RC Racing TV.
Welcome along.
What's the track conditions like out there, Ollie?
I would say difficult.
Difficult.
Yes.
Is it wet, damp, moist, dry, other?
Other.
Other?
Yeah.
How would you describe the other?
There are some parts which are damp,
Okay.
some parts which are moist, and some parts which are definitely dry. I'm looking at the straight in front of me, and that looks pretty dry in the racing line, but then pretty muddy just outside the racing line, up against the pipe.
Which parts are moist?
Which parts are moist?
Yes.
Looking up through the S's, that looks a little bit moist. Certainly the back right side of the circuit does as well. Paul's randomly pointing at things on the track. I don't know what the carpeted areas are like, whether they're damp or not damp.
Simon Miller, hi fellas, I'm from Ipswich and a Hearts Club member. What do you think of the venue? I think the venue is very good. Awesome track, very big, very technical, lots of jumps. I think the club's done an excellent job of putting everything together. Everything's very well organised. Plenty for the drivers, plenty for the media. Pits are excellent, food's excellent, very good. If the club could have brought the sun to the venue, then that's the only criticism I have. But unfortunately, they're not in control of the weather, and so we have rain.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. And also a bit of live timing would have been nice as well.
Well, we kind of have it.
Yeah.
We do what we can.
We do. We make do. So.
Jason Thompson, hello. Hello, Jason. I think I had you this morning.
Hello.
Welcome along.
Hello, Jason.
Michael Nordham, is this only for off-road? This particular track, yes, is only for off-road. You could try and take a touring car around. It would be... I don't know. What would happen? Could you even get a touring car around, Ollie, being more of a touring car guy?
I think you probably... If you gave me a day to set it up, we could get a touring car around here, but not very quickly.
Would you have to have a higher ride height?
A lot higher ride height, yes.
Right, I'm going to stop waffling.
Yep.
Over to Ollie Meggitt, trackside, live with all the action.
Here we go with the 1/32nd. So the 1/16th. Final. The klaxon goes. The sound of 12 engines firing up lead their way into the Graupner banking, and then everything goes wrong from there. Must have been a good 8 cars caught up in that incident, and a couple of marshals as well. Looks like out in front, our pole sitter has a good clean start, gets away from all of that mess behind him.
Just replaying that mess now, the pile-up on the first corner. Thank you to VRC Pro, sponsoring the replays. We can hear, oh, yeah, yes, it was, I don't know how to describe that, it just was a big mess.
A big, technical term there, a big mess.
Yes.
We don't want to see that on the start, do we?
No.
No, we don't. But out in front, here we go, 1 and 3 down the front straight. Followed by 11, 8, 7, 12, 2, 10, 6, 9, 4 and 5. So it's the 1 of Roman Krumer out in front, followed by Barry Abbott in the 3. First minute down. The referee's reminding everyone this is a 20-minute long race. And as the classic saying goes, you can't win it on the first lap, but you can possibly lose it. Having said that, though, Roman is making an excellent start over his second lap and is already well clear of the rest of them. Already got the lead of the front straight plus all of the Graupner banking. The 11 car up to second place of Alberto Pelath. The 7 of Steve Shakespeare is third. And it's then the 2 of Darren Hayden Ball. So our leader comes across the start-finish line now. Roman Kuma. Oh, mistake from our second place car. Clipping the high-speed chicane, launching into the fence. The fence doing its job and keeping the cars from ending up in the wrong line. So that puts the 11 of Alberto Pelath clear in second. The number 9 of the number 9 of Kevin Michardet was already bumped up one final and now finds himself in third place. A good opening couple of laps from Kevin moves him up the field. But now he gets hooked up on is that our second place man getting hooked up on a pipe? Someone getting hooked up just before the small tabletop. That's cost him about 6 places. So yes, that was Alberto getting hooked on the pipe. Kevin is second. Barry Abbott is third. Darren is fourth. Rene is fifth. Alberto dropping down to sixth. 3.5 minutes down. Long way to go still. We're watching car 3, Barry Abbott, who runs in third. Darren Halenball right behind him in the number 2. That's our third and fourth place battle. Darren looking to the inside. Great move from Darren. Going through the high-speed chicane. Moves up to third. Hangs on to it round the Graupner sweeper. Clears the green mile nicely. Into the Durango double. Up to the right side of the circuit. Through the Orion off cambers. So Barry is now dropped to fourth and is being caught by Alberto. Mistake from Alberto. Gives Barry a bit of a gap. Oh, Darren makes a big mistake in front of them. Hangs on to the third place though. Down the front straight they come. Darren, Barry, Alberto. Second, third. Sorry, third, fourth, and fifth. So this is a bump up action going on here in the 1/16th B final. 5 minutes down, 50 minutes to go. Darren, the wrong side of the pipe there in the Durango doubles, loses one place, going to lose 2 places. No, makes that place back up again. Darren hangs on to third. 3 cars continue to fight, and we've got another car closing in on this action as well. Wants a piece of this. Cyril, car number 6, trying to get involved here as well. Oh, Crash Mass second place car, but he's clear. And then we've got some action going on further back. Darren in third. 4th, 5th, and 6th. 3, 11, and 6 of Barry, Abbott, and Cyril. Barry in the 3, Alberto in the 11. Cyril in the 6. Through the Orion off campus they go. To the centre of the circuit over the VRC mountains. Darren still safe in third, 4th and 5th and 4th, 5th and 6th together. Through the Grantner banking they go into the green mile now. Barry Abbott holding down the 4th place. And that final bump up position. Over the Durango double now. On the right side. Up, down through the step up, step off into the Orion off cambers. Number of different lines being used there as they go through the VRC mountains. Up and over the tabletop, some great racing action going on here. And they battle for the final bump up spot and a chance to get into the 1/8 finals. Pit action going on now. All 3 of them pit at the same time. It's going to come down to the pit crews. The 11 is the first to be picked up. And they maintain their order. And the gaps are staying about the same as well. The 11 of Alberto makes up the position on the lap and holds it through the pit stops. Barry dropping down 1 place. Cyril still there in 6th place, so Alberto is the man in the bump up position. So Alberto holds the bump up position at the moment. These 2 cars are dropping back slightly from him. Alberto there in 4th. Roman Kuma out in front still. Kevin Bichaudet in 2nd. Darren Haydenball is 3rd. Alberto in 4th. Barry in 5th. Cyril in 6th. Rene in 7th. Joachim in 8th. Steve, Gary, Matthew and Romeo. Alberto starting to close the gap down to Darren, but they're still there in 3rd and 4th. They're both in bump up spots at the moment. Mistake there from Alberto, but he managed to catch it. Eight and a half minutes down. Still a long, long way to go in this one. This is the 1/16 B final. Oh, we've got a car upside down. Just trying to see if that was one of our leaders. I don't think it was. Mistake from Alberto there. Puts him now under pressure from Barry once again. 4th, 5th and 6th. Those 3 cars over the Durango double now. Alberto, Barry and Cyril. Roman in the 1, Kevin in the 9, Darren in the 2, Alberto in the 11, Barry in the 3, Cyril in the 6. It's the 11, 3 and 6 of Alberto, Barry and Cyril that we are watching at the moment. Through the green mile they go. With 8 minutes to go in this one, 8 minutes left. Side-by-side action here. Barry going to move up a spot. Alberto drops down. Barry now into the bump-up position. Car upside down there. Changing things around once again. Alberto back up to 4th, and that bump up place. Oh, so crucial position he needs to be in. Cyril in 5th. Barry dropping. Barry in 6th now. Down the front straight they come. Into the Graltner banking now. Then the green mile is up next. Around the paving stones into the EFRA double tabletops. Then up through the S's. Through the Durango double. Cyril closing down. Trying to get himself into that bump up place. Through the Orion off cambers. Into the centre of the track. Over the small tabletop they go. Pit stops beginning once again. As we have 6 and a bit minutes to go. Cyril has pitted from 5th place. Five minutes to go in this one. 5 minutes left. Into the pits comes Alberto. A nice neat fuel stop. No pit lane speed limit, but they want to keep it under control. They can easily lose a lot more time in the pits. And he makes a mistake, not in the pits, but on the outlap. That's put Cyril back past him. Cyril makes up a place, not really on the pit stops, but through that pit stop cycle. Alberto on his outlap. landing off the green mile, outside the track limits, dropping down 1 place. Roman Krumer. Roman Krumer is leading. The 9 of Kevin is in second. And it's now going to be the 4 of Renee up into 4th in the bump up place. 4, 6 and 11. Renee, Cyril and Alberto are our bump up battles through the Durango double. To the right side of the circuit, into the Orion off cambers. Over the VRC mountains they go. Through the small roller, then into the left side. Over the backside tabletop. Onto the back of the circuit. Through the far corner. Down the step downs. Through the chicane and onto the front straight. The 4 of Renee just clipping the inside there slightly, but gets away with it. Into the final 3 minutes of the race now. Roman Kuma looking like he has this one under control. Kerry Michaudet in second. Gavin Haydenball in third. Rene Coing in that bright orange number 4 car. Suddenly makes way into the bump up place in the final round of pit stops. Here's our 4th place man down the front straight. With just over 2 minutes remaining, probably 2 or 3 laps. Roman, Darren, Kevin, Renee, Cyril, Alberto. That's our top 6. Cyril and Alberto have dropped back ever so slightly. In fact, Alberto is quite a long way back. Cyril is still just about within touching distance, but has got to find something special in this last minute and a half, or hope for a big enough mistake. Renee in front of him. Down the front straight he comes. These guys looking to make it through into the 1/8 finals. And there's the mistake he's looking for. Side-by-side action now in the final minute and a half of this race. 2 cars getting on top of each other. And it was the 6 of Cyril who came off worse. Renee getting away with it. Actually, as a result of all that, has now got a slightly larger lead than he had before. Down the front straight comes out our 4th place man, the final bump up spot. One minute to go. Oh, sideways action there from Renee. Time is running out. Are they going to get one more lap in after this? I'm not sure. The battle for the final bump up position, getting through to the 1/8 final. And Renee's out of fuel, I think. Cyril through on the final lap. As time has now expired, Renee is out of fuel. Cyril just got to keep this one rubber side down. Alberto is slightly closer to him than he has been. They got the Durango double next. Cyril followed by Alberto. On the Orion off cambers now. Through to the VRC Mountains. Giving it a wide berth there as Alberto goes aggressive across the concrete. I've got the backside tabletop. I think that's going to be enough there from Cyril to hang on to this 4th spot. He's got to get it through the step downs. Sideways action there. Alberto's going to close in, but not close enough. Alberto dives to the line. Cyril hangs on to it, though. Alberto just missing out on making it through to that bump-up position, but out in front. Roman Kuma going to take the win. Kevin Michel Day in 2nd. Darren Haydenball in 3rd. And then it was Cyril who took it through in 4th. Followed by Alberto, Joachim, Barry, Romeo, Gary, Mathieu, Renee dropping to 11th with that last lap out of fuel, and Steve Shakespeare in 12th. Next up, it's the 1/16th A final.
It is indeed. So, whilst we let Ali have a little rest, after that bit of commentary, let's take a look over to Facebook. We have a few requests of people waiting to join. We have Alan Williams, lives in Ballykelly, United Kingdom. He's a buggy racer and he has a wife or girlfriend. That's as much as I can get from that profile. Welcome, Alan, to RC Racing TV.
Are you sure it's a wife or girlfriend or not a wife and girlfriend?
Wife or girlfriend? What? How can a wife be a girlfriend at the same time?
No, wife and girlfriend, 2 different people.
Yeah, there's only one lady in there.
Right, okay. That's the clarification I was needing.
I see. So I hope you're clarified. Kane, good. Let's have a look here from New Zealand. Christchurch, New Zealand. Let's have a look. He looks like a real problem. Yes, he has an interesting picture of problem, him and a wife, solution, him and a remote control car. I think he's in. It could be, yeah. Leon Good. Where's he from, though? Leon Good. It could be, yeah. It could be a brother, father, cousin of Leon Good. Anyway, Kane, welcome to RC Racing TV. Glad you could join us. Wayne Buckhorn, 2 friends in the group already. That's always a good sign. Let's have a look at Wayne's profile. Studied at Harlow College. Obviously not going to be very far away from here then. Again, he has a wife or girlfriend, and he likes rollerblading. Again, that's all I can get from that profile. But nevertheless, welcome, Wayne, to RC Racing TV. And last but by no means least, Andrea Pearson, member of 13 Groups. Let's have a look. I don't think she's here. It's very locked down. Looks like a real profile, though. Let's go with it. Let's throw caution to the wind. Let's say, welcome, Andrea, to RC Racing TV. If you want to join RC Racing TV Facebook page, head over to Facebook, type in 3 words, RC Racing TV. Click search, then click join, and once we've confirmed you're a real person, we'll read what we can from your profile, most of the time not a lot, and join you into the group. And don't forget, over on YouTube down the right hand side we have a comments area. So I'm hesitating because I've just read the last comment. That person is going to be banned for that kind of language. Keep the language clean. It's a family show. We cater for all ages.
Can you text me what they said?
No, but I might be able to on Tuesday.
Oh, because you've got no phone signal.
No, I'll explain later.
Right.
Read into it, come on. But thank you to our sponsors, Team Durango with the DNX8, Groutner Saw, Team Orion, and VRC Pro, makers of the best remote control car simulator in the world, sponsoring our replays this weekend here from where in Hertfordshire, in the United Kingdom, and we're here thank you to EFRA, the organisers of this race and many other races across Europe, various different classes, and they invited us to come along and cover the live action, and that's what we're doing now.
We are indeed.
Yes.
And talking of live action, we're going to get some more live on-track action now as the cars are being called back into the pits. I can see that the scoreboard is back up and running, but someone has helpfully taped what appears to be a black sack over the bottom half, so I can't see any positions. All I can see is a timer.
What? Can we get that on camera?
Yeah, hopefully Paul can show you.
Can we get that black sack on camera?
Yeah.
What's happening?
So there's the scoreboard. Wonderful scoreboard.
What?
But they don't want me to see what
It's
position
been
anyone's
censored. Why has it been censored?
in. I have no idea. You can go and find out. Your job.
Oh, hang on. Carlos is saying it doesn't reflect the real lap counting. So at least you got the time, Ollie.
Well, I could explain to you how it worked,
No,
because I built it.
you built it.
Yes.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No,
You did.
your dad built it.
I built some of them.
We'll talk about it later,
Yeah.
whilst we're talking about stickers, decals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, over to Ollie Meggitt, live trackside.
Okay. Next
What's
up,
going on?
1/16th A final. Cars are lined up. The excitement is building. The engine revs are building. Countdown is underway. Cars go down. The mechanics step back. And here we go. (1/16th A final off and underway. Juan Carlos from the pole position. Good start from him. Josh Adams from second, going with him. Stuart Mahon in third by the look of it. They work their way through the Orion off campers for the first time at the back of the circuit. Towards the centre they come. Through the tricky VRC mountains. Then the small tabletop. Alright, so 1 laps completed. Juan Carlos out in front. Josh Adams is second. Second, third, fourth places down the front straight. Fifth, sixth and seventh now down the front straight. Leader works way over the Durango double there. First 4 cars are slightly spread out from the rest of the field. In fact, a decent gap back from our 4th place car, which is Yale in the 9. Back to Maxime in the 4. So here's our 4th place man down the front straight. Two and a half minutes down, 17 and a half minutes to go. Everyone getting fairly spread out in this one. This is the 1/16th A final. The 8ths are up next, then the quarters. Then the semi-final practices. Right, so Juan Carlos out in front. Josh Adams second, Stuart Mahon in third. We're watching the 9 of Yale, who runs in fourth. Mark Kay in the 11 was fifth. Yeah, still in fifth. Down the front straight comes our fifth place man. One, two, three, 9 and 11. That's our top 5 at the moment. Juan Carlos, followed by Josh, followed by Stuart, Yale, Mark. Into the green mile he goes. Round the paving stones. Over the EFRA double tabletops. Into the Team Durango double now. 5 minutes down, 15 minutes to go. Let's drop back and find our fifth place man, Mark Kay, which can be the next buggy through. This gives you an idea of the gap he's got to make up. And there we are, coming into shot now. That's the distance Mark is behind a bump up spot. He's got about 12, 13 minutes in which to find that speed. Oh, no, he was going to pit, wasn't going to pit, and then just ran very wide, come out the final corner. And then goes off track completely. Off the grotto banking and his engine cut. That is going to drop him right out of contention. So let's take stock of where we are. 7 minutes down, 13 minutes to go. It is number 1 of Juan Carlos who leads. He clears the Durango double now. The number 2 of Josh Adams runs in second. The number 3 of Stuart Mahon is in third. Those three have a good gap over fourth place man, which is Yale. He in turn has an even bigger gap over 5th, 6th and 7th places, who all now pit at the same time. So we need to give them a lap to figure out what the order is behind them. But suddenly everybody is in the pits at almost exactly the same time. Our leader, the only one not to choose to pit on that lap, is going to run an extra lap, I believe. Juan Carlos out in front. Josh Adams is second. Stuart Mahon is third. Yale still fourth. One, two, three, 9. Our top 4 cars. Eleven and a half minutes to go. Everyone is pretty spread out at the moment as we approach the half distance marker. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes or so to go. Josh Adams there making a pit stop very, very late on. Doing a 9-minute fuel run. 9 and a bit minute fuel run. The same for the 9 of Yale, also managing about 9 minutes on a 9.5 minutes on a fuel tank. It's Juan Carlos, followed by Josh, followed by Yale, followed by Stuart. Maxime, Aaron, Kong, Mark, Barkley, Ben, Mark and Kyle. Halfway exactly through the race, 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. So we're going to have Stuart and Josh switching positions. Both of them still inside the bump up zone. And in fact the battle for the bump up is closing up now after that round of pit stops has all worked its way through. Our fourth place man is the 9 of Yale, working his way through the right side of the track now. Through the step up, step off into the Rhine off cambers. The car behind him is the 5th place driver, Maxime Kolath. So a little bit of separation at the moment, about 3 seconds is the gap, but you can probably just about see them in the same shot. So Maxime going to be trying to close down Yale. Halfway, well, over half distance now, 9.5 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. That wasn't just a very quick 30 seconds, I read the time wrong. So trying to make that bump up. Yale and Maxime. Yale holding it down. Maxime trying to definitely closing the gap down. Gap is down to about 1.5 seconds now. That gap has been halved on the last lap. Through the far side of the track they come, down the step downs. Both of them getting very sideways as they come into the chicane, so no net loss of time between them. Through the Graupner banking they go, into the green mile. Both of them trying to land it perfectly on the down jumps, and they've got the EFRA tabletops into the S's. Maxime, definitely the faster of the two at the moment, closes the gap right down to virtually nothing. Through the Orion off cambers, back to the centre of the circuit. We don't need my T-Tal anymore. Through the VRC mountains, over the roller. In the left-hand side of the track now to the small tabletop on the back side of the circuit. To the far corner they go. Bumps coming down the step downs onto the front straight. The two come together as they come off the Graupner banking. Positions remain unchanged though. Yale followed by Maxime. As we have 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes left here in this 160 final. Up and over the VRC mountains. Maxime making full use of all the concrete, closing the gap again. Glued to the rear wing, makes a look to the inside. That's going to be a pass for the position. Holding it down the step downs just about as they go sideways down the step downs again. Maxime now into the 4th place, into that bump up position. And as we just pass, come up to the 14-minute marker. Some incidents behind. I don't think that's changed the position, has it? No, Max, but that's almost changed the position there. Maxime now losing the place Worked so hard to make it up, but the same part of the track, losing it. Going to try an inside-outside pass again. Inside coming around the far corner. Going to have to wait for that one there. Doesn't end up waiting, but pulls it straight into the pits. Fully refueled and stall there. Time definitely lost. Maxime had worked into fourth. Yale, I think, will retake fourth. Going over the, I think, the small tabletop at the back of the circuit. Off the tabletop sideways. Upside down. And that's going to be the one car, I think, coming down the front straight. Which is Juan Carlos, who puts Yale a lap down. But I believe Yale's still done enough at the moment to hang on to a bump up place. May still need a pit stop to go though. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. One, 3, 2, 9, 4 as our first 5 cars. Juan Carlos, followed by Stuart, followed by Josh, followed by Yale, and then Maxime. I believe Yale needs to make one more pit stop. The number 9 car comes down the step downs through the chicane. Keeps on going for another lap. And the 4 of Maxime had a stop-go penalty there. I didn't see what that was for. That's going to drop Maxime further back. And give Yale a decent gap in the run to make the bump up in fourth. "17 minutes down, 3 minutes to go." No longer raining here, but the remnants of the rain remain on the track. It's still slippery in some places. And I believe that's Maxime with another engine cut. Maxime now well and truly out of contention for that bump up spot. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, 2 minutes 30 to go. Juan Carlos leads this. Josh Adams is second. Stuart Mahon is third. It looked like we were building to a crescendo at the end there, but those errors from Maxime drops them out of contention. But we have a battle for the lead. 1, 2 and 3 are together over the green mile there in the middle of the track. Nothing else going on with our fourth place driver. Well clear. Yale looking pretty solid. A 10 to 12 second gap to the fifth place man. So we'll focus to the end on this battle for the lead and the win of the 1/16th A final. These three guys will all bump up as long as they keep it on track. And don't make any big mistakes between now and the 20-minute marker, which will come up in just 1 minute and 15 seconds time. Juan Carlos has led from the get-go, but now has been challenged. 1, 2 and 3 down the front straight they come. Mistake from our third place car, mistake from Stewart. Doesn't lose any positions, but does lose some time. It's going to spread them out ever so slightly with 1 minute left. Just 20 seconds to go in this 1/16th A final. The 8th finals are up next. Our leader Juan Carlos now certainly in a comfortable leading position. Over the EFRA tabletop he goes. Into the S's. Josh Adams still second. Stuart Mahon still third. Yale is still fourth. That is the end of the time. Time has expired. And our leader coming through to take the checkered flag. Juan Carlos going to be the winner of the 1/16th A final. Josh Adams finishing up in second. Stuart Mahon in third. Yale in fourth. Those are our 4 bump-up drivers. James, you there?
Hi, Ollie.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you enjoy that?
Yes, I did. A lot.
Good.
Did you?
I did.
What was the most enjoyable part?
Well, I thought we were going to have quite a nice battle there that was going to build up towards the end, but unfortunately a few errors took that away from us. So it was rather spread out, but good to see the 3 getting together, close together anyway, at the end of the run.
It was good. It was good. Whilst you regather your thoughts and voice, can you regather a voice? I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look what's going on in the world of social media. There are 2 people waiting to join our Facebook group. Before I tell you how you can join our Facebook group, I welcome along Jarrett Buenis. Lockdown profile. I can see he's a buggy racer. Can't see what country he's from, other than he likes skiing, racing RC buggies, and maybe playing drums. That's about it. That's all I can get. Nevertheless, you look like a real person. Hello, Garrett. Welcome to the group. Ismail, Buija Legion. My pronunciations are terrible. Nevertheless, this young gentleman looks like he likes rally racing. And it's a very lockdown profile, so all I can see from the rest of his profile is he likes to have pictures taken of himself whilst leaning on things, looking out thoughtfully. There's one of him leaning against a pallet, which itself is leaning against a wall. One with him leant on some stairs. That's all I know. If the profile picture is going to be locked down, I don't have a lot to work with. You like rallycross and leaning. Well, welcome to the group, nevertheless. Michael Spinley, 40 friends in the group already. Chances are you're a real person. Let's have a look. Where are you from? What can I see? From Grays. He used to go to Palmer's College. Self-employed. Married to Julie Spinley. No photos or anything. That's literally all I've got. But you are. It looks like you're a real person. That's fine. Hello, Michael. Welcome to RC Racing TV Facebook group. Don't forget, if you want to join the RC Racing TV Facebook group, you must join yourself. Please don't invite other people because it's kind of like spamming. And we want people to join of their own accord without being pushed towards us. Just head over to Facebook, type in 3 words, RC Racing TV, click search, then click join. And then once we've confirmed you are a real person and not a pusher or seller of the fake goods, we will welcome you into our collective live on air, and you can come and be part of the group. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, down the right hand side you will see some comments. you'll feel free to come and have a chat, come and talk to the other viewers, come and talk to us. Finals day, we are a bit low-key on the social media stuff because it's all about the driving today. So we don't really take requests because obviously we have to follow where the action is because this is a race, not a qualifying. I don't think there's any requests in here other than to say hi to Luke in Liverpool. Hello, Luke in Liverpool, from James in Ware, from RCTV in Ware, and Mal Graphics. Hi, RC Racing TV guys. See you at the A Euros in Italy. I don't know who's covering that one. Do you know, Ollie, who's covering Italy?
I know it's not me. Sadly.
No, I know it's not me. Is Paul there?
Is
I don't
Paul
mean is he there. I mean is Paul in Italy?
Paul's shaking his head, so don't think it's Paul going to Italy either.
Oh well, whoever it is, be sure to go and say hello to the RC Racing TV guys.
Yeah.
Some of us will be there, just not us.
Yes. Not
that makes sense. Let's not forget, thank you to our sponsors, Team Durango with the DNX8, Groutnosaur, Team Orion, and of course thank you to VRC Pro, makers of the best remote control car simulator in the world, who are sponsoring our replays this weekend. I must say the level of driving is such of a high level that we haven't actually had a huge amount of replays to replay. I have been doing some replays whilst Ollie's been commentating, but there just hasn't been many crashes. There hasn't been much to replay. But for now, I will pass you to the capable hands, the knowledgeable, the talent that is Ollie Meggett.
Thank you. It helps to take the microphone off mute, doesn't it?
But there was enough of a warning there.
I saw exactly where it was going. I had just forgotten that I put it back on mute again.
I thought you were playing a joke on me. You were just going to leave me hanging.
I might do that. Should we try it again? No, it's not, because we've got some serious action of racing to get underway.
We have. Who's up next?
I don't know. I'm hoping you can tell me that.
I've got on my screen 1/16th B.
Sounds right to me. I don't think so. I think it's the 1/8. I think it's the 1/8 B.
Oh, hang on, the screen's updated. No, it still says 1/16th. We are a little bit behind with the timing this weekend, through no fault of the track or indeed RCTV. It's just the way it is. The timings on the screen are about 10-15 seconds behind. But we have something going on in the pit lane. I think someone's trying to get a car started. Oh, changing tyres. Hang on. Has to start from the pit lane.
Start from the pit lane.
Giving them some extra fuel, we can see on screen now. Ooh, slow start for, was that position number 2?
It was indeed the slow start from our second place man, but they get pretty nicely through that first Groutpner banking and almost okay through the Green Mile. Bit of a pile up at the back of the field behind it all, but out in front, a nice clean start.
Some engineers there choosing to continue to stand on the straight there as if there was something more that they could do.
Yes.
No, return to the pits. There's nothing more you can do.
Your work is done now.
Your work is done.
You are not required for another 6 minutes until you have to fuel the cars.
No.
Please move. Anyway, out in front, I can't see the numbers from here, but I can tell you it was Nuno Rebello who was from pole position. It was Robert Frischkopf who didn't get the great start from second place, and it's the number 3 car of Ollie O'Connor who leads down the front straight. Problems there almost for the 1 car. Nuno very slow on the front straight as we get some side-by-side action coming out of the final chicane. So our leader is Ollie O'Connor in that white and pink number 3. Second spot is going to be the battle between second and third, in fact, up over the fast.
Hello. Welcome back to RC Racing TV. Sorry there for the outage. That was a problem outside of our control. Issues with satellites in skies, but there was lots of engineers and things working on it, and they've brought us back online, and we can be back here with you live all the way from the EFRA B Euros 1/8 buggy in Ware, Hertfordshire. But Ollie, do you want to tell the viewers what's up next?
Yeah, so at the moment we've got the last of the quarterfinals out on track. So we're just going to make sure everything is up and running properly here. And then we'll be back ready for all the semi-final build-up at 2:30. Just give us 30 minutes just to make sure everything's up and running. We'll then summarise what's happened in these quarterfinals for you. And we're ready to go with those semi-finals. Then it's the junior final and the over 40s final. And then the main final is still on the schedule for 4:30 local time here in the UK. So if you stay with us here, join us again at 2:30. We'll be all back, ready to go, and we'll bring you all the action and the build-up from the semi-finals.
Hello. Welcome back to RC Racing TV.
Hello.
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 My name's James Parry. To my left is...
Ollie Meggett.
And to my right, but in a scaffolding tower, is...
Paul Bateman. Without a microphone.
Yes.
Hi, Paul.
Hello.
There we go.
So, Ollie,
Yes.
what did we miss during our invasion of technical gremlin?
Invasion Tactical. Well, I guess we'll sum up where we are with the races at the moment. Out on track at the moment is the practice for the semi-finals.
So don't worry, no one has missed anything. It was just a practice. Well, you've not missed anything in the last half an hour.
Absolutely
just
right.
a practice.
Yeah. So each of the semi-finals gets 10 minutes of practice time, and then after that we'll be actual into the semi-finals proper. Almost straight away after this next practice. So the quarterfinals. Let's quickly run through the results of those. In the B quarter, it was Ben Williams who took the win. Robin Frischkoff was second. Nuno Ribeiro was third. And Nuno Rebello, confusing there, in fourth. Roman Kuma in fifth, just missing out on the bump-up spot. Then it was Michael Lewis, Kevin Michaudon, Vincent Mertens, Elliot Masson, Reece Sawyer, Jimmy Wyman, and Darren Cole. That was the B quarter-final. Ben Williams, Robin, and Nuno the four drivers who bumped up.
Is A better than B?
A is just the drivers who were seeded in the odd-numbered places, and B is the drivers who are seeded in the even-numbered places after qualifying.
Fair enough.
Makes pretty much no difference. In the A quarter-final, it was Jean-Pierre Sartel, who obviously started off the qualifying rounds really, really well, but found himself in the quarterfinals. He won the A quarterfinal ahead of Juan Carlos Canza Carrasco. Apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. Bradley Baird was third, and Lewis Jones claimed the last bump-up spot in fourth. Then it was Elliot Taylor, Quentin Legal, Reese Hurd, Peter Harder, Ashley Owen, Mitchell Booth, Mike Daniel, and William Skidmore. So that means the two semi-finals line up as follows. The first semi-final you're going to see is the B semi-final, and that will have Callum Niblett on pole position, our second-place qualifier from yesterday. Simon Reeves will line up second in front of Jonathan Skidmore, John Holmes, Oliver Curry, Ricardo Berton, James Lepavot, Lewis Beach, Ben Williams, Robin Frischkoff, Nuno Ribeiro, and Nuno Rebello. That's your B semi-final. That goes off at 2:45 today, so in about 15 minutes' time. And the A semi-final, which will go off at around about 3:15, is Joao Figueiredo, who was our top qualifier from yesterday, the fastest man over the 4 hours of qualifying. Tony Trim will start second, Cole Jackson third, Leon Good in fourth, Kevin Brunson fifth, Jamie Clancy sixth, Gonzalo Mello in seventh, Milan Dragon in eighth, Jean-Pierre Sartel in ninth, Juan Carlos 10th, Bradley Baird 11th, and Elliot Taylor, the last man into the semi-finals, in 12th place. So our European champion will come out of one of those 24 drivers. So all we've done now is we've cut the field down to 24, but no less than 24 at the moment. After those two semi-finals, we'll be down to 12, and then we'll go racing.
The last 12.
The last 12, the final 12.
The dirty dozen.
Final 12.
Okay. The daring dozen.
Well, it's a little bit dirty out there.
Dangerous dozen.
12.
The last 12.
12 people.
Yep.
12 people in the main final. Before we get to the main final, though, we have got the 40-plus final and the juniors final. Each of those 20 minutes long. So that will be some interesting action. And that's for the top veterans and the top juniors who didn't make it into, I believe, at least a quarter-final place.
Okay.
So we'll see how those line up later on. I haven't got any lineups for those just yet.
So this is still practice, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've still got the A semi-final. Have they got their practice slot now? 10 minutes?
Yes.
And then we'll get underway with the semi-finals. Just had a thought.
Thought you were going to break into a Green Day song there.
Nope. Oh, there's my phone, isn't it? Can you do me a favour and do that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and while James is doing that, that's good. Just to run through the schedule for the rest of the day. It's currently just after 2:30 local time here in the UK. This is the A semi-final practice, which has just got underway and goes on for about 10 minutes. Then at 2:45 we have the B semi-final proper. 3:15 is the A semi-final proper. Then the 40 plus final is at 20:04. Junior final just after 4 o'clock. And the main final at 4:30. So that's what we've got on the schedule today. We finish up about 5:30. It's a 45-minute long final. But obviously we've got a little bit of time in the schedule for all the necessities around the main final.
Yes. Phil from Neobug is either very angry or in a rush. I think it was the latter.
I think it was the latter because he's trying to get the photos now of all the cars that are in the semi-finals, so that if he misses any during the actual semi-finals, it's a little media secret. Often we actually end up filming the semi-final practices. So if anything goes wrong during the semi-final or photographing, when we used to do the filming that we'd do little clips for, we'd just film the practice bit, and then if we missed anything, we could grab it from there. Shh! Don't tell anyone.
Ofcom will have something to say about this.
Yes. Yeah, we should put disclaimer.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the disclaimer would be, but
this part of the track, this part of the film is the practice and not the real thing.
Yeah.
That would be the disclaimer.
Yeah. Right.
Problem averted.
You've solved all the problems. Why don't you move on to World Hunger next?
World Hunger?
Mm.
I can't solve world hunger, but I did solve my own hunger.
How did you solve that?
With a cheeseburger.
Good. Good.
It's very nice.
That was nice, wasn't it? Food here is really good.
Mm.
Anything interesting happening on the YouTube chat? Is everyone...
No. Everyone's kind of still settling in after our outage.
Mm-hmm.
Again, apologies for that.
Yes.
We stream our events from all over Europe, and it's almost impossible. Well, it is impossible to try and get internet connections in some of the places that we stream from.
Yes, it is.
Because it's usually in the middle of a field, in the middle of nowhere. So we use satellite, and we have to beam up into the sky.
Yeah.
But if that thing in the sky
stops working,
we may as well not have internet. So that's what happened earlier. It's all sorted now. The engineers repaired the issue very fast, actually.
As we were talking to Phil, maybe they got out a very long ladder to went up and have a look.
Yes. Spoke to it harshly.
Maybe wrote it a letter.
Let's see. I don't think there's anyone waiting. Oh, there are requests. There are requests into Facebook. Yeah.
Let's whittle through those. In fact, while you do that, I'm going to head up
Whittle? I don't whittle.
Waffle.
I don't waffle. Adam Fryer.
Right, while you're doing that, I'm going to turn my mic onto mute while I walk up and join Paul in the gantry, because it's only about 10 minutes until we get started.
Right, yeah. Off you pop.
See you in a minute.
Adam Fryer, I think it said 7 or 8 friends in the group. You're from Isle of Wight. That's in the United Kingdom, for those of you that don't know. Let's have a look. Yes, he is, in fact, an RC racer. That's all I can get from his page. So, welcome, Adam Fryer, to RCTV. Joel Saws, also an RC racer. Let's see if we can see where you're from. Joel from nowhere. Another lockdown account. Joel, welcome to RC Racing TV. Ian Goddard, a member of No Group. I can see he's got a TLR shirt on there. Are you here today? I don't know if you are or not. Anyway, Ian Goddard, welcome to RC Racing TV. Jose Charata, 3 friends in the group. See if we can find some more information about you from Portugal. 400 friends. Looks like you're into photography possibly, and remote control car racing. Man after my own heart. Jose, welcome to the group. Lorenzo Crolla, 256 friends in this group, 5 mutual. Wow. You know a lot of people. Lorenzo, welcome to RC Racing TV. Marcus Dirks, 41 friends in the group, 3 mutual. Marcus, look, is that a picture from you here? No, I don't think that is you here. You are a buggy racer, and you are from No, can't see. Nevertheless, Marcus, welcome to RC Racing. You see, has Paul spotted some blue sky? I'm not quite sure. Or are they blue clouds? Oh no, there is a bit of blue in the sky. The clouds may open for our final today. We'll see. Anyway, Marcus, welcome to RC Racing TV. 3 people left. Sylvian Pelhate. Pelhate? My pronunciations are terrible. My apologies. 41's friends in the group. Where are you from? You're from France. Are you here this weekend? No, doesn't look like it. Nevertheless, welcome to RC Racing TV. Ricardo Perrin. Let's have a look. I thought I added you earlier. From Italy. You're engaged. Friends, 2 mutual, Phil and Ricardo. It tells me I think you're a buggy racer. Anyway, welcome to RC Racing TV, Ricardo. Last but by no means least, Luke Withers. Let's have a look at you. You have a picture of a Porsche, Ferrari. Don't think that's yours. You don't look old enough to drive. And a Mercedes. Some nice cars on your Facebook profile pic. And you play pool. Very good. Man after my own heart. Not enough people play pool anymore. Anyway, Luke, welcome to RC Racing TV. With that blurt of nitro in the background, I guess Ollie's just turned his microphone on.
I have. I thought I was about to get handed over to anyway. Yeah, so it's definitely some blue in the sky. And on top of that, I've actually had to put my sunglasses on.
No.
Yes.
Sunglasses?
Yeah.
Surely not this week. Oh, there
Hello.
he is.
There we go. See, this is me up in our scaffolding. I've got sunglasses on, but quite a few layers of clothing. It's sunny, but still quite cold. Should have put trousers on today, not shorts. Said that yesterday, didn't I? Yeah. Never mind. So coming to the end of this semi-final practice for the A semi-finalists. The B semi-finalists will have had their practice. They've then had these 10 minutes to sort their cars out. And they're going to be back up again to actually race. So that's what we have got coming up next. I'm not sure if Phil standing in the track there is just generally confused by what's going on now.
Where's Phil?
Right.
I can't see. You have to zoom in.
It just doesn't quite look...
There.
He's not sure where he's going to go or what he's doing, is he?
There's Phil from Neo Buggy.
Phil from Neo Buggy. Hi, Phil.
He's probably looking for a way out.
Yeah. I
take it we're still practicing.
Yeah, we've just had the end, though. So that's the end signal of practice. No more practice for semi-finalists. The next time they hit the track, they will be semi-finaling racing.
Phil there checking his phone, keeping in touch with the outside world.
Yeah. Which is quite remarkable since none of us have any phone signal here. You know, you were talking about nice cars earlier.
Yes.
On the that Facebook profile. I heard some of that, and yeah, we saw some nice pictures of Phil's unfortunate incident with his nice car.
Let's not use Phil's near-death experience as something to talk about live on air.
Okay, let's not then. Have you had any near-death experiences, James?
Can't say I have.
Okay.
Probably a lot more when I was younger.
Right. But you're not that old, surely.
Yeah, very old.
No. It's quite strange, because last time I was doing a race with you, we were in Sweden, weren't we?
Yes. Over a year ago.
Over a year ago. And, no, less than a year ago. Less than a year ago. And so that was me, you, and Stu Noble.
It was.
And basically you were like our dad for a week, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You did all sorts of important things, like looked after our passports and our money.
Yes. Gave you a pocket money allowance.
Yeah. Can we have some sweeties? No, not until you've eaten your greens. There weren't many greens, we just had quite a lot of pizza, didn't we?
Yeah, surprisingly a lack of meatballs in Sweden last year.
That was very odd.
Either IKEA or Sweden are lying, one of the two.
Yeah. I think it's Sweden. The whole of the country. Although I do rather like Sweden, so... we might be going back to Sweden sometime soon.
Why?
Can't say too much.
Oh.
Oh, for a race. A big race.
Oh.
Big race.
Oh.
But you never know.
Formula One?
No.
Oh.
No.
That's a big race.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
The Grand National. That's a big race.
Pardon?
The Grand National.
The Grand National. That's a big.
Yeah.
That is a big race. Yep. Boat race.
Pardon?
The university boat race.
A Pope race.
Boat.
Oh, boat race. Sorry, I was going to say.
Oh,
What's a
dear.
Pope race?
What's a Pope? Well, that's
There's only
where-
one Pope. It wouldn't be much of a race.
Or is it? Maybe
He's
the
won
Pope.
again.
Oh no! I've got it. The Pope race is surely the race to become Pope.
The race to become Pope.
Yeah.
Blue smoke, white smoke. No, it's black smoke, isn't it?
Yeah. Talking of white smoke, there's white smoke in the pit lane as cars are being fueled up and ready to go for the semi-final B proper.
I was just looking outside for a fire, then you got me all excited. Little shot there of the pit lane through the
Okay.
media window.
Through the window.
The window is getting continued dirtier throughout the week as well.
From all the nitro fumes. So Callum Niblett will be starting on pole position for this B semi-final. The second fastest qualifier, or second overall qualifier on the points system we had yesterday. Callum also actually up there standing closest to us on the driver stand. I don't know if Paul can reach around and see him.
My, as you know, my mother's got the children this weekend. She just sent me a picture of them watching Jurassic Park. They're very young.
The new one?
No, the old one.
The
Either way, it's still quite scary.
Is it the original?
That's going to be fun at bedtime
Is
tonight.
it the original one?
Yeah.
That's all right, because the other two weren't as good. As long as it's, decent Jurassic Park, that's fine.
Oh, dear.
I really want to go and see the new Jurassic Park.
Is that Niblet on screen?
It is Niblett on screen.
Callum.
Callum Niblett.
There's two Niblets, isn't there?
Well, his dad.
I thought there was another Niblet yesterday.
No.
Who am I thinking?
His dad and they are.
Does his dad race?
No, his dad's his
No.
pitman,
Dad's his pitman.
and also they're in charge of Nibbo Designs.
They're in charge of Nemo Designs?
Nibbo.
Nibbo.
Yep. They do some very nice clothing and decaling on clothing and things like that. And I know that they've kitted out all of the Hearts Club members with all the kit for official wear for
That
this
reminds
weekend.
me, I need a new hoodie. Anyway.
Well, we should talk to them afterwards because I do have. I'm going to plug this anyway. I do have a hoodie from them and it is rather nice.
Is it?
Yeah. They put all my logos on in the right places for me.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Which included an RCTV logo, of course.
Of course.
Yep.
Anyway,
that's almost verging on the point of stickers. But the track now opens. So they'll get about 2 warm-up laps. See, on top of their 10 minutes of practice they had earlier. James, can you hear me still?
Yes, I can.
If you see Phil in the media room at any point during these semi-finals,
Yes.
just let him know that what we talked about earlier, yes, that's fine with me and you.
Okay.
So, because I won't obviously get back down from here again until just before the final.
Okay.
Cool, thank you.
Will do.
Little bit of admin completed there.
How long is this? Is this a 20 minute?
20-minute semi-final, 20 minutes again. So all the finals are 20 minutes, apart from the main final, which is the mammoth 45-minute long
The Goliath.
endurance test.
Right. I'm going to leave you to do your thing commentating
Okie dokie,
then.
thank you very much.
I'm going radio silence. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, James. We'll talk to you later on. So, semi-final B. This is their warm-up laps. They'll get about 2 warm-up laps just to make sure they've got these cars completely dialed in to the track and to the surface as it stands at the moment. The surface here will evolve each and every lap, let alone each and every race. We've had a lot of rain here over the last couple of days. That's really affected the track. When we got here on Friday, beautiful, sunny, hot conditions. The track was in picture-perfect state. But then once we started qualifying day on the Saturday, things turned not so good weather-wise. We had a lot of rain. The track turned very, very muddy. We did the majority of qualifying in the mud. But now it's dried out again, so the track is drying out. Each and every lap, there's a different, slightly different racing line appearing, slightly different grip levels in different places. So we will see how the drivers manage to adapt to that. Of course, these guys had 10 minutes of practice just about a quarter of an hour ago. But that's that practice time didn't count for anything at all. The last 2 cars coming around to complete their warm-up laps. And all the cars being refueled. Okay, we just heard we had a 10-minute delay called. And I'm not sure why. If James can still hear me, maybe James can do some running around and find out why we've got a 10-minute delay.
Will do.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly what the EFRA rules are. I know in some classes one of the finalists can call for a 10-minute delay, but normally they don't then cut the engines. So I don't know if there is an issue with race control or something like that. Anyway, we'll send James off to hopefully find out for us. So while he's doing that, I guess what I can do is give you a rundown once again of who is in this semi-final. The first of our two semi-finals. This is the B semi-final. That's made up of the drivers who qualified in the even number positions, 2, 4, 6, 8 and so on, all the way down. So it's Cameron Levitt who'll start on pole, Simon Reeves second, Jonathan Skidmore third, John Holmes fourth, Oliver Curry in fifth. Top 5 are all Brits. Then Ricardo Burton is going to start in 6th place. Ricardo was a star at the Euro contest race just 1 week ago in Italy. A little bit different conditions from Italy here to Hertford in the UK. I don't think they've ever heard of rain in most parts of Italy there, and it was certainly a lot warmer than here. Phil from Neo Buggy was telling us all about it earlier on, and we got very jealous. Unfortunately, we're not in Italy. We are in Hearts, and that's I think the great thing with the European Championships. They rotate around different countries every year, so you get to experience all kinds of different tracks, styles of track, types of track, weather conditions. Really make sure they are tests for the drivers. So that's Ricardo who can line up 6th. James Lefpavre will be 7th. Lewis Beach in 8th. Ben Williams 9th. Robin Frischkopf in 10th. Nuno Ribeiro in 11th. And Nuno Rebello in 12th.
Ahem. Somebody, I'm very loud, somebody from Nemo Racing called the 10-minute timeout, went running into their tent with a car.
Oh, okay.
That's all we know.
Okay,
Who
so
drives for Nemo?
quite a few of these drivers.
Ah.
Quite a few of them in this semi-final. Cameron Livlett, who's starting on pole in this one, is one of them. But his car's sitting on the pit lane wall, so it's not his.
I'll see if I can get more information.
Yeah, please do. If we had another roving mic, we'd could send you off with it. I can't get down from this tower quick enough.
No, just keep an eye on your signal as well. Make sure you're in a good place.
I'm leaning out as much as I can. Paul, if I stand here, can you see the first corner? Right, so whilst we are...
It was.
Okay,
Sorry
yes.
to crash you. It was
No.
car number 9. Car number 9's on the way back to the pits.
Number 9.
I think. I'm assuming it was car number 9.
Ben Williams.
I guess they're going to start it up again. If they call a 10-minute, do they have to go to the extent of the 10 minutes, or can they go, no, we're okay now, let's carry on?
I believe... I don't know, actually. I think they have to run the whole 10 minutes.
Because obviously all the engines are cooling down, I guess.
Yeah. Because I know, I know I've been to some 1/8 on road where we had a 10-minute delay, and the track has remained open, and people have just been able to actually use that 10 minutes for additional practice time. Obviously, what that does mean is that number 9 car of Ben, assuming that it is him who called the 10-minute delay, will start from the 13th position on the grid. Not a huge issue for him, dropping 9th to 13th. It's only a few metres, but it does mean he's got 3 extra cars to pass.
On the screen now, for anyone that's interested, since we've got 10 minutes to fill, is car number 5, and I can't see who that is.
Car number 5 is Oliver Curry.
It's literally right outside the window, so I have the webcam through a dirty pane of glass. But that is for any newcomers or anyone just tuning into our channel. That is the type of car that they race.
Yeah, and
unfortunately, I can't put anything next to it for scale. I think the usual unit of measurement on the internet at the moment is banana for scale.
that's interesting, because surely bananas are often different sized.
Yes, I think that's the joke.
Right.
But on Reddit, everything is a banana for scale. I don't know why.
Okay. Right.
And there you go. You learn something new every day.
But you're a big fan of Reddit, aren't you?
Yes.
As we were discussing last night. Yeah, so that's the sort of buggy that all these guys are racing. All 24 of them that are left in this competition, this B European Championships. If you're new to EFRA and the Euros and RC Racing TV and our coverage of it, the B Euros is basically for anyone who's not an A driver, essentially, and you get the A licence by being in the top 50 in this class last year at the Euros, and I believe in the previous year as well, or if you've made a main final in any other class at a Euros. So that was an additional rule that was brought in previously. Lee Martin is a former B European champion, so it wasn't for him so much of a stepping stone, but it was his first start in nitro buggy racing that year, but he had made A's at electric buggy, so they added that rule in, so that's the Lee Martin rule that we got put in place, we call it. But nevertheless, there are plenty of other names that have won B European Championships and have gone on to become stars, such as David Ronnefeldt being the most notable one. Won the B Euros back in, I think, and Phil will know this off the top of his head straight away, but I believe it was 2009 that Ronnefeldt won the B Euros, and of course now he has won many other international level events. So it is a big stepping stone for drivers, and some of the guys who will be competing for that B European title are in this one.
Ollie, do me a favour, just poke your head around the side of the tail, make sure we haven't got a crowd around the satellite, please. I don't think we should, because it's not really near the track. But
no, nobody is near it. The nearest person is there's 3 people the other side of it, but nowhere near it.
Excellent, thank you. Let's see if we've got anything on the social media.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
As soon as I can tell you trying to fill.
Yeah. This is just filling. So I made that take longer than it needed to as well, didn't I? Off you go. Anything on the social media? I'll introduce it properly. James, is there anything on Facebook? James?
Hang on.
Do you remember what Facebook is? What James is doing is he's going to facebook.com and then in the search bar he's typing in RC Racing TV and clicking search.
I know how to do it.
But people at home might not.
I was just talking to Carlos from EFRA.
Oh,
very demanding, Ollie.
What were you talking to Carlos from EFRA about?
Music.
Music?
Copyright and YouTube and infringement.
Oh, God.
Any of those 4 words in that particular order.
Mm.
Do we have anyone waiting?
There must be some at least Facebook comments or something on there.
No Facebook comments. I think people are just glad that we're back after our technical woes.
Anyone on YouTube? People on YouTube must be complaining about something at least.
Claudio Max. 14 friends in the group. Claudio. Where are you from? Lives in Vizu. No, you're a real person. You've got plenty of friends in the group. But welcome to RC Racing TV. Andy Taylor, 52 friends in the group. Let's see if we recognise Andy. Is he here? Is he someone I've seen from a club before? Maybe. I think I might actually recognise him. Anyway, nevertheless, hello Andy Taylor. Welcome to RC Racing TV.
Welcome along.
Last but no least, it's been a long weekend. Last but by no means least, Frank Plate. 2 friends in the group already. Let's have a look at you. You are from France. Very locked down account. Good, but bad for me now. As we discussed earlier, if your account's locked down, we're just going to make things up. So Frank is into horse riding, model balloon making, and crochet.
Good.
Yep. So if your account's locked down, I'm going to make up some interests for you.
Fantastic.
Let's see if there's anything. There's a lady to the side of me all weekend. She's been printing the heat listings, the results, and everything, and working that photocopier into the ground. And she just looked at me in a very strange way when I was going on and making up my interests. I think she.
I suppose the worst part is she only hears half of this conversation.
She only hears half the conversation, yeah. So she just gets the weird stuff.
As Paul shows us is that a Wellington bomber?
Oh, is that a
Lancaster?
Depends. I can't see the top.
I can't see the top. Bit of a plane fan, are we there?
Or it's a DC-10. There's only a few. I don't think it's a Lancaster.
Well, it's gone now, so that's
has 4
good.
engines
and
anyway.
we've got something to talk about because the engines are fired.
Actually, I have to admit, I didn't really want to say, but I had arranged that, but they were running 10 minutes late. I wanted that for the start of the semi-A's.
Yep.
I arranged for the flyover of the World War II bomber. But they were 10 minutes late, so I asked Nemo to call a 10-minute race, and it's all worked out fine in the end.
Fantastic. So, anyway, a couple of warm-up laps once again.
Ollie, make your mind up on your volume. Are you going to be loud today or quiet?
I am very likely to get quite loud during these finals.
Okay, I'm going
The more exciting they are, the louder I will get.
Yes.
That's how it generally works.
That means I'm going to have to...
With people who do the job that I...
But it makes it very awkward because it means I've got to fiddle your knob for the whole race.
That's also your... But,
to try and control your volume.
Yes, you what you meant. And I think everyone at home did as well. But that's your job. That's why you're here.
Was it a B-17? I don't know. We have a few plane spotters in the group. Someone else is saying it could be a Wellington.
All right. That is it for our warm-up laps. Oh, Phil's taking photos from in front of us. Cars are being returned to the pits. Semi-final, B semi-final, the first of the semi-finals.
Ollie, you might be better using the Coles mic.
Which is great, apart from that's in the room with you now.
So it is. Continue with the wireless mic.
Okay. If you would like to run the other one up, we'll see how these go. Main final, I can always switch over.
See how it goes. It's mainly your volume that I have a problem with. Keep it consistent.
Not much chance. I can't keep anything distant. You should see my driving. I wouldn't make a semi-final at Euros B. All right, but the drivers who have made the B semi-final have been carried out to the grid. Here we go. 5 seconds to the start. Semi-final number 1. Oh, we're going to call for restart there. Not entirely sure what happened then. Don't know. Maybe there was a... So drivers being reminded they need to wait for the horn to start. Here we go, into the countdown again. We are racing in 5. And this time we get away. Callum Niblett leads them off from the pole position, that number 1 buggy. Over the green mile for the first time. It looks like a pretty clean start up, almost a clean start up front. I think that was a number 2 car going tumbling on the very first time across the green mile. The first time of asking, not making it through those difficult jump sections. But out in front, Callum Niblett leads them off. Simon Reeves is the driver who has dropped down the field, and I believe it's number 3 of Jonathan Skidmore, who's made his way up into the 2nd position. Now, this is a semi-final. It's all about trying to get through to the main final coming up later on this afternoon. And you'll need to be in the top 6 places. The top 6 places go straight through to the main final. There's no fastest losers or last chance race, like anything like that. It's a straight up race. Top 6 go through. The other 6 are out. Down the front straight they come for the first time through the Groltner banking. Callum Niblett in the number 1 buggy, starting to edge out his lead. Battles going on down the field. This is the battle for around the 6th place. This is the guys who are trying to make it into the main final. Oh, we've got the 2nd place car, Jonathan, upside down, going through the Orion off cambers. Out in front, Callum Niblett, decent lead already. He was so composed in the final round of qualifying when he had a chance to TQ, but unfortunately made a mistake on the very final lap of his qualifying run. That pushed him into the second place overall, but still put him on pole in one of the semi-finals, which is a good place to be. He's made a good start, made a good first couple of laps, and he leads them over the double tabletop now. Through the S's he goes into the Durango double now. Through on the right-hand side of the track, you can see there's no other cars anywhere near him on the circuit at the moment. Through the Orion off-camber, he goes back to the centre of the circuit. Through the VRC mountains, over the small roller, then the left-hand side comes up next. We've got the backside tabletop there. He rounds the penultimate corner, up to the final far turn, down the step downs, and then through this high-speed chicane, across the timing line, onto the front straight start. Another lap here around the Hearts Nitro Model Car Club circuit. Second spot is the number 6 car now. Ricardo Berton, we were talking about him earlier on. He's worked his way up to second. We expect him to be one to challenge when it comes to the final. He's finally got his buggy dialed into this circuit by the look of it. Third place, I think, is number 4 of John Holmes. Yes, it is. John Holmes is in 4th. Jonathan Skidmore in 5th place. In fact, this is the battle now coming back to the centre circuit for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th places. Those guys trying to get through into the main final. 7th and 8th places, tracking them down, trying to close the gap. Callum Niblett, though, out front in control of this. Don't forget, we will have fuel stops coming to play. It's a 20-minute long final. The guys are going to use this to try and test some of their fuel mileage as well. Buggies bouncing all over the place as they come onto the front straight. Callum, our leader, works way through the Orion off-cambers now. Second spot, only going over the Durango doubles. A massive lead for Callum. Third place is Jonathan Skidmore. Callum Niblett out in front, works his way through the backside of the circuit now. Battle still going on all the way down the field. The battle for the main final position. Oh, there's a mistake there from our 6th place car. Drops him out of a bump up spot. And incidents in front of them. That's 11 and 5 battling over this final bump up. Nuno Ribeiro and Oliver Curry. Those are the guys racing for this final bump up. We had a change again. I believe it's now going to be Oliver back to the 6th spot and that final bump up place. Yes, it is. Oliver back into a bump up position now, trying to make it through to the main final. Out in front, though, Callum Niblett leads Ricardo Berton by 6.5 seconds last time by. John Holmes is 3 seconds further back. Jonathan Skidmore another 2 seconds further back. James Lepavot showing in 5th place. There's our leader down the front straight. Here comes 2nd place now. Battle is for 3rd. The 4 and the 3. John and Jonathan. John Holmes and Jonathan Skidmore racing for 3rd place. 5 down. Still 15 minutes to go. The sky's starting to darken. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I don't know if this could be an indication we could have some rain on the way. Throw another variable into the mix at this very demanding circuit here in Hertfordshire. Mistake from our leader up front. Callum now in a battle for the lead, and again he makes a mistake going through the high-speed chicane. We have a change for the lead. The number 6 of Ricardo takes over the lead. Callum dropping to 2nd. Or the 4 of John Holmes still there in 3rd place. They have to be smart about this, though. They want to win this semi-final, get a good grid spot, but the most important thing is making it through to that main final. So Callum Niblett once again demonstrating the raw speed he has, but showing he might have a few mistakes in him. If he can calm that down for the main final, that will definitely boost his chances. Meanwhile, Ricardo Berton showing the exact opposite. He's slowly built his pace up through this weekend. Down the front straight he comes. He now leads this B semi-final by 1.7 seconds at the line. 6 minutes down, 14 minutes to go. 6, 1 and 4 are our top 3 buggies. They work their way through the Orion off-cambers. Through the VRC mountains, into the left side of the track. They're getting slightly spread out now. 4th place, Jonathan Skidmore. 5th, James Lepavo. That's 4th and 5th. So here we go, Callum Niblett, car number 1, into the pit lane for the first fuel stop. Sliding the tyres, getting the car stopped in time. The fuel gun goes in, topping up the tank. I could even see that wasn't needing the whole set of the whole use of the fuel gun. Jonathan Skidmore also now into the pits. These guys being pitted by some very experienced pit crews down there. So the head of Nemo Racing there helping out his team drivers in the pits, along with their usual pit crews. This is the level of racing we've got here at European Championships. This is a semi-final trying to get in there. Darren Bloomfield is also down there in the pits, a former European champion, also pitting for some of his teammates. 7 minutes down, 13 minutes to go. Ricardo Burton leads this one. Callum Niblett showing in second place as these pit stops cycle through. Very, very tricky pit lane here at Herts. You've got 3 speed bumps on the way in. You can't put too much power down. You risk throwing the car off. You don't want to make a mistake on the way into the pit lane. The pit lap is long enough as it is. You don't want to add extra time to that as well. We're going to let things shake themselves out as we go through these couple of laps around the pit stops. Eight minutes down, 12 minutes to go. The first round of pit stops looks to be just about completed. Callum Niblett still holding down the second spot. Ricardo Burton still shown as our leader. The leader actually this time is up by about 6.5, 7 seconds. So Ricardo in the 6 is our leader. Ricardo was shown as our leader, but I see Callum is going to be the next person to come through and break the timing beam. So Callum Niblett now taking over the lead again. Yes, Ricardo has dropped down to second during that cycle of pit stops. John Holmes is in third. Second and third places are a little way back from Callum. So Callum and his crew doing some good work through that pit stop cycle. Ricardo not being as lucky, dropping down to second place. Now involved in a battle for third over the Durango doubles. 9.5 minutes down, 11.5 minutes to go. Callum, Ricardo, John, then Jonathan, James and Oliver. That's our 6 qualifiers at the moment. Ben Williams is the man on the outside looking in. Our second and third place battle goes around the Grosvenor banking. John Holmes takes over the second spot. Ricardo drops to third. Jonathan Skidmore there in fourth. Comes around the banking now. James in. John Holmes is in second. Jonathan Skidmore in fourth. James Lepavo in fifth. Battle for third place over the backside tabletop. Fourth place all by himself. Cars start to spread themselves out slightly now as we wind through this race. 10.5 minutes down. Still 9.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time for things to happen. We've got one more round of pit stops to go as well. Okay, our battle for the final bump-up position goes across the Durango double. Cars 5, 7 and 9 work their way through the Orion off-camber into the VRC mountains. James Lepavo, Ollie Curry and Ben Williams. James and Ollie are the two that are making it through to the final at the moment. Ben trying to get on terms with them. A little way back from them at the moment. If Paul can hold just at the start of the straight, and we can just see the gap back. There's our 7th place coming through now. That is the gap. That's essentially the gap between making it into the main final and the shot at becoming a European champion and watching it from the sidelines. 8 minutes to go, 8 minutes left. Callum Niblett continuing to lead. Well clear of the field once again now. Second spot is Ricardo Burton. He's got himself back into second, I think. No, we've had a switch around again. John Holmes retaking second, Ricardo to third. Jonathan Skidmore in fourth, second, third and fourth together over the green mile. We're focusing here on our 7th place man, the man that isn't going to make it through to the grand final if things stay like this for another 7 minutes. We'll be having another round of pit stops very shortly. The first of those cars comes in, but that is one of the back markers. None of our leaders have made their second pit stop yet. Callum coming down the front straight, going to run another lap. Seven and a half minutes to go. Sorry, 7 minutes to go. Check that. 7 minutes to go. Callum out in front. John Holmes, Ricardo Burton and Jonathan Skidmore, second, third and fourth in a battle. Okay, Callum Niblett is now going to make his way into the pit lane for his second fuel stop. Sliding the tyres slightly, getting it stopped in time. Fuel tank is filled up. He's down and away. Hangs on to the lead. John Holmes comes through in second. Ricardo Burton is there in third place. So despite having that fuel stop, Callum still maintains the lead. We are still with Ben Williams, who is running in 7th place, still on the outside looking in, but he is closing on the 2 cars in front of him, and that's the bump up places. They are within sight. Six minutes to go. 6 minutes. While we cycle through his fuel stops, let's flip over and pick up our leader once again. We're already on the leader. So Callum works his way over the Durango double. The white and red buggy around the far side of the circuit. Up through the Orion off cambers now. Back towards the centre of the circuit and into the VRC mountains. Let's get them another lap under their belts and we can figure out exactly who is running where. Once we've got an extra lap on the board, we will have about 5 minutes to go. Everyone will be good on fuel to the finish. There's Callum coming around to complete another lap. Car behind him, I believe, is going to be 1 lap down. The 4 of John Holmes is in second. The 6 of Ricardo Burton is third. The 3 of Jonathan Skidmore is in fourth. The 5 of Ollie Curry is into 5th. In front of James LePavo and Ben Williams. Ben Williams still on the outside looking in. So we've got some buggies upside down in the centre of the circuit. And I believe that was our second place car. John Holmes was upside down. He's lost a couple of places. Callum Niblett now with a huge lead over the field. To give you an idea, our second place car down the front straight in front of us, Callum is already going through the S's and into the Durango double. That has got to be a lead of at least 10 or 12 seconds. And we've only got 4 minutes to go. Callum Niblett well in cruise control mode now. His pit crew will be telling him exactly where things stand. He'll realise already that his comfortably clear of the rest of the field. Here comes Callum now through that high-speed chicane. Onto the front straight. We are watching the battle in front of him. So Ricardo Burton is running second, John Holmes, Jonathan Skidmore third and fourth. Let's look at the battle for the last of the bump-up places. Going over the Durango double now, the 7 buggy, the 5 and the 9. They're slightly spread out in the Orion off cambers. The 3 at the very back of the circuit. The first of which getting into the mountains now, the second going through the mountains, and the third just getting up to mountains now. So fairly spread out in our battle to get into that final bump-up spot. A 5-second gap. Ben Williams has got to try and close down in the final 2.5 minutes of this race. So here is Ben Williams in the number 9. So we've got one guy flamed out there. That is the number 2 of Simon Reeves. Qualified really, really well, but not been having a good final. Was running in 8th at the time, but out of fuel or problem with the engine. He is out of this one. The pitch crew are carrying the car back, not even going to try and restart it and get him back into this race. He knows his chance of making it into the main final is over, unfortunately, for his European Championship hopes. Down the front straight, the 11 car is being lapped by 2 others. But here we stay with Ben Williams, the man on the outside looking in and trying to close the gap down. The car in front of him, Ollie Curry, is the man he needs to catch. The distance between them was about the length of the Green Mile. The gap has been coming down lap after lap. It's down to about 3 seconds, but we've only got 1.5 minutes to go. Ben's going to have to find a little bit more pace than this if he wants to make it through to the main final. Ollie Curry currently holding down the 6th place and the last transfer position. 1:15 to go. Over the backside tabletop he goes. The field are starting to close up slightly on each other. That's not going to help Ben out at all, though. He needs the field to close up with him, and he is being pegged at about 1.6 seconds behind Ollie Curry. Meanwhile, Callum Niblett, you're not missing anything up front. He is keeping it on 4 wheels, just as I say that. I look over and he's up on 2. But he's got this well under control, massively clear of the rest of them. Huge lead for Callum Niblett. We're into the final 30 seconds now. The action taking place at the back of the circuit. Ben Williams trying to close down the cars in front of him. The car immediately in front of him is a lap down. He needs to get past that car and then get to the next car in front of him, which is Ollie Curry. Ollie holding down the spot to move into the main final with just 10 seconds to go. It's the final lap. So unless anyone is out of fuel on this last lap, it's a race to the line. Here we go. Through the final corner, and he hasn't done enough. Ollie Curry holds on to the last transfer position. So Callum Niblett, no doubt about the winner there, still has, he's miles clear of the field, actually ended up 2/3 of a lap up on everyone else. So his speed he showed from qualifying is real in these longer finals as well. He's just got to prove that for more than double that length of time. 45 minutes is very different. 45 minutes very different from the 20-minute semi-finals. But still, a really good run there from Callum Niblett, taking home the win in semi-final B. Next up, semi-final A. James, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Any comments from anyone on the YouTube chat during that?
I will take a look. I was busy switching and giving quiet replays that didn't hide from the action that was on the track.
Fantastic. So I hope you enjoyed those replays. Thank you to VRC for being our replay sponsor for this weekend. Don't forget, check out VRC for all your online RC racing game simulation-y stuff. Also, thank you to Team Durango and the DNX8. Thank you to Graupner, Saw, and thank you to Team Orion. And of course, thank you to EFRA for asking us to come here in the first place to cover the race.
Don't think there's much in the way of comments. Somebody asking, is VRC making this track on their game? I have no idea.
We don't know, I'm afraid.
Why don't you send an email to inquiries@vrc.com? I'm making that up, I don't know. It'll be on their website. Send in a suggestion. Be a good track to copy. I like this track.
It would be really good. And we've seen from that semi-final, it's proved to be very challenging, but also very, very raceable.
Yes.
That's the most important thing. We want to have a challenging track. We want to have a raceable track. If we can have both, even better. And I think that's exactly what we've got here at Hearts. We saw plenty of overtaking.
A quick ad in between races. Lee Hewson from North Nottingham, studied at North Nottinghamshire College.
That's your neck of the woods.
It's Paul's neck of the woods, isn't it?
Paul's nodding, yes it is.
Do you know Lee Hewson?
Does Paul not? No, he doesn't.
No. Shared your IT department limited photo. Oh, we have a. Is that a? What is that? Microlight. We now have a microlight. So we've had World War II bombers and now microlights. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't Plains TV. This is in fact RC TV. But we venture out. There's no restriction on what we'll show.
Absolutely not.
Or talk about.
No, definitely not.
Lee Hewson, welcome to RC Racing.
Welcome, Lee.
TV Facebook group. How's the weather looking out there, Ollie?
I've just got a little bit distracted, sorry. The weather is looking very nice.
What have you got distracted about? You're in a scaffolding tower surrounded by tarpaulin and you just stood there with Paul and the camera.
Paul is now going to show you what I got distracted by.
Okay. Ah.
There we go.
I see. I have some trackside things I need to attend to, so I will leave you commentating.
Okay, are you going to head over our way by any chance?
Possibly.
Possibly. All the things you do are right by us, of course. Anyway, so that was the B semi-final. We've just seen the A semi-final being called back to the pit lane. I'm getting a bit warm. Paul, can you just hold the mic for 1 second?
Is that a coincidence?
Yeah, James, everything seems to be working good from our point of view here. If you did need to maybe bring some spare batteries and things, you could always walk back and get those and come back over again. Well, I'm down to 2 out of 3. Yeah, water would be good as well. All right, let's do some proper stuff now. Semi-final A. Cars are on the starting grid. The countdown begins. We're racing in less than 10. And here we go. A semi-final off and running. From the pole position, João Figueiredo, our top qualifier from yesterday, leads them off a decent lead already as there's mayhem behind him. Off and running here in our A semi-final. João Figueiredo from the pole position leads them off. Tony Truman was the number 2 car on the grid and looks like he runs in second. Through the high speed chicane for the first time, down the front straight, kicking up some dust there. Joel puts the power down. Second spot, Tony. Third spot is the number 5 car. Kevin Bronson makes way up to third from 5th on the grid, and a huge gaggle of cars fighting over that last bump up spot. Don't forget though, this is a 20-minute long final. 20 minutes of racing. Only 1 minute down, so plenty of time for them to make up spaces. Make up places? Spaces? Space and places. Into the Sea Mountains they go. Through the backside, through the left side, through the backside tabletop. Up to the far corner now. Down through the step downs, the high speed chicane, onto the front straight. Out in front though, João Figueiredo leads this one. Tony Truman is second, Kevin Bronson is third. Pile up as they go through the section just before the Orion off cambers. Referees giving some warnings out there for that action. Green car in 7th place, I believe. Number 4 is our first guy looking in. It is indeed. Leon Good is on the outside looking in at the moment. Trying to chase down Jamie Clancy in front of him. Juan Carlos in front of him. Jamie Clancy in front of that. And Dragon just in front of him. Three minutes down, 17 minutes to go. On to the front straight comes this gaggle of cars again. Seven buggies running nose to tail over the Durango double. Still going over the Durango double. Still going over. There we go. That's all 7 of them cleared over that. Freight training themselves through the centre of the circuit. They start to split up a little bit. But still, we've got these guys all battling for the positions they desperately need. We've had a change in the lead as well. Tony Truman now taking over the lead. Front of João Figueiredo, going through the right backside. Let's jump over and catch them as they go through the Orion off camber. Into the mountains. João now retaking the lead from Tony. We thought Tony was going to be one of the contenders for this title. He knows this track very, very well. He struggled a little bit in qualifying. He only got 2 runs in, but those runs were actually very, very quick. But put himself on the back foot a bit because he had to be a little bit conservative to make sure he got those runs in. Ended up qualifying 3rd, which was a very respectable result. So now challenging for the win and the lead here in this A semi-final. Wants to get himself as far up the grid for the main final as possible, but the most important thing is making it through to the main final. 5 minutes down, 15 minutes to go. Battle for the lead through the high-speed chicane. Onto the front straight now. Into the green mile they go. Our leaders work their way over the backside tabletop. All up on two wheels a little bit as they go through the step downs. Both of them getting up on two wheels. Onto the front straight then. Tony trying to carry a bit more speed, but looking a little bit more unsettled. So still the battle for the lead goes on. Down the front straight comes our leading battle. Things starting to spread out behind. Top six have a decent gap over the rest of the field as we're going to be approaching fuel stops. We hit the 6.5 minute mark. Oh, problem there from, I think that was Tony getting caught up. Lost him a little bit of time, but no spaces. These two setting a blistering pace. They are clear of Kevin Brunson by a huge margin at the moment. From what I've seen in these semi-finals so far, I think we have a three-horse race here in the main final. Joel keeps going for an extra lap as Tony Truman dives into the pits. Here we go, fuel goes in and down and away he goes. That's his dad working with the boss of Nemo Racing. Tony's sponsor getting the car fueled properly. So let's go and pick up our leader who works his way over the backside tabletop. Up to the far corner now and down the step downs. I think he'll be diving to the pits this time by. No, going to run another lap. So João Figueiredo from Portugal. It looks like it's going to be a battle between him and most of Great Britain for this overall B European title. Juan Carlos has worked his way to third, Kevin Bronson fourth, Milan in fifth, Jean-Perique in sixth. That was the order last time through the timing loop. As we cycle through these pit stops, things will change very quickly though. Very easy for them to lose a few seconds and then a few positions. Still no pit for our leader as we cross into nearly 9 minutes. Very, very long on this first fuel run. Oh, very, very safe or unsafe landing, but managed to save it off of the green mile. João Figueiredo. Works way through the Orion off camber now. Got some slower cars in front of him. Doesn't need to worry too much about them. Doesn't need to force issue too much. On the left side of the circuit he goes. Over the backside table. Down the step downs. Still out there. I saw his pit crew there calling up to him, so he'll be in for fuel the next time by. Weather looks like it's starting to close in a bit now. It's definitely getting darker and windier than it was for the first of our semi-finals. Our race leader got that gaggle of slower cars in front of him. I would think he's going to sit behind them though until he comes in for his fuel stop. Pit lane getting very, very busy. Oh, almost being put down on top of another car. They're going to get a warning for that. And now he's losing a bit of time as he comes out there, and that is Tony Truman right in front of him. So Tony has done the work he needed to do during that part of fuel. the field run there. However, we guessed though, that means Joao is going to go and try and go to the end on this tank of fuel, whereas Tony will need to stop one more time. Even the best in the world can't go 13 minutes on a tank of fuel, and that's what Tony would have to do. Problem there for Tony. Rolling it at the top of the track. Marshall gets him back on 4 wheels. And then a problem for our leader. Leader crashes coming off the green mile. Tony back through to the lead. So 1 mistake apiece there. Running order is resumed. Tony Truman out in front. Joao Figueiredo in 2nd place. 3rd place, in a very lonely 3rd place, is Kevin Brunson. Let's give Kevin some airtime. As he gets some airtime himself, going across the green mile, the white buggy onto the F double tabletops now. Into the S he goes. All by himself on the track. Loads of clear space around him. Kevin Brunson, very experienced racer. Working his way into the VRC mountains now. As we get mistakes from both Tony and Joao again on the green mile, but they both use about the same amount of time. So once again, the static battle continues. So 3rd place man Kevin Brunson clearing the green mile now. We have got about 8.5 minutes, 7.5 minutes, check that to go. 7.5 minutes to go. Kevin Brunson running in the 3rd spot. No, sorry, Kevin is running in 4th. Juan Carlos, through that cycle of fuel stops, has made his way up into 3rd and has held on to 3rd. Going longer on the fuel. Kevin in 4th. Well safe, though, in terms of moving up into the main final, I'd say, at the moment. Fuel stop round number 2 is beginning. Let's keep a watch on the pit lane, see if we get any mistakes there. All nice and clear so far. The rest of the guys will be coming in probably this time round. Kevin Brunson goes on for another lap. Is pit crew calling him next time by? More shouts going up from the pits to the driver's stand. Getting their drivers in. Here comes Tony Truman to the far end of the pit lane, closest to us. Nicely, neatly fueled. That gives Joao the lead back. The number 10 of Juan Carlos comes in, down and away. Kevin now in the pits. That's our first 4 cars all fueled. Unless Joao needs to come in again at any point towards the end for a splash and dash. Oh, we got a pile up on the banking at the far side of the circuit. 1 car left upside down there. As more drivers make their way to pit lane. Car 12 has got the leaders with him. He's being warned. He lets them go. And now car 8 gets the leaders with him. Joao has closed the gap up. Sorry, Tony's closed the gap up to Joao as they work their way over the Durango double. The 2 bright yellow and orange coloured cars through the off camber now. So at the moment, my timing screen is showing Joao leading from Tony and Juan Carlos and Kevin. That's the top 4. Gonzalo Mello is in 5th, Carl Jackson is in 6th, and Bradley Baird is the man on the outside looking in. Some super close racing here up front as we go round the paving stones over the EFRA double tabletops. Into the S's now. Tony Truman showing Joao that he's got some serious speed in that car. They work their way through the VRC mountains again with 4 minutes to run. 4 minutes. Oh, mistake there from Tony coming through the high-speed chicane. Costs him some time. Not only placed the car behind him, is a lap down. Doesn't need to worry about him. Can focus solely on the car in front of him. Joao Figueiredo, meanwhile, is going to be the first car that comes up on the next set of traffic, and that's often the case where someone can close in. When you approach the back marker traffic, the first car through is the one that's caught out most, makes the back markers aware, but we haven't even got to the back markers. Tony Truman on the attack through the row and off cambers. Joao Figueiredo trying to defend. They go over the VRC mountains, through the centre of the circuit, small roller, then the left-hand side of the track. We've got a car upside down. They both just about managed to avoid him by choosing to go to the tight inside line, threading their cars past that car and the curbstone. Down the step downs, Tony Truman throwing everything at this one with 3 minutes left to run. Down the front straight comes our battle for the lead in this semi-final. Side-by-side action here going across the green mile. Nose to tail onto the paving stones, sliding the cars sideways. Up and over the double tabletops they go, into the S's one more time. Far to the far right side of the circuit. We're going to focus on this battle for the lead at the moment. There is a battle going on for the bump-up places, but this battle for the lead is going to set the grid at the front of the field for the main final. Joao Figueiredo, Tony Truman racing to try and be up at the front of the grid. Up on 2 wheels from Joao, but he manages to gather it back up. Tony Truman puts the power down hard, coming off the front straight. Through the Graupner banking they go, into the green mile. Into the double tabletops. Tony trying to find a way past here. Landing it. Running a little bit. Joao runs a bit wide. Tony hits him, but Tony does the right thing and waits for him to recover. Avoids any sort of penalty. The car behind is 1 lap down. Through the Ryan off cambers they go. With 2 minutes to run. 2 minutes left. So this lap and probably 2 more for our leaders. Far side of the circuit, down the step downs they come. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Down the front straight. Joao Figueiredo, Tony Truman, Portugal versus Great Britain. Into the double they go. Through the double tabletops. The flat S's, then over the Durango double. 1 minute 15 to go. 1:15 to go. Tony Truman trying to find a way past Joao Figueiredo at the dying moments here of our second semi-final. All this matters for is going to be the grid position that starts the main final. We've got a car off in front of them. The marshal is going to recover them right, that car right in the middle, and that catches out Tony Truman. But Tony just about gets it back on 4 wheels. He's away with that one. Not lost any places. Some poor marshalling there, putting the car back down in front of a faster car. That's not what I want to see here. So that looks like it's settled the race in favour of Joao. With just 30 seconds to go, it's going to be a cruise to the end of this lap. Tony running in second. Juan Carlos is third. Kevin is fourth. Gonzalo Mello in fifth. Jean-Pierre Sartel in 6th place with 20 seconds left. Carl Jackson is the man on the outside looking in, and in fact it was Carl Jackson whose car was off at the back that got involved in that incident with Tony Truman, and that might have been enough to cost him that spot in the main final. Time has now expired. Drivers are racing to the line. Impressively here what we've seen though, Joao Figueiredo has done this on just 1 fuel stop. 2 10-minute tank fulls. Everyone else has been looking at around 7 minutes on a tank. They best find something if they want to challenge him for the final, or they might have a bit more speed and think they can make up for that extra fuel stop they're going to have to make. In fact, it could be 2 extra fuel stops they need to make. Joao Figueiredo, though, over the backside tabletop for the final time. Through the left side of the circuit to the far corner, down the step downs. Joao going to come through and take the win in the semi-final, the second semi-final. Tony Truman still recovers to only be within a couple of seconds of him at the finishing line. Those two are definitely going to be ones to watch in the main final later on.
Thanks, Holly, there for the commentary. I've actually got a replay of the... How would you describe it? Was that a bad marshal, Ollie?
I think, from where I was standing, you had the two leaders coming through and the marshal put the car down in between the two fastest cars on the circuit.
Here we go. The leaders come down. Yes, he does. He puts them in between.
The driver then
Slower.
decides to gun the throttle and pull out in front of the second place car, I think.
The car that was put down as it came off the jump, he veered off to the left and took out the rear car. Was that Truman?
That was Truman he took out, yeah. But it doesn't matter now. It's settled. The race is settled anyway, so we will shortly know our 12 cars who will race for the European Championship a little bit later on. What's up next on the time schedule? I can't remember which way around these go.
What was that one?
That was the second of the semi-finals.
Up next, we've got the 40-plus final.
40-plus final.
15:40, so we are 10 minutes behind.
Oh, so we had that 10-minute call for delay earlier, didn't we?
Of
so
course
that would
we
be
did,
why
yeah.
I would
That would
guess.
be why.
So, oldies final.
I went and had a photograph taken
Did you?
during...
Who did you have a photograph taken with, James?
A couple of the staff here.
Yeah?
Yes. The staff that will be... they will do their job at the award.
Right at the very end of the day, let me guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, for many years, for a couple of years, I've always missed out on the usual ritual of having your photo taken with the trophy girls.
Okay.
And Phil had a smile on his face and a lens in his hand, and I knew where he was going. He swapped it on for a more ample size lens.
Yeah.
And I followed him. I just asked, and yes.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Chances are that'll be my Facebook profile pic by the end of the day.
Of course. Of course.
My one and only picture with trophy girls.
Oh. I don't think I have any picture trophy girls either.
Has to be done.
Well, my issue is I'm either doing this and therefore stuck up a tower miles away from them,
True.
or if we have trophy girls at any of my races, then I'm the one handing out the awards, not receiving them.
Well, that's more of a reason to have your photo taken with them.
Well, yeah.
I feel like I should apologise slightly to VRC Pro. Because there weren't many crashes in that race.
Oh.
And so there's not many opportunities to do the VRC Pro replay.
But
section.
nevertheless, we are very thankful to them for supporting our coverage here at the 1/8 Off-Road B European Championships 2015. Also thankful to Team Durango and the DNX8, Grup Nassau, Team Orion and EFRA.
It's just been pointed out to me that there should be no shortage of crashes in the next section. I won't say who said that.
Actually, knowing who's around you, it could be either of them.
It's the one that probably shouldn't.
Right, I don't think either of them should. We're of course referring to the two people that I think are in the media room with
Yes.
with James, which is our EFRA section chairman.
Hang on, this is more important.
Okay.
This is the bit I'll find out whether it was a... Yeah, not bad. That's the other one. I was trying not to have a massive smile on my face. The photo's not come out too bad.
As long we try not to have anything else as well.
Yes.
Good. And hello to James's wife if she's listening along.
Hey. She'll see it when it's on my Facebook profile picture.
Oh yeah, of course. Sure.
If I can get Neo Buggy to sign the release form.
Right. You can ask for one without watermarks on from Phil as well.
Of course, I'll leave the watermarks on.
Oh, aren't you not? Yes, so please, if anyone does want any pictures, please do check out neobuggy.net for all the pictures from this event. Phil is doing a fantastic job of his usual photography skills and tech charts and things like that.
Was your comment about watermarks a twofold joke?
Oh, no, it wasn't going to be, but yes, now it is. Very good. Well done.
I thought you'd done that on purpose.
No, whilst I am very quick most of the time, I hadn't got that one. No, wasn't. And again,
Anyway.
that one about being quick was one of my jokes. Not as quick as you, clearly.
No. Another aeroplane went over during that race.
Well, the thing is, it's good that you're looking at the sky. We were looking at the action track because that was a fantastic semi-final.
I can't see the track through the window, so I can only see sky through the window and the tops of the mechanics' heads.
But you have all of our feeds from all of our cameras on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, I need to look at things in the distance, though, to rest my eyes.
Okay, well, anyway, so if that's a taster of what we've got coming up in the main final, you will not want to miss it. So join us 4:30 for the main final. But now it's the oldies final, the over 40s. Here we go. And we're array and running.
Finger ready, poised over the replay button.
Yes.
Oh, there's one already.
There we go. Hang on. Keep going. And we'll just replay the whole start bit again. I notice we have 14 cars in this one. 14 oldies making a start. You have to tell when you finish doing the replay, James, because I can't see anything.
It's on now.
What's on now?
The replay.
Okay. Am I crashing the replay?
No, I was still lining it up.
Oh, right.
Come around the corner. The gaggle of the over 40s there. Is it still a gaggle if they're over 40?
It's a lot. In many cases, it can be a larger gaggle.
There we go. Replay over.
Now, I think, because this is a bit of fun anyway, we should have a bit of fun with this one.
Okay.
What do you reckon?
Okay. What fun are we going to have, Ollie?
I hadn't really thought this through at the time. But we'll do something. And you know what I do know is that there's a man in this who I used to race touring cars against quite a few years ago.
You know who is in here?
Who?
Peter Wrigglesworth.
Peter. Right.
It makes me. It reminds me of the cat off Dr. Evil.
Right.
But I think, as we discussed yesterday, I think that's Mr. Bigglesworth.
So it reminds you of him despite not having a name that's the same at all.
Yes.
Good.
Peter, I'd like to introduce the two of them together. Peter Wrigglesworth, this is Mr. Bigglesworth.
And then, I'd like to do that, and then have Matt try and caption it.
Matt caption it?
Yes. Put the names appearing on the screen underneath the two people.
Yes. Be very easy to make spelling mistakes.
It would. Talking of which, that's what we... do you remember a good... You may not have done, but Paul certainly will. When I was with Paul in Luxembourg, Nick and Matt were also at another race at the same time.
Right.
So we had this amazingly good idea to do this little clever little clip of both sides of the events, the two events that were going on opposite sides of Europe at the same time.
Right.
So we both did a little bit of filming. Thanks to the magic of the internet, sent it over, so it made it look like we had a live satellite link-up. We didn't at that time, but shush.
Yes.
Again, magic of TV. Brilliant stuff. So we had to do some stuff. So what we did was we deliberately chose all the drivers with the most difficult spelling names.
Right.
Just so Nick would have to try and pronounce them and Matt would have to write captions for them.
I like that idea.
No relevance really to anything else that was going on. I was picking drivers that were way down the field that I wanted to talk to, but just because they had really difficult to pronounce or spell names.
There's Richard Hanscombe. Hanscombe reminds me of my favourite German composer joke this weekend.
Do you have a favourite German composer?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, my favourite German composer is Hans Last.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you know anything interesting facts about him?
Yeah, apparently when he was born he came out feet first.
Badum-tsh.
I will get a laugh off that this weekend.
Yeah, not from me you won't.
Look, it's a BBC Radio 2 joke.
Are you Radio 2 target audience now?
Yeah.
You are,
Nick Grimshaw pushed me over to Radio 2.
Oh, yeah. See, Paul's nodding at me as well, and I'm trying not to nod, but almost feeling the same way.
But he's lost over 1 million viewers. Listeners.
If he's lost 1 million viewers, that's quite impressive since he had none to start with.
No, Chris Moores was that good. People just used to stare at the radio.
Oh. If anyone's staring at their screens at the moment, I can tell you that Barkley is leading this one from Darren and Neil. And it is Darren Hayden-Ball who's in second, who is someone that I used to race touring cars against. I didn't actually realise Darren was over 40 now. Maybe that's because I've been around for so long.
You're not that far off yourself.
Oi! I'm not even 30 yet.
Closer to 40 than you are Burr.
That's true. That's true. Anyway. Anything else we want to cover off quickly while this the over 40s is going on?
No. I don't think there is.
You made me think about something else then, and I can't remember what it was. Keep going and I might come back to it.
No, I can't
Oh,
remember.
BBC Radio. Another great RC Racing TV fact.
Yes.
We again, Paul was there. This very all these stories involve me and Paul, and Matt was there. And we were in Austria at Ferring, and for some strange reason, we happened to have the one day we actually had a radio streaming in our cabin was the day when Chris Moores announced he was leaving Radio 1.
Oh, I see.
And then we had a little bet between the three of us as to who would take over. They both went for Greg James. I went for Nick Grimshaw, so I won a pint.
That is a very interesting fact.
Oh, hang on.
Also, whilst we were in Luxembourg, we found out that the BBC had lost the F1 contract exclusively again, didn't we?
We
My
did, yes.
word.
So, basically, all exciting things happen when we're away at races, me and Paul. So, if you want something exciting to happen, just send me and Paul to a race somewhere, and something's bound to happen while we're gone.
Viewers, please do try and contain your excitement. For those of you that are struggling to contain your excitement right now with today's broadcast, we have set up a helpline. Feel free to call in. We've got counsellors ready to take your calls to help you deal with the excellent facts that Paul and Ollie are bringing you right now.
Just going to point out to Paul, the battle for the lead goes over the double tabletops now. Barclay leading Darren, the two pink-coloured buggies. So for anyone who's actually trying to pay attention to the race, we do want to give these guys some credit because they are very old and they have still been able to race their cars on this difficult track. So Barclay out in front in this one, as we have about 15 minutes to go. Barclay leading Darren through the high-speed chicane. If anyone else out there has got some interesting stories of things they found out while they were away at a race, you can also let us know on the Facebook chat or the YouTube chat thingy. And James probably isn't listening because I can hear talking in the background.
Say again?
No, he wasn't. That's all right. I was just saying, if anyone else has got any interesting stories about things that happened when they were away at a race meeting, they could let you know through the YouTube chat or Facebook.
I've got to be honest with you, the Facebook chat or YouTube comments box, after your request of interesting stories, isn't being set on fire.
Is it not?
No.
Ah.
It's quite stagnant.
Okay. Well, come on, people. If you're watching along. Oh, battle for the lead down the front straight. Darren getting hard on the binders. Oh, Barclay gets caught up on a pipe. Darren is through to the lead. And then promptly rolls it over. Barclay back through to the number one spot. If you want to show some love to any of these drivers, post it on the YouTube chat comments quickly now, and James can shout people out during this race. Who are you cheering on at home?
Just a quick rundown for the rest of the day. There's a couple of people asking in the YouTube comments box.
Okay.
We are currently on the 40 plus final. We are due then to go into junior final, which I think will be 10 minutes delayed. So that will go from 16:07 to 16:17. Let me ask Carla something. The 10 minute that we lost because of the, will we gain that back, or will the final start 10 minutes late? Yep. Okay, it looks like the final also will be delayed by about 10 minutes, so that means that the main final will start around 16:40, 16:45.
Okay.
And then that's it. We will have a new B Euro 1/8 off-road buggy champion.
We will. Okay, out on track. It's still the 3 and the 2 that are racing for the lead.
Phil from Neo Buggy says it's not a B Euro, it's a Bureau.
Our leader comes down the front straight. So say that again.
Phil says it's not a B Euro, it's a Bureau.
Right.
Bureau de Buggy.
Is Phil now sitting there laughing to himself a little bit?
He did snigger. Yes.
Snigger, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he impressed by your jokes?
Some of them.
See, maybe Phil's a Radio 2 listener as well then.
Get some clicking off your mic. What are you doing?
Nothing. I wasn't doing anything special.
No, it's gone again.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it was just a passing woodpecker. So our leaders are slightly spread out. as Barkley still leads this one in the number 3 buggy down the front straight. Darren now onto the straight.
Is Callum running the junior final as he's in the main final?
I don't believe he is. Check with Carlos.
No. Carlos is saying no. So the UK racer, no, Callum will not be running the junior final because he is in the main final.
I think so. Anyone who made it through to the semi-finals at least doesn't get to run in the junior final. But I think Callum has got a pretty good chance of taking home a trophy nonetheless in that main final, based on his speed from whatever it was we saw. Semi-finals.
I actually have some more information here.
Go on.
There are 7 drivers who will not be in the junior final because they are in the main final.
Oh, really? 7 juniors?
Sorry, because the semi-final. Callum Niblett.
Yep.
Ricardo Berton.
Yep.
Jonathan Skidmore. Oliver Curry.
Yep.
Lewis Beach. Juan Carlos Canas. And Jamie Clancy.
Those guys all made the semi-finals, so they can't run the junior final.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As a point of admin
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos, yeah. It's very useful being sat next to the man who essentially owns the rule book. James, if you could, would you be able to see if you can get me a printout of the grid for the main final?
Will do.
Thank you.
The lady who's been next to me all weekend is now gone, but I will ask her when she comes back.
Fantastic. As the 2 cars are together again on the track, Darren's closed the gap down. It's nice having 2 pink buggies. I'm going to say to Paul, film the pink buggy. And he'll go, which one? Both of them. And I'm going to do the classic. And they're both in the same shot. And they are this time. Good. Over the backside tabletop they go. Darren still hunting down Barkley. Oh, the 2 come together. Warning there from Dallas. I just realised, if for many of these guys, this will be their first time at any sort of EFRA event. So for many of them, this will be the first time they get a warning from Dallas. And as anyone knows, you're not a proper RC racer until you've had a warning from Dallas.
Ollie, do you know what the top choice of tyres have been for the mains?
I believe the beta tyres.
Beta tyres.
Yeah, or beta.
If you head over to neobuggy.net,
Yep.
not quite yet, because I can actually see the post on the screen before it's been published. Soon, head over to neobuggy.net and all of the manufacturers, tyre makes, etc., for the main will be published.
You know what I'm going to ask you now, don't you?
What?
Can you copy that table out for me?
No, I'm not copying the table for you. You too can go to neobuggy.net and copy it yourself.
But I can't because I'm standing in a commentary box.
Ugh.
Well, tell you what, when you get the printout, the grid printout for me,
Ah.
if you can then just literally write on the car and the car and the engine, the tyres.
Tell you what, I'll see if Phil will let me take a photo of it on my phone and I'll email it so you've got it up there in the box of the finals.
No,
No?
no.
What do you want from me?
I've told you what I want from you. Please get it now, along with my eggs.
But Phil can't print it out. He doesn't have a
No,
printer.
I know Phil can't print it. Therefore, you can get a pen and write it.
I'm not writing it down.
Why not?
I'm not your PA.
What? No, you're my producer.
Yeah. Do you want me to draw the logos and colour them in as well?
No. And you can even you don't even need to write the whole words down.
No, I know I don't, because I'll just take a photo of them.
This isn't going to help me because I can't have that in my hand at the same time as live timing.
That's all you had to say.
Thank you.
Now I understand.
Plus, I like paper.
So, Steve Glasinger,
Yeah.
have a look on Neo Buggy
Yep, please do.
shortly. I'm guessing around 10 or 15 minutes. It'll
Yeah.
be before the
Before the
mains,
final starts.
I guess.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for your compliment on the great broadcast. Thank you very much.
Clearly, he's not watching this one then, is he?
No, I think he posted that before we started the jibber jabber.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to do other things.
Like, get my printout.
Now, talent.
Thank you. Have to be nice to James because he does do an awful lot of good stuff for me. like somehow making all of what I say make sense by putting the right picture behind it. If you missed yesterday, James and myself and Paul had a bit of a job swap, where Paul went and sat in the booth downstairs. James did some commentary and I did the camera work. We've concluded that never again shall I be allowed to on the camera or James be allowed to do commentary. Paul, on the other hand, is quite capable of doing at least camera work or stuff in the booth, so he can. In fact, you're doing that in York, I guess, aren't you, Paul? You're going to be doing all the switching and the technical stuff there for me. So if you have enjoyed listening to the occasional words from Paul, you might hear a bit more of them in York, because we've got 6 days to fill there. But still the 2 pink buggies that are racing. In fact, this has actually been, we might be joking about this, but this has been a good race up front for the win in the over 40s final.
Is Beta a new brand?
It's fairly new, yes.
Because I've not seen it before.
It's, in fact, if you ask Phil, Phil might be able to tell you all about it.
Why might Phil be able to tell me all about
because
Beta
Phil
brand?
knows absolutely everything about nitro buggy racing.
Oh, I thought Phil had something to do with the company.
No, it's but I believe it's they're based. It's one of the part of Nemo Racing.
Ah.
The UK distributor / team / super Goliath thing in 1/8 off-road.
I see.
Yeah, 1/8 IC, exactly. There we go. So Darren had briefly taken the lead, but then pitted for fuel, so Barkley now retakes the lead. As we have about 4 minutes to go.
You're tapping again. Can you just check your batteries? Something is clicking and it's only started doing it in the last 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm on 2 bar. I noticed that as well. I think it's where I'm standing. That's better. There you go. So, number 1 of Peter Harder takes the lead in this race now. Orange and white buggy through the S's. Up over the Durango double to the far right side of the track now. Up and off the step up, step off. Through the Rhinoff camp, over the verse of the VRC mountains. Peter Harder taking over the lead. Barkley running second, Darren running third. As our leader down the front straight. Lapping a back marker there. But then putting upside down on the next pipe. And that's going to allow our second place man Barkley in the pink number 3 to close in. Barkley is the third car in that train going through the Rhinoff cambers. Darren has dropped back a little way from our leaders. We've got about a minute to go though, so this lap, maybe 2 more, they might squeak that extra second lap in. So Peter Harder down the front straight. 1 minute left, 1 minute. 1 followed by 3. The first and third cars in that train going over the double tabletops. Into the S's now. Over the Durango double. To the step up, step off. Through the off-cambers they go. Peter pulling out a slight gap as Barkley is not able to clear that back marker yet. Over the backside table. To the far corner. Oh, big mistake there, spinning off the track. Barkley getting it wrong, hit clipping the marshal point. But that gives Peter a good lead. Then Peter throws it all away, lands upside down on the cobbles. And here comes our second place man. Over the final lap of the race, we have got a battle for the win. Over the Durango double they go. Oh, our second place man, Barkley, makes a mistake. The gap is still just about catchable though. But if Peter keeps it rubber side down, smoothly through the roller on the left side of the track. This is the final lap. Over the small table, round the back of the circuit. Through the far corner he comes. Just the step downs negotiate. Through the chicane. Peter Hard are going to be the one that comes through to take the win. Barkley finishing up in second, Darren in third, John in fourth, then Richard, Marcus, Clive, James, Helder, Francois, Peter, Neil, Marcus and Mark. That was our over 40s. Next up is the juniors. So you're watching RCTV. This is the 2015 1/8B European Championships for off-road buggies. We are live in Ware in Hertfordshire. That's a little bit north of London, England. So just hearing that the main final will start at 5 p.m. now local time. It will be 45 minutes long, running through to 5:45.
It's very quiet up there, Ollie.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say.
Your printout's coming.
Oh, thank you very much.
I have it now. Thank you very much.
You're gonna write on it for me.
Thank you to Jan from the club.
Thank you very
I've just
much.
learned her name's Jan in the last, with only an hour and a half to go.
Thank you, Jan.
But she's been very helpful.
Indeed.
And laughs at me, not with me.
Yeah. So do most of us, though.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah, if you could write the cars and...
I will as soon as Phil publishes it.
Oh. And have you passed have you passed the message on to Phil that you're supposed to pass on to him?
Yes, I did.
Fantastic. So, we have the junior final to come up now. And then it's the main final. So we'll have about a 20-minute gap between the end of the junior final and the start of the main final, which will give us a chance to get everything sorted out because we need to do some multi-camera setup thingies. So junior final is up next. These are the top 14 under 17 drivers who didn't make it through to a semi-final. So it will be William Skidmore starts on pole, Vincent Meertens starting second, Lewis Jones third, Elliot Masson in fourth, Mike Daniel in fifth, Harry Phillips in 6th, Jarno Pipers in 7th, Andre in 8th, Robson White 9th, Mathieu Chaffardon in 10th, Baptiste Debois in 11th, Birkin Cilic in 12th, Kyle Boone in 13th, and Jack Willits in 14th. So, whilst we didn't take the over 40s final all that seriously, I had a bit of fun with some other bits and pieces. This one is about identifying those stars of the future. Of course, as James already said, we've had 7 people under 17s who made it through to the semi-final and therefore can't run in this junior final. So here we go then. William Skidmore starting on pole position. Oh, I've switched hands with my microphone. That's really weird. Can I commentate with a different hand? Probably not. Okay, here we go. The countdown begins. Junior final at the B Euros. Cars are down. And here we go. William Skidmore from pole position in that green and blue buggy leads them round. There's a bit of bumping and bashing. It looks like Vincent has lost a couple of places from second on the grid. I think number 3 car of Lewis Jones who moves up to second. Yes, it is. It's the 3 followed by the 4. Lewis followed by Elliott. Over the backside double they go into the far right corner. First 3 cars breaking away. Challenge for the lead already between William and Lewis. Down towards the VRC Mountains they come. Lewis looks to the inside. Lewis through to the lead. William down to second place on this opening lap of our under-17s, the junior final here at the 2015 EFRA B European Championships from where? In Hertfordshire. All mistake from our leader, getting it up on 2 wheels. William doesn't need any other invitation. He is through to the lead once again. Down the front straight at full speed for the first time they come. 1 followed by 3. It's William followed by Lewis. Together they go into the green mile for the first time at racing speed. Through the paving stones they go. William keeping the door shut. Lewis desperately looking to the inside. No room through there, through the S's. Over the Durango double they go. Up to the step up, step off. Through the Orion off cambers. Back towards the centre of the circuit. Over the VRC Mountains. 1 minute down. 18 and a half long minutes to go. First and second place. Then a small gap back to Elliott in third and Alexandra in fourth. All mistake from our second place man. Lewis makes a mistake. Small bubble there from there. That gives William some breathing space up front. Lewis in second. Elliott is third. Alexandra runs in fourth. First, second, third and fourth into the EFRA double tabletops now. 1, 2, 3 and 4 they go over the tabletops. Our leader now clears the Durango double up to the step up, step off one more time. 2 minutes down. 18 minutes to go. William Skidmore is our leader over the backside double. Over the backside table. Through the far corner now. Down through the step downs. Into the high speed chicane. Out onto the front straight. Our leader comes down the straightaway. Second spot is the 3 of Lewis. Fourth is the 4 of Elliott. First, second and third. Then a decent gap back to Alexandra, who runs in fourth. He is 3 seconds behind our leaders. And then Baptiste in fourth is another 4 seconds back. So a 3-way battle for the lead here across the Durango double. Into the far right side of the circuit. Up the step up, down the step off. Through the Ryan off camber, back to the centre. Over the mountains they go. William getting a little bit sideways there. Lewis catching up with him. They are dropping Elliott ever so slightly. Down the downs they come. Through the chicane, onto the front straight. It's the 1 followed by the 3. Lewis definitely closer this time as they go through the Graltner banking. Over the green mile into the EFRA tabletops. Through the double. In the step up, step off. Then through the Orion off cambers. Into the VRC Mountains. Then, upside down. Our second place car of Lewis rolls it over. Going to lose him 1 spot. As the marshal recovers him. Dropping down to third. So now the battle is for second. Elliott Marcon makes it up to second. Lewis Jones drops down to third. We're coming up to the 4-minute marker, 16 minutes to go. Oh, mistake from our leader on the paving stones, getting tagged up on a pipe. Closes the field up. Three-way battle once again, each car split by about 1 second. And in 1/8 scale off-road racing, 1 second is absolutely nothing. That's one bobble, one clipped pipe, one missed jump. Four minutes have expired. Still a long, long way to go in this one. Still going to have 2 fuel stops probably for everyone to go through. Our junior final, under 17s here at the 1/8 B European Championships 2015 for off-road nitro buggy. From where? In Hertfordshire. It's William Skidmore who leads this one. Elliot Masson in second. Lewis Jones is third. Through the S's they go. The field closed up ever so slightly at the front. They are well clear of the rest of the chasing pack. It definitely is these 3 drivers we need to be keeping an eye on. Not just now, but I think in the years to come as well. William Skidmore doing a great job out in front. Started from the pole position. A small bobble on the first couple of laps. Dropped him down to second, but he got back through to the lead. And has led from that point forwards. 5.5 minutes down. 15, just under 15 minutes to go. William gets just tagged on a pipe. And bam, the other 2 are right there in contention now. The 4 of Elliott and the 3 of Lewis. 3 cars together. Over the double tabletops they go. William sliding the car sideways. Over the double. Change now for second place. Lewis in the 3, back up to second. Elliott dropping to third. All 3 of these drivers still definitely in with a shout of this. William Skidmore out in front. Elliot Masson is second. Lewis Jones is... Elliot Jones retaking second. Elliot dropping to third. I think it's more a battle for second than the leader getting involved at the moment. William just needs to keep it clean, keep it rubber side down, not make any mistakes, and leave the 2 behind him to battle for that position. All problems there from Lewis. Not hooking up the Orion off cambers correctly. Cost him a lot of time. And Elliott is now glued to the rear wing of his buggy as they go over the backside table. We're now going to start getting into some lapped traffic as our leader dives into the pits. Our leader is in. A nice, safe fueling. It looks like a little bit long on the fuel stop, but not too bad. Down and away he goes. William Skidmore was our leader. We're going to wait for this pit stop cycle to go through. Lewis Jones, Elliot Masson are the 2 we're going to keep an eye on for their pits. We'll watch the entrance to pit lane. And, getting hooked up on the pipe there, but somehow doesn't manage to lose any time. Lewis and Elliott both into the pits. Their crews get to work, fueling both the buggies nicely. Neither of them lose any time, and they are remaining in contention for the lead. And in fact, William's stop was slightly slower, has cost him some time. That's put Lewis right onto his rear bumper. Together over the double now. To the step up, step off. Through the off cambers. To the centre of the circuit. 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes. William Skidmore leading. Our leader's going over the green mile now, into the paving stones. through the left side of the track. The gap's remaining fairly static, but still almost non-existent. William Skidmore continuing to lead, Lewis Jones and Elliot Masson. Our three leaders are 14 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. That is about half a lap nearly. Nearly half a lap up on everyone else. And we still have got half the race to run. 9.5, we're basically at the 10-minute mark now. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. One, two, and three. First, second, and third at least. 1, 3, and 4. Through the Groutner banking. Into the green mile they go. Through the double EFRA tabletops. Over the backside double. Oh, mistake from our leader. Lands badly coming off of the double. Puts it on his roof. Drops from first to third in one moment. But gathers it all back up again. It's now got to stay calm. Did have the fastest buggy on the track. That's why he was leading. Has he now got the time to close that gap back down and make the move? And my producer, James, has now given me a little note, which I'm not going to read out on air because it's rather rude. I assume it refers to what I was asking him for earlier. But he has also given me a grid for the A final, so we'll be able to focus on that later on. But we're focusing at the moment on the juniors final, which is proving to be action-packed all the way through. Here's our leader down the front straight. Here's second place behind him. 2 lapped cars are in front of them. So slightly spread out, about 1.5 seconds between each of our first 3 cars. Then still a huge gap back to 4th place. So I think our podium is set, but what order will they be in? We've got about 8.5 minutes to find out. As our leader works way through the VRC mountains. Second spot at the mountains now, and now third at the first of the mountains. That's the kind of gaps we've got between them. Over the backside table. To the far corner now. Down through the step downs. Oh, a car crashing in front of him into the fence. Everything is clear. Seven minutes to go. Final pit stops will be starting very, very soon. Our leaders working their way through the left side of the track. A mistake from our leader, but still maintains the lead. Lewis making that small bobble there, coming through the high-speed chicane. So our 4th place man pits. And I believe we've got our leaders coming in now. Or like to be coming in this time by anyway. We're waiting to see if we get any calls from the pit crew. Oh, big mistake from our leader there. Tries to get into the pit lane, I think, but doesn't make it. Costs him bags and bags of time. He's going to hang on to the lead, but he's missed his pit stop, so will he be able to make this extra lap? We're staying with our leader. Lewis Jones rolls it over, coming off of the double as well. That's not going to help things. Behind him, Elliott and William have done with their second stops. His crew telling him to nurse the car home, get it back to the pit so he can get the fuel in it. Now, if they have put a full tank of fuel in, he should be good to go. He needs to get it into the pit lane this time, and he's going to lose he's going to have lost some time. And Elliott comes down the front straight. Elliott takes over the lead. Lewis drops from the lead to second. And William is there in third. Slightly spaced out now. Our leader going into the S's now. Second spot at that same point now. And third place, William, also now entering the S's. So the gap between each of them is now up to around about 2 seconds. As we have 5 minutes to run, 5 minutes left. Don't forget, main final is up at 5 o'clock local time. 5 o'clock local time for the main final. 5 minutes to go in this one. Elliott is our leader. Over the green mile now. Second spot is the 3 of Lewis, followed by William in the 1. Our leader gets very sideways coming out the S's, loses some time, but he's got enough lead at the moment. Upside down car, he had to avoid. Managed to do so. Onto the front straight comes our leader. Second spot is the 3, third is the 1. Oh, that's our second place man rolling over in the Groltner banking. So William Skidmore now through to second spot. No change up front. The car that is with Elliott is a lap down. So hopefully it won't race him too hard. Elliott leading this one. Lewis was our second place man. Rolls it in the Grosvenor banking. Drops down to third. William Skidmore up to the 2. With about 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes left. Elliott Masson out in front. Lewis Jones was our second place man. Was previously in this. Now finds himself in third as William Skidmore moves into second on the last lap. But I think the 3 cars are starting to close up ever so slightly. A big mistake there from our leader, rolling it as he goes into the step up, step off. Elliott upside down. Oh so briefly, but that's enough to allow the challengers to close in on him. As we have 2.5 minutes to go. Elliott, William, Lewis. That's our top 3. 4, 1 and 3 down the front straight. Together they go through the Grosvenor banking. You can see the gap first and second. My T-towel is coming out once again. There's nothing between them. Oh, mistake from Elliott, clipping the piping in the curbstones. That puts William through to the lead. Lewis right behind him in third place. Up to the step up, step off. Through the backside they go, through the Orion camber. To the VRC mountains in the middle. We've got a stranded car. That's marshalled much better than the previous one we saw. We've got a dead car in front of them. By the backside tabletop. Managed to avoid that. And Lewis, through to second. Here's our leader down the front straight. William leads us on. The 3 car of Lewis up to second. Elliott down to third. 1, 3 and 4. Across the green mile they go. With 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. 1:20 to go. Over the double they go. To the step up, step off. Through the off cambers. Into the mountains. Through the small roller. Then the left side of the track. Over the backside tabletop. Up to the far corner. Down the steps. Oh, William getting up on 2 wheels. Lewis has closed right in as we have 1 minute to go. It's this lap and one more. The battle is for the lead between William and Lewis. Elliott sitting there in 3rd place. Oh, but lands it badly coming off of the green mile halfway through. That's going to put him, I think, out of contention for the win. A 2-horse race win, which might be down to 1 horse now. As Lewis clips the pipe before the Durango double. They work their way through the step up, step off. Through the Orion off cambers. Into the VRC mountains. Through the roller they go. Over the backside table. They're going to get 1 more lap in. Through the chicane. Taken nice and carefully. William onto his final lap. Lewis onto his final lap. Through the banking. Over the green mile. Battle for the lead is between William and Lewis. William Skidmore. Time has finished. This is the final lap. Oh, a mistake then from Lewis. That may be all that William needs. A few corners left to negotiate. To the backside tabletop he goes. Up to the far corner. William Skidmore is going to come down the step down to the win in the juniors final at the Euro B Championships. William Skidmore across the line to take the win. Here comes Lewis Jones finishing a well-deserved 2nd place. Behind them, I think we may have had a change of position on that last lap, and I think Vincent may have made it up into 3rd, but no doubt about winning. William Skidmore coming through to take the win, getting the job done there. A fantastic drive from the youngster, winning the junior final. Okay, we've got about, I think, just under 20 minutes before we start the main final. So a little bit of a chance for us to rest our, rest my throat for Paul to, I don't know where Paul's off to.
Probably a natural break.
Natural break. As all I can hear on your microphone is gaffer tape.
Yeah, I'm being abducted.
Right.
If people could send help to the media box. I've been abducted by Carlos.
Are you?
Yeah.
Have you been gaffer taped to the chair?
Yeah.
Oh. But that means you've got to sit there and press the buttons.
With my nose.
With your nose. No, it's not going to work, is it? What should we do for this 20 minutes?
Well, I was thinking, you could take the mic down to the grid if you want to talk into the camera.
I could.
So there is we can see your face. It's not just you behind the camera.
Right, okay.
If you want to do that, you can. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. It's up to you. You're the talent, Ollie. You choose.
The problem is, you say it, but you say it in such a way that you could do this, which means I want you to do this. That's how this works, isn't it?
It's up to you.
And they go, oh, it's up to you. So you can choose. You can choose whether you listen to me or you get shouted at later on.
Yes.
Yes, there we go. Right, I'll walk down. I'm going to climb down from the tower. Actually, tell me what I'm going to do first. I'm going to have a bit of a drink first. So can you talk to the people at home?
Yes. Hello, people at home. We are RC Racing TV. One left. Start again. One race left for this event, which is the EFRA 1/8B Off-Road Euros. The Euros. We are in Hertfordshire in United Kingdom. We are RC Racing TV and we're here. Thank you to our sponsors. Team Durango with the DNX8, Graupner Saw, Team Orion, VRC Pro, the best RC simulator in the world. And thank you of course to EFRA, the organising bodies of this event, who kindly invited us along to cover this weekend. We also cover other events from around Europe throughout the summer. I think our next event, I don't know. I can't even remember. Italy, one in Yorkshire, or York. There's many. Anyway, if you haven't done so already, head over to Facebook if you want to be part of the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Type in 3 words in the search bar, RC Racing TV. Click search, then click join. And once we've confirmed you are a seller of... you're not a seller. Not a seller. I'm trying to do 2 things at once, which isn't helping. Once we've confirmed you're not a seller of the fake goods, handbags, or other unwanted financial products, we will welcome you to the collective and give you a shout out on air, although you'll have to be quick. There is 1 race left, and we don't do those kind of things during races, especially the final of all finals.
Final of all finals. Can you see me on the camera now?
Pardon?
Can you see me on the
there
camera?
You are. Yeah.
Hello.
I thought you were still in the tower.
No, I've climbed down now.
Is Paul...
Paul's not up there. No, Paul's disappeared. I don't know where he
Oh,
is.
hang on. Where are you?
I'm here. Hello, I'm here as well.
Hang on.
Where do you want me to be?
Oh, no, that one's even worse.
This one?
Yeah, you'll just have to walk around aimlessly.
Okay, that's what I do best.
I've got no way of zooming in or doing anything. That was a really bad time to get down the track, but...
Well, but it's the only time I can get down on the track.
I've now got to readjust the timing sheets because someone's got a very long surname.
Right.
Juan. There we
Juan
go.
Carlos.
That then fits on there.
So this is the grid anyway that I'm standing on now. This is where the mechanics put the cars down for the main final. We can actually see it's really, really dusty just here where the cars are going down. A lot of dust being kicked up on this. It's been off the racing line during the majority of the event, but after the final, that's the important grid starting spot. So getting that good start is really important. There's not much distance between them all, as Paul gives me a battery. Okay, thank you, Paul. I'll put that in my pocket. So yeah, not much distance between these grid spaces. Getting that good start is really, really important. And that's the pole position at the front of the straight. 12th place on the grid is all the way down here, which seems not too far in terms of the overall grid length. I've seen plenty of grids that are a lot longer. But the important thing is there's 11 cars between the man starting 12th and the person starting on pole at the far end. So it's not the distance, it's getting through those cars that's going to be difficult. We've spoken about pit stops, we've seen those happening already. Not so much strategy coming into play during the lower finals. All of them are 20 minutes long, which generally means 2 fuel stops, although we did see our our overall TQ driver, Joao Figueiredo, making it on just 1 stop, 2 10-minute fuel runs. Is anyone else going to manage to do 10-minute runs in the final? We're not sure, we'll find out. That was going to save him maybe a couple of pit stops as we go through the entire 45 minutes of racing. Otherwise, people are going to have to stop around about every 7 to 8 minutes. Maybe, though, people are playing it safe during the semi-finals. They reckon they can go about 10 minutes, but it's going to be very much touch and go. So just running 2 7-minute stints, 3 7-minute stints is the safest option for them. But we are basically waiting now for the main final to get underway. I'm going to head back inside into our media centre. I don't know how much range I've got on the mic. James, can you hear me still?
Yes.
I just had a thought.
What's that?
Do you reckon I can get as far as Phil is?
Quite possibly, because it's line of sight, and I think Paul's on his way back to the camera.
Oh, so shall I give that a go?
I don't know. Turn around. Is Paul making his way back to the camera?
Yes, he is. Yeah, let's go and talk to Phil from Neo Buggy, because Phil's nice to chat to. Phil knows what he's talking about. Lots of people are looking at me and wondering what I'm doing now, aren't they? You can still hear me, can't you? Oh, Phil's just realised what's going on. You can still hear okay? James, say something.
Hello?
You can still hear me, yes?
Yes.
Good. Excellent. So, Phil's going to stay inside the tower here. Phil from Neo Buggy. Some great semi-final action there. What do you make of it all?
Pretty interesting, I have to say. I wouldn't have guessed that Joao would start on pole, to be honest. I thought Callum Niblett was looking pretty good. A couple of mistakes, but what was interesting, I think, is probably the headline that Tony Truman was pushing Joao around and even got past him a few times. I think it's a shame for Simon Reeves and like Carl Jackson and those guys, and Jamie Clarence as well, missing the cut with the new team association buggy. But I think pretty much more or less the right guys in the main, and a couple of Europeans, and obviously stacked with Brits.
Absolutely, yeah. I think from what we saw in the semi-finals, possibly a 3-horse race, we think, at the front between Tony, Joao and Callum. Do you reckon that's how it's going to play out?
Yeah, I think on paper that's what it's looking like. I would say Berton going into the event, I was talking him up and bigging him up, but he just, I struggle to think that he's got the true raw speed for the track. So I'd say Callum, he needs to keep his head together. I think Joao is obviously the favourite and Tony's a bit of the wild card.
I think that's a really nice way of actually kind of summing up the 3 people in there. But then, of course, we have got 9 other cars on the grid, and we can see from the semi-finals that anything can happen. It's only going to take 1 or 2 mistakes, get caught up in someone else's accident maybe, or a bit of bad marshalling, unlucky marshalling, problem during the fuel stops. That's all going to play into it as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even just watching the cars come onto the straight, you know, a lot of them are getting pretty squirmy. You know, the lap times are sort of 2.5, 3 seconds quicker than they were yesterday. So, and also I think they put some cement dust down overnight. So I think the track's changed. I mean, they've had a semi to get used to at this stage, but you know, there's obviously also a bit of pressure on their shoulders to get used to this sort of final, and I'd say 3-horse race at this point.
Yeah, I guess I think the pressure's a key thing, because for most of these guys, well, they haven't made the top 50 at Euros before, they haven't made any other European A finals. For a lot of them, this is perhaps their first big international race, so it's going to be tough for them, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to start feeling it as soon as we start doing driver introductions. That's when they're really like, yeah, this is not a club race. Even though it's, for many of them, their home track and everything, it's kind of like not a glorified club race, but a large one. You know, it's a 60+ entries from the UK, but still they put on a fantastic show. But they'll feel like, yeah, this is a little bit special now, and we have to perform.
They do indeed. Well, we'll let you get back up. You're going to do some filming as well from up in your tower as well. So check out Phil's footage later on. If you've missed any of the pictures from this weekend, please go and visit Phil's website, neobuggy.net. He's got loads of fantastic pictures, including a brilliant one that sums up our Saturday morning of me and Paul looking incredibly glum. Thank you very much, Phil, and we'll catch you later on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all the support, and keep watching, everyone.
Thank you very much. Catch you later on, Phil. Right, so we're going to get set up for the main final. I don't think James is probably listening at all to me. James, you listening? You are? Has anything happened on Facebook quickly you want to do before we get underway with the main final?
No.
No. Okay.
It really hasn't.
Good.
Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Someone's asking. MP Mine T is asking if Martin Bayer's here.
Fantastic. A Facebook Bayer watch. And Phil's being called over to race control as well.
Oh, why?
I don't know. He's been naughty.
Have you been called over to race control?
If I have, I haven't heard it. I'm guessing it's because Phil might have to do pictures.
Or is it because Phil needs a Viz vest on? Why has he been summoned? Oh, no, pictures.
He's doing pictures. Oh, he's got to take photos and things. Photos of things.
Oh, you're back. I've got you. Dual.
Pardon?
I have you dual, like in stereo now.
Oh yes, because I'm
in the room and in my ears.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing's really happened on there. Let's have a look. Uh-oh, my wife's commented on my photo.
Very good.
Yes, if my wife was listening, I'd be able to reply.
That was a very quick comment from her, though. Right, that's fine. As a point of admin for our team, are all the mini cameras okay?
Yes.
We're doing any recording?
Yes.
Good. Just making sure everything's set up as it needs to be. You looked at me like I was asking stupid questions.
No.
We are RC Racing TV, and therefore we make TV things, which probably involves cameras. I was going to go and grab your laptop and click like on that picture, but then realised that it's you that's logged in, so you'd just be liking your own picture, it wouldn't be me liking that picture.
No.
Okay, just about time for driver introductions. I'm going to head back up to the tower.
She could pass off as my sister. It's a bit weird.
Right, I'm going to head back up into our tower. I've got lots of things I need to plug in somewhere before we start, though. Right, I need to open up the trapdoor. Hopefully Paul hasn't moved the camera. No, he hasn't. That's good. Thank you. This is great for anyone listening along. They're basically just listening to me, what I'm thinking. Oh, this is tough work getting into this tower. I've done this in a really stupid way now. I've now sat down in the tower. That's not going to help.
Are you going to be able to get back up?
I'm not 40. Right. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to give this briefly to Paul. Can you explain, Paul, why you came and gave me a battery?
Just see if it put you off, that was all.
Right.
I tried to put him off earlier, Paul.
See,
Did he?
these two that are with me are absolutely fantastic people, really, really nice guys, but have this thing of deciding that my job is far too easy for me. So every now and again, what James will do is James can still talk to me in my ear, but he can turn it off of the screen. So every now and again, he does that when I'm in the middle of something important to say. Like, yeah, for example, if you saw the roundup, the very last bit we did yesterday afternoon, I had James jabbering all kinds of rubbish in my ear, trying to put me off. But because I'm professional, it didn't put me off. We just kept on going. I'm wondering if I'm going to be warm wearing a jacket now. The sun's come out. It's a good job I wore shorts. I've been saying that all day, isn't it?
Yes.
You couldn't have sounded more bored then if you tried.
You were talking about shorts, Ollie.
Where am I going to put this? I'm going to do this. I've thought there's much. I've just realised there's a much easier way of us doing. No, we're not. Don't know what those buttons mean. But I don't know. We'll do it this way anyway. I'm just going to mute my microphone for a second because I'm fiddling with it.
Don't fiddle with it, it'll drop off. I have a last minute Facebook ad, I think.
Go for it.
I'm just trying to find it. I've just seen it on my phone.
Oh. We have one, I think.
2.
Two ads. Yes, Paul's got very confused. Like, what is this shining thing in the sky? It appears to be the sun. I haven't seen that
No.
for 2 days. My sunglasses going back on because they're cool. Or as the girl in the hotel said, to stop me getting hay fever.
She did.
She did, didn't
And
she?
because she looks fabulous.
And because she looks
She
fabulous.
clicked 3 times,
Yeah.
did a 180 and walked out. See you later.
See you later.
Ben Austin from Swindon works at Metalite. Went to Kingsdown School. Married since 21st of June 2014.
Okay, right. You can stop talking now because we're doing driver introductions.
No, let me do this properly. Welcome, Ben,
Welcome,
to
right.
RT Racing TV.
Okay, we're done with that now because this is the main file. This is the important.
Live.
This is why we're all here.
Trackside for the introductions. Over to Ollie Meggett.
Thank you, James Parry. So starting on pole position, representing Portugal, driving a Kyosho with a Team Orion engine, Proline tyres. It's João Figueiredo. Was also our top qualifier during yesterday's qualifying rounds and won the semi-final. Second on the grid, representing the UK, driving an Agama car powered by a Bullet engine and Beta tyres. Number 2 on the grid is Tony Truman. Third place up there, also representing the UK with another Agama car powered by an LRP engine and Beta tyres again. It's Callum Niblett will start on the 3rd position. 4th place qualifier, representing Italy, driving a Kyosho with an Orion engine and Proline tyres. Car number 4 will be Ricardo Burton. Fifth on the grid, representing Spain, with a Hebeo car powered by an S-Works engine and AKA tyres. It's Juan Carlos Canas will be our number 5th car. 6th on the grid. Sixth on the grid. So it's getting very confusing because they're doing announcements at the same time and I'm trying to talk the same words just behind them. So 6th on the grid, representing Great Britain with an S-Works buggy powered by Nova Rossi engine and running on Beta tyres, is Kevin Brunston. 7th place on the grid, also representing Great Britain with an Agama car powered by Bullet and Beta tyres, once again Jonathan Skidmore. 8th on the grid, from Great Britain once again with a HPI Racing buggy, Ultimate engine and HPI Racing tyres, is John Holmes. 9th place qualifier with a Kyosho powered by Reds engine and AKA tyres. Another driver from the UK is James Lepavo. 10th on the grid. From the UK, a Gamma car, Bullet engine, Beta tyres. Ollie Curry going to start up 10th. 11th on the grid. From Portugal with a TLR powered by an RB engine and AKA tyres, Giancarlo Mello. And our final car into the main final, 12th on the grid, representing France, the lone French driver in this race with a TLR powered by a top engine and James tyres, Jean-Pierre Sartel will start 12th. Okay, so all the drivers have been introduced. And we have assembled crowds around the track. Mechanics carry the cars into the pit lane. Now there's a bit of shuffling around as everyone's trying to get themselves lined up under or over their pitmen.
On screen now we have a pitman for car 0 and car 8 through our dirty window.
Cool. Good. How long till we have till the start? No minutes.
Yep, I don't know.
Cool.
Informative as ever.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
It's sunny, but it is now a little bit more windy up here.
Sunny and windy.
Hmm. I'm gonna perch.
Careful. Don't fall out, we need a commentator.
You can stand in.
Hey?
You could stand in.
Can't waffle for 45 minutes.
Is it 45 minutes I've got to waffle? I mean, commentate for.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Yeah.
See if anything's happening in the social media world.
Oh, something interesting's happening on the track.
What? Oh. As is always the case when Carlos is at an EFRA organised race, it's just a matter of time till he gets the mic.
Yes.
As sure as the day will end, Carlos will get the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, that lady's hair is blowing all over her face. The other lady was very sensible and tied it back.
Hmm.
Well,
Paul's just going, what's this? What's going on?
exactly. Some of you may think that Carlos is using one of his 6 languages that he's fluently able to speak to announce these drivers, but I can assure you it's English.
Yeah, it is. This is the presentation of drivers.
Aren't we already late?
Yes.
Did I mention I have to go and pick my children up?
You told us. Next time I think you need to tell EFRA.
We are 30 minutes late.
Hmm.
They could have done this round the back whilst the juniors were finishing.
Oh, round the back.
I wonder if I put a hat on and grabbed a car, if I could just run up and they think I was one of the drivers.
Oh, there's a chap we hadn't realised had made the main. He appears wearing a P1 brand T-shirt. So we had an introduction on the driver's stand, and now I have an introduction.
God, I just introduced him as John Holmes. I know. Oh no, Holmes.
Oh, he's having. Carlos needs to sit down now. This is too much. Was this one of these things where it seems like a good idea to start with?
But they do it every time, and then they go, "Oh, we won't do that again." And then you go to the next race meeting, and they do it again.
You could double for Kevin, couldn't you?
Thanks.
Well, you can't. You're not going to double for Callum, are you?
Which one's Callum? I don't know the drivers.
Yeah.
Hat backwards?
No, it's Jonathan. You couldn't double for him. Oh, please do put a hat on backwards and try and double for him.
I really do want to grab a hat in the car and just stroll up like I'm meant to be up there.
I have got some hats in the car. I have got racing branded hats in the car.
Oh, good.
In my car, if you want one.
No,
One is an RCTV hat and one is another racing brand.
We needed one Friday when it was sunny, Ollie.
I was not, but that was a really silly day because I wasn't unhappy about unpacking the car because it was too hot to walk around. Don't huff and puff.
Seems that the average age is a bit younger in the Bs than versus the As.
Yeah. Or maybe we're just getting older.
Yeah.
How old do you reckon the girls are?
The racing girls?
Yes.
I don't know why. 18? 17, 18.
17, 18. Paul reckons 24.
I think Paul's wrong.
Okay.
Good, well, let's do an on-point question here. How do you qualify for the Eurobs?
You qualify for the Eurobs by not being an A class driver, which is people who were in the top 50 in the Euros in this class last year or the year before, I believe, or having made the A final in any other class at a Euros.
So I could just pay my money and turn up and race here.
Yeah, yeah. I believe so.
Are you sure? It can't be that easy.
So, pardon? Mechanic. Paul asks if mechanics need to come up next. No.
No, it's mechanics next, and then we'll be asking for drivers' relatives.
Drivers' relatives,
Yeah.
anyone with pets.
Anyone with pets, any drivers' pets will be invited for round 4 of photographs.
This does seem like a long list that we still don't get involved in. When do we get involved?
And then there's obviously the group shot where all the spectators need to make their way over the fence.
Like a track invasion at the end of an F1 race.
Yes.
But the start of this one.
Yes. Pre-race track invasion.
Pre-race track invasion. Okay.
That's a nice photo.
We could have just done that one, couldn't we?
Could have done.
Oh, Carlos is taking his photo now. Everyone's done. Now Carlos is done, we can start racing. How long will it take the girls to get off the track, do you reckon? They're not wearing appropriate shoes for a track, are they?
You really sound old now.
I'm sounding very race organiser-y, where I'd go, oh, they're nice, but don't walk on my carpet, please, because we'll damage it. Okay, command to fire engines has been given.
Engine starting up in front of me in the media booth. I can see Darren Bloomfield looking calm and collected.
He's got
It's
no
a walk
pressure.
in the park for him.
He's just got to put some fuel in some cars. Probably one car in particular, not just like random cars. Oh, here's a car in the pit lane, I'll put some fuel in that one.
Here's a Ford Focus. I'll fill it to the brim. No, Darren, you've got the wrong car.
With Piranha fuel, that won't go very far.
You'll see Darren just the left of shot now.
There
as
we
he
go.
stands in front of the camera. Turns his back to the camera.
He does. I'm looking over at Phil at the other side. Phil gives me a thumbs up as well, which is good.
I will obviously stay quiet.
Thank you. Obviously, please stick replays and stuff in as we go through if we need to. And we're going to take this opportunity now to thank all our sponsors once again for making all of this possible for us to come and cover these Euros while the guys are on their couple of warm-up laps that they get. We want to say a thank you to Team Durango and the DNX8. We want to say thank you to Graupner Saw, to Team Orion and to VRC Pro. VRC Pro providing our replay coverage this weekend. Also, a massive thank you to EFRA for putting on these European Championships and inviting us along to cover them. So the cars are out on their warm-up laps. They'll get a couple of laps just to make sure they're finally happy with the tune of the engines. They all, of course, know where the circuit goes. They've been driving around it at least for 20 minutes in the semi-final. Was that a shot of the spectators there, Paul? Thank you very much. See, sides of the track are packed with people, as is the fence in front of us, and some people also over to the left-hand side. And, of course, the pit lane filled with everyone possible, including Darren Bloomfield, who's standing right in front of your camera.
He is. But I'll only be able to show you the back, and now he's moved anyway.
Right. Okay, so this is RC Racing TV, the final of the 1/8 Off-Road B European Championships from Ware in Hertford. Thank you to everyone for being with us through all the difficulties we've had this weekend. Really do appreciate all the comments you've sent in. We have tried to bring you as much action and insight as we can do to this event. We hope you have enjoyed it. But now it's time for the big one, the final race of the weekend, and this is what it comes down to. The main final. Who will be crowned our European champion? Joao Figueiredo starting on pole position, Tony Truman starting second on the grid, Callum Niblett starting third. Those three are possibly the favourites. Ricardo Burton was a favourite coming into this race. but has taken a bit of time to get up to speed with the track, but he finds himself fourth on the grid. He is definitely one to watch as well. Behind them, we've got another 8 cars, all of whom are capable of taking home this title. We think the battle will be at the front between the first 3 or 4 cars. We'll keep you up to date with the whole field as we go through this 45-minute long final. All the cars have been carried over to the starting grid. The mechanics are topping the tanks off to the brim. This is a long, long race. The countdown has begun. 5 seconds to start. The cars are put down. The mechanics step back. We are racing in a European Championship final from where? In Hertford. Over the first set of jumps they go. Down the green mile for the first time, and then into the EFRA double tabletops. It's a good start up front from our first 4 cars. They start to gap the rest of the first 3 cars start to gap the rest of the field already as they go over the double for the first time. It's Joao who blinks first, makes a bad landing coming off that double jump, puts Tony Truman through to the lead. Tony Truman leads as they go over the VRC mountains. The first 3 cars coming together. They are together as they go over the left-hand side of the track. Callum Niblett making a move around the outside to move up to second. Tony Truman starting to get away a little bit in the lead, but then lands it really badly on the far corner on the circuit. Drops him down 3 or 4 places. Oh, and then a mistake from Callum going through the high-speed chicane. Marshall's trying to get there, but he's got a train of cars. That's put Joao Figueiredo out in front. He goes down the green mile for the first time at full racing speed. It's the number 5 of Juan Carlos who runs in second. And the number 4 of Ricardo Burton who is third. Our leader clears the double now. Into the step up, step off. Second and third place is the battle. Going through the off-camber section there. Back to the centre of the circuit they go. Our leader clears the mountains. Then over the small roller into the left side of the track. Starting to gap. Joao Figueiredo starting to put a small gap over the rest of the field. Tony Truman now dropping down the pack. Tony took the lead on the first lap but has dropped down the field. Second place now is number 5 of Juan Carlos, followed by Ricardo Burton. Over the difficult green mile they go, clearing that one nice and neat. Behind them is the 7 of Jonathan Skidmore, then the 3 of Callum Niblett. Still a long, long way to go. Not even 2 minutes down. Our leader is upside down. A big, big mistake then from Joao. And that puts Juan Carlos through into the lead. Ricardo's up to second. Joao is down to third. Through the far corner they come, down the step downs. And onto the front straight. Our leader comes down the straight. Second, third place crossing the timing lines. Fourth place across the timing line. Gives you an idea of the gap we have between our first 4 cars. About 1.5 seconds between each of them as they go across the green mile. This race only 2.5 minutes old. Still a long, long way to go. Tony Truman making up a few places on that lap, moving up into about the 6th or 7th spot after his fantastic start. It all went wrong for him at the end of lap number 1. He dropped down the field. Out in front, the leaders coming over the backside tabletop. The battle behind them going on through the mountains, then up through the left-hand side of the circuit. We have a 4-car breakaway at the front of the field. Joao makes another mistake. Rolls it over, coming off the banking. Drops himself down the field. So it's the 5 of Juan Carlos, here from Spain, driving the Hobeo, leads the field. Second place sees the number 4 of Ricardo from Italy. Third and fourth places together on the track now. Over the left side, through the small tabletop at the back of the circuit. Pole sitter Joao dropping down to 4th now. As Jonathan Skidmore in the 7 is up into the 3rd place. Or mistake from our leader. Callum, that was the 5 of Juan Carlos putting it off the track. A 2-way battle for the lead, nose to tail now. Over the double jump they go to the far side of the circuit. Through the off-camber section. Juan Carlos. Oh, and then we have a mistake from our 2nd place car. Ricardo rolling it over. Juan Carlos now given a bit of breathing space at the front. Jonathan Skidmore Joao Figueiredo. That's the running order at the moment as they come across the line as we approach the 4.5 minute mark. 1/10 of the race distance down. 5, 7 and 1. Juan Carlos, followed by Jonathan, followed by Joao. Oh, mistake there from our leader. Again, no one seems to want to lead this race at the moment. It's the 7 of Jonathan who leads this one. Jonathan Skidmore from 7th on the grid, worked his way up into that leading pack and now takes the lead as we hit the 5 minute marker. Down the front straight come our leaders. 7, 1, 4 and 5. It's Jonathan, followed by Joao. Then Ricardo. And then Juan Carlos. Those 4 cars broken away from the rest of the field. Ollie Curry trying to stay in touch in car number 10, but is off the back of these. Oh, another mistake from Joao there. Gives Jonathan a bit more gap up front, puts him into the clutches of our 3rd place man, which is Ricardo. This was the battle for the lead earlier on, but now a battle for 2nd place as Jonathan Skidmore takes up the lead over the backside tabletop. Through the far corner they go, down the step downs, into the high-speed chicane, and then onto the front straight. There's a nasty bump on the inside of that final corner, a few of them catching the bump. Jonathan just avoiding it. Our first 5 cars now closing up. Curry definitely getting into the mix in this one. 5 cars going over the double in the middle. Through the off-camber section at the back of the track, into the mountains in the middle. Six minutes down, still a long way to go in this 45-minute long European Championship final. A battle for the lead, side-by-side action as Joao tries to find a way past, going through the high-speed chicane. Can't do anything. Down the front straight they go, into the Groutner banking. Looks up the inside, not quite enough from there. Jonathan slamming the door shut in his face as they head into the green mile, landing it perfectly. Jonathan runs a little bit wide at the end in the paving stones. No room there, though, for Joao to make a move. Over the Durango double this time, into the step up, step off. Side by side once again into the off-camber section. Joao desperately trying to muscle his way past into the lead. Jonathan having none of it, though. Holding the lead down. Joao looks round the outside, going through the VRC mountains. Do they make the move stick? Side by side, they go tumbling. 4 cars in the pipes. Who's going to come out on top? Jonathan maintains the lead. Ricardo Burton there running in 2nd. Closes right up as we have our first pit stop coming up. Our 3rd place car was the number 5 of Juan Carlos, pulled into the pits to get some fuel. We saw that Joao ran a 10-minute fuel strategy in the semi-finals. He's going to try and run that, I would have thought, in this final as well to save 1 or maybe 2 stops of fuel over the others. A change lead once again. Ricardo looks the inside, landing off the double, makes the move stick. Ricardo to the lead. 7.5 minutes down and plenty of action already. If we keep this up, I'm certainly going to run out of voice by the end of this final. Our leader is Ricardo Burton. Phil from Neo Buggy tipped this as a big star of the future. A fantastic result at the Euro contest 1 week ago. Very different conditions here in the UK, though, as our 2nd place man pulls it into the pits. Jonathan Skidmore into the pits, our leader, onto the paving stones now. A nice clean stop from the 7. Good work by the pit teams up front here. We'll find out once we get this first fuel stop cycle cycled through. Out in front is that number 4 car. Ricardo Burton from Italy. Driving the Orion-powered Kyosho. He leaves, a big mistake on the landing there on the left side of the circuit. Just about gets away with it, but now Joao Figueiredo works its way back up into 2nd and is now challenging in for the lead. But importantly, we are racing other drivers who've made fuel stops. Where is this going to feed out? Both of them dive into the pits at 8.5 minutes. They need to be careful on these fuel stops, both the drivers and the mechanics. And Joao makes up that place in the pits, so excellent work from his pit team. Jonathan Skidmore back to the lead. It looks like we then got the 5 of Juan Carlos back to 2nd. Joao is 3rd in front of Ricardo. But running longer on fuel hasn't worked for those two guys. They've dropped down to 3rd and 4th places. Our leader comes across the mountains in the middle, into the small roller now, on the left side of the track. 1st to 4th are covered by just about 2 seconds. Down the left-hand side, through the step-downs they go. Here comes our leader onto the front straight now. So they're all running more or less the same in terms of fuel strategies. Only 1 or 2 laps difference. That's about 45 seconds to a minute and a half difference in the fuel strategy. It's the 7 of Jonathan Skidmore. Leads them over the EFRA tabletops. Up through the S's they go. Catches a pipe there just before the double. Both have to single-singlet. That's going to make it a 3-way fight for the lead. Through the step up, step off. A mistake from our leader. Jonathan touches the pipe. That's going to put the 5 of Juan Carlos through the lead. The 3 cars on nose to tail. After you, they go over the left side of the track. Through the small tabletop jump, onto the backside. It's all about power around this big sweeping corner. Then the step downs, making sure the buggy lands nice and squarely. Through the high-speed chicane and onto the front straight. The buggy's bouncing sideways through that. A 4-way battle again for the lead. Through the banking they go. Into the green aisle. 5, 7, 1 and 4. Juan Carlos still leads this one. Side-by-side action. Juan Carlos ends up off the track there at the side of the tabletop. Marshall recovers him. That drops him back from the fight, though. He is now embroiled in a fight for 4th place. That's not what he wants. He wants to be battling up front. And up front, the battle is between Juan Carlos and Ricardo Burton. Over the backside table they go. Through the far corner, down the step downs, into that chicane and onto the front straight. People thought this could be a Brit-dominated event. A lot of Brits very local to this track know it very well, but it's 2 foreign drivers out in front. Juan Carlos from Spain leads Ricardo Burton from Italy. 3rd place is Jonathan Skidmore from the UK. 4th, João Figueiredo from Portugal. A very international field here at the European B Championships. The 2015 1/8 Off-Road B Championships from where? In Hertford. Our leading cars going over the left side of the circuit one more time. 11 and a half minutes down. Still half an hour of racing action to go. Onto the front straight. Here comes our leader. The 5 of Juan Carlos leads the 4 of Ricardo Burton, the 7 Jonathan Skidmore, and the 1 of João. João was embroiled in that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, but already has pulled the gap. He has got a lot of speed in that 4th place buggy. Behind them, Kevin Brunson is running in 5th. Tony Truman in 6th and trying to get back into this fight. Tony Truman led the opening lap, made a big mistake, drops himself down to basically plumb last. Works his way back up to 6th place now and is almost in touch with the leaders. We'll keep an eye on him, see if he can mount a comeback in the closing half an hour of this race. But out in front, a 2-way battle again for the lead between Juan Carlos and Ricardo. Into the green mile they go. Into the double tabletops. Through the S's. Then the double is up next and the step up, step off at the back of the circuit. Through the off-camber section, back to the centre of the track they go. We have a battle for the lead and a battle for 3rd. The battle for 3rd goes on over the mountains, through the small roller, then the left side of the track. The battle for 3rd is between our pole sitter and Jonathan Skidmore. João Figueiredo versus Jonathan Skidmore down the left side of the track. Through the step downs and onto the main straight. Juan Carlos still holds a sensible lead, about 1 second over Ricardo. Both those drivers, though, pushing to the absolute max. They know these guys behind are coming and coming on strong. Juan Carlos, followed by Ricardo. Oh, mistake there from Skidmore. Rolls it over, coming out of that back section of the track, kicking up some dust. He puts the power down. Drops himself back from the leaders. Out in front, down the front straight, one more time comes our leader. Juan Carlos gapping Ricardo Burton by a sensible amount each and every time. The gap stand fairly consistent, about 1 to 1.5 seconds. Joao Figueiredo, though, is the man on the move. The gap is coming down between him and the leading battle. Skidmore in fourth. Brunson and Truman battling over fifth and sixth places. Truman trying to find a way past. Oh, we have our fourth place man upside down. Skidmore makes a mistake, landing off the Durango double. Rolls it over. Drops him down a couple of places. Let's find our leader once again. Onto the front straight he comes. Juan Carlos down the straightaway. 14 minutes down. One-third distance in the books. The 5 of Juan Carlos leads them over the double. Oh, rolls it over as he lands off the double. Second place man takes sympathy with him and does the same mistake. Oh my words, no one wants to lead this motor race as they come back into the centre of the circuit. A three-way battle for the lead. Juan Carlos, Ricardo, and Joao. Spain, Italy, Portugal. 3 cars together. Joao looks up the inside. Joao is through to second. And our leader comes in fuel. That puts Joao through to the lead. Juan Carlos dives into the pits. Gets that fuel stop completed. Our leaders, meanwhile, work their way over the double tabletops. Importantly, though, Juan Carlos stays in a net third place on the track. So hasn't potentially got to battle any slightly slower cars. He can focus now on making the most of his fuel strategy, making that work. Our leaders going over the backside tabletop now. Joao Figueiredo. An up and down final for him so far. Has led it, has been as low as 6th place, but back through to the lead. He's certainly not coming to the pits this time by, and neither is Ricardo Burton behind him. Round the Gauntlet banking they go into the green mile. Still a lot of racing to go here in this 2015 European Championship final, the B Euros. These are drivers without an A licence, but this is A-class racing we're seeing at the front of the field. The drivers battle again over that backside tabletop. This is the difficult part of the circuit, furthest from the driver's stand, but still very fast and technical. Joao Figueiredo from Portugal maintains a tiny, tiny lead over Ricardo Burton as Burton closes right in on that last lap. Figueiredo hooking the lines up perfectly, but Burton's just simply faster on that last lap. First and second place together. Through the backside of the circuit they go. Through those mountains, those huge concrete lumps in the middle of the track. Over the backside tabletop and into the far corner of the track. Burton giving nothing up to Figueiredo on that lap as they dive into the pits together. Once again, we're going to see a pit crew race. Who's it going to be? Both cars fueled neatly, down and away. Almost identical pit stops there from both the teams. Excellent pit work from both of them. Where's that going to shape up? And Juan Carlos is back in the mix again. Juan Carlos is back in between our two leading drivers. Three-way battle for the lead now over the Durango double. Into the centre of the circuit they go. Up and over that big curbstone. It's Figueiredo leading from Juan Carlos Canath. Ricardo Burton there in third place. Down the front stretch they come. Side by side for the lead. Figueiredo back through to the point. Juan Carlos Canoth trying to find a way to make that move work. Up and over the big curbs. Oh, Burton making a bit of a mistake going over those lumps there. Things feel like they should be quieting down a bit as we approach the 20-minute marker, but we certainly haven't got any quietening of the action at the front. Our first 3 cars are together. Over the green mile they go. Through the double tabletop. Into the Durango double now. Second place man Juan Carlos Gerath pulling a slight wheelie landing. Gathers it all back up, doesn't lose any positions. There's a little bit of time to our leader. Our leaders on the left side of the circuit now. Down the front straight they come as we hit the 20-minute marker. 20 minutes down, 25 minutes to go. We're still not even at half distance. 1, 5, and 4 are our first 3 buggies. João Figueiredo from Portugal with a co-show. Oh, as we have a problem there. The number 5, that is, of Juan Carlos. A flame out for him. Bad luck there for the Spaniard. Was running so strong, but he is basically out of this battle now for the lead. A 2-horse battle coming onto the front straight. 1 followed by 4. João followed by Ricardo. With that fight once again resumes. Behind them, it's Callum Niblett and Tony Truman, the guys who started up front, who've worked their way back up to 3rd and 4th places. They could well be playing a long game here. They had some work to do after that difficult first lap, and as I say that, Tony rolls it over in the middle. Cost himself some time and some places. Our leader at the far corner now, down through the step downs. A lead of about 4 seconds over the second place buggy. João Figueiredo having to do this the hard way so far. Up and down the field he's gone. But now clear track in front of him and a decent gap behind him. About 4 seconds back to Ricardo Burton, who is in second. Slightly slow section there from João. That's going to allow Ricardo to close up the gap, ebbing and flowing all the time between these 2 cars. Ultimately, these 2 have been battling for the entire 22 minutes so far. They may have been battling for 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th places, but these 2 have been within striking distance of each other. João has been quick from the get-go, was the fastest man in the practice round. Ricardo was the one who struggled getting up to speed with this track here in Hearts. But if you need a time to find speed, it's in the final, and that's exactly what he's done. Challenging now for the lead. He's closed the gap down to João, halved that gap on that last lap alone. Over the double they go to the step up, step off. Callum Niblett still in 3rd, Tony Truman is 4th. Our leaders work their way over the backside table, round the final corner. Down the front straight they come. Halfway there, 22 and a half down, 22 and a half minutes to go. Who is going to blink first between these 2 leaders? Is anyone else on a different fuel strategy going to pull them into play later on? I don't believe so. These guys are the ones running longest on fuel, and they're at the front of the field, so they are making all of it come together. And just in case you want to throw another spanner in the works, there are some black clouds looming overhead as well. We may even get some rain before this final is out. But we're going to focus on the battle at the front of the field. These 2 cars have been the class of the field really since the start of this 45-minute long final, which we are now about halfway through. João Figueiredo from Portugal with the co-show, followed by Ricardo Burton from Italy, also with a co-show. It's a co-show 1-2. 1-2 for Orion as well, and 1-2 for Proline Tyres. Out through the S's onto the Durango double. Through the backside of the circuit they go. João's pulling out a slight lead this time by over Ricardo. Oh, and then throws it all away in one bad landing. That's the struggles you face in 1/8 off-road racing. You can build up a lead of 1 or 2 seconds, but you can lose that in an instant just from one bad landing. And once again, the two cars are stuck together as they come down the front straight. Into the green mile we go. Fantastic racing here. World-class racing around this world-class facility here in Herts. The club doing a fantastic job of upgrading their track in time for this European Championship, and must be commended on producing a racing circuit which is technical and difficult, but as we're showing right now, races extremely well. Perfect for what we want at a European Championship event. The cars scrabbling to find some grip as they come out of the mountains. Into the backside tabletop they go. Down the step downs. Along the long front straight. 25 minutes down, 20 minutes to go. Into the S's, our leader, upside down, running too much of a pipe. Joao Figueiredo has cost himself the lead there. Ricardo Burton through to the point now. A change of position at the front of the field. Ricardo Burton takes over the lead. Joao Figueiredo. Oh, Joao makes a big mistake on landing, trying to push to close the gap down. Ricardo is going to have quite a decent gap at the end of this lap. Ricardo comes down the front straight. 5.5 seconds I make the gap to second place. A huge lead at this stage of the race. Joao Figueiredo had done it the hard way, but now puts himself further back with more work to do. But we've seen how easy it is for these guys to make a mistake. If Burton makes any sort of mistake, that's going to pull Joao straight back into the fight. Behind them, Callum Niblett is third. Kevin Brunson is fourth. Jean-Peric Sartel is fifth. Tony Truman is sixth. Jonathan Skidmore in seventh. Ollie Curry in eighth. James Lepavot is ninth. John Holmes in 10th place with 20 minutes to go. A fuel stop there from Joao. Ricardo going to be given a very, very big lead at the moment, but Ricardo will need to stop for fuel. Over the backside tabletop goes our leader. Into the left-hand side of the track through the step downs. In for a fuel stop he comes. Let's keep an eye on this fuel stop. This is not too crucial, but it's going to come down to this. The fuel goes in, down and away. A nice, neat stop. Sounded like it's struggling a little bit getting out of the pits, but the engine is still running. Over the doubles, over the green mile he goes. The lead is the length of that green mile section now. Our leader goes over the Durango double. Second place, just going through the S's. Joao Figueiredo is second. The gap staying at around 5 to 6 seconds between our first and second place cars. So our leader coming down the step downs now as Joao goes round the banking. Our leader managing just to avoid an upside down car. By the time Joao gets there, that car will be gone. It is. As we approach the 2/3 marker, we're just over 28 minutes down. 30 minutes marks 2/3 into this race. All sorts of mistakes we're seeing further down the field. But now Ricardo, as we said, has been working his pace up as we've gone through the practice and qualifying rounds. Didn't practice as well as we expected. Didn't qualify as well as he would have wanted to. Semi-finals time is when he started to come alive though. And come this main final, he has definitely got this buggy, this track figured out. Leading the main final here at the 2015 B European Championships. Our leader into the green mile now. Second place, now gets round the banking and just attacks the green mile. The gap staying pretty consistent around about that 6 second mark. Joao needs to find something in his buggy if he's going to close that gap down. Even a mistake from Ricciardo won't be quite enough, I wouldn't have thought, to allow Zhao to get back into a lead battle. Here we go then, we're approaching 30 minutes. Half an hour of racing is complete. We've still got 15 minutes to go. That's basically the length of one of the semi-finals these guys have already run. They've still got that distance to do all over again. Our leader down the front straight. Second place working his way through the high-speed chicane and onto the straight now. So the gap is the length of the straight plus all of that first banking. Oh, our leader makes a mistake. He's upside down. The marshal is looking the other way. And even with that costly mistake, Ricciardo hangs on to the lead, but Joao now back in the hunt, but Joao then makes a mistake. Oh, problems for Joao. Is that a broken servo? He landed very funny. It's a broken steering linkage. Our second place man has big problems. His car being rushed back to the pits. There's definitely a break in the steering linkage or something there. That has cost him essentially a shot at this European Championship title. We've still got 15 minutes to go. Our leader down the front straight. Let's wait for this to shuffle through and then try and figure out where the order is and where the battle is on the track. That may well have benefited the likes of Callum Niblett and Tony Truman, who are having horrific races, but have slowly been working their way back through the field. Let's wait. We're into another round of fuel stops, so let's let this shake itself out completely. So, 31 minutes down. The big story there. Joao Figueiredo, our TQ man from qualifying, pole sitter for this main final, challenging for the lead. A problem with what we think was a steering linkage on the car takes him out of contention. They have completely retired from the race. Joao standing on the driver's stand, looking the wrong way. He knows his chances of the European title are over, as we have problems with Jonathan Skidmore there in the middle of the track. His car being rushed back to the pits as well. So let's check the running order. The computer is showing 4-3-12 as being the order. Callum Niblett up to second. Jean Pierrec. Oh, our leader rolls over coming through the chicane. But he has got a massive lead. Our second place car of Callum is really 2/3 of a lap behind at this point. Everybody at the front of the field in the first five spreading themselves out. Let's pick up our leader again, coming onto the front straight. Down the straight he goes. There is our leader. The number 4 car, Riccardo Burton from Italy. I believe we had a mistake from Callum Niblett, who was running in second place. Almost a lap behind now. Our leader works his way over the left side of the track. Round to the far corner. .33 minutes down. 12 minutes of racing left here in this European Championship final. Callum Niblett running in second place, goes over the green mile now. Onto the paving stones he goes. Into the double tabletops in the middle. That's our second place car. Tony Truman is third. In fact, now Tony is third and starting to hunt down Callum. Tony is the next car behind Callum on the track. Clear track between them, but a decent way in terms of distance, about 7 or 8 seconds as Tony works his way through the VRC mountains in the middle of the circuit. Callum comes down across the timing line now. Callum at the timing line as Tony works his way out of the Big Banks corner there on the left side, down the step downs. 7 or 8 seconds is the gap between second and third places. So Callum Niblett and Tony Truman done a good job here, working their way back up through the field. They both had, well, Tony had a fantastic start, got himself into the lead, but then it all went wrong at the end of that first. But he now finds himself back to the third place at the moment. So let's go and find our leader once again. Our leader comes over the double tabletops in the middle, up through the S's. That's where he is on the circuit. Our second place man is Callum down the front straight. And third place is Tony Truman, who comes onto the front straight now. So huge gap between first and second. It is a good half a lap. Second to third is about 8 seconds. Callum works his way through some back marker traffic. Through the off-camber section he goes into the centre of the track. Our leader clears the Grappler banking, then through the green mile. 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes left. The weather is definitely closing in at this point. The clouds around us are getting an awful lot darker and the wind has picked up. Have we got a final twist in the tail to come in this 10 minutes remaining in the European Championship final? We've seen so much action and intrigue up front. The guys we thought it would be between weren't playing a part in it. Callum Niblett and Tony Truman, we thought were going to be contenders for the win, found themselves down the field, but working their way back up now as our leader comes in for a fuel stop. 9 minutes to go, 9 minutes left. Over the green mile goes our leader. That fuel stop has allowed Callum to close in slightly, but Callum will still have a fuel stop to go. Tony Truman holds down the third place. Those three looking fairly secure at the moment. But as we know with this class of racing, anything can happen, particularly as we get towards the end of these long finals. Concentration can go. The car may not hold together. They should be able to maintain it for this 45-minute final. But if any of the preparation hasn't been perfect, the smallest screw can cause retirement. As we saw for João Figueiredo when he was battling for the lead. One mistake caused a breakage which put him out of contention for the title. He's now running in 11th or 12th place. Back up and running though, which is good to see. So he will complete the 45 minutes. Out in front, our leader is still the number 4 car, Ricardo Burton. Behind him, Callum Niblett still runs in second. Tony Truman there in third. It's Kyosho leading to Agamas. Orion followed by LRP and Bullet Engines. And actually we now have a battle for second place really, as Tony Truman has closed in on the back of Callum Niblett. They came in for their fuel stops at the same time. They go through the S's onto the double. Callum Niblett in the white, it was white and red, number 3. It's now a muddy and dirty blacky brown colour at the front of the car. Tony Truman with the fluorescent colour car rolls it over, going into the mountains. Marshall recovers him, loses a little bit of time there. So Callum making his way out onto the front straight. Into the green mile now. Tony Truman down the straight now. Our leader is working his way through back marker traffic, but doing a pretty good job of slicing his way through past those cars. As he passes Joao Figueiredo, that will be unfortunate. We've got a car upside down the front straight. We've got a car upside down in the middle of the front straight. Hit by someone else. 2 cars now on the front straight. That doesn't seem to have involved either our leader or our second and third place men, who are separated once again as Callum now rocks down the front straight. Ricardo gets up on another car. And it's got Joao stuck to his rear bumper still, but though Joao is a number of laps behind. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That 45 minutes felt so long at the start of the race, but as we come into the final 5 minutes, it seems to have flown by. Ricardo maintaining a decent lead at the moment. 5 minutes left. Ricardo Burton, Callum Niblett and Tony Truman are our 3 podium position at the moment. Far from over though. A lot can happen in this last 5 minutes. Our leader Ricardo Burton comes down the step downs, through the chicane onto the front straight. White, blue and yellow colours on his buggy. Over the green mile he goes. Cars crashing around him but managing to avoid them. Niblett still runs in second, Truman in third. Those two have gapped themselves out. 4 minutes to go. 5 or 6 laps. Ricardo Burton has this one well under control. Down the step downs he comes. Through the high-speed chicane and onto the front straight. Into the green mile. 56 laps of racing completed here, and we've still got about 3 more to go. Callum still second, Tony still third. May need to see one more fuel stop for these guys, or they might be able to make it through the final 3 minutes of this race. Ricardo definitely has at least a fuel stop in his pocket if he needs it. He knows that. His crew will know that. Over the double tabletops he goes. Up through the S's. Huge, huge pressure racing in a 45-minute long European Championship final. Although Ricardo knows the sort of pressure of a big class final like that. Euro contest just 1 week ago in Italy. He was the man there. He was the one we wanted to be watching. Now here at the B Euros, he's got himself properly up to speed when it matters here in the final. And leads comfortably over everybody else. The best that Europe has to offer hasn't been enough for Ricardo Burton, as we have 2 minutes of racing left, 2 minutes to go. Callum Niblett still in the second spot. Tony Truman still in third. It's Ricardo Burton from Italy. Orion-powered Kyosho out in front. Second place is Callum Niblett, the number 3 car, the white and red colours, with his LRP-powered Agama car. Third place is Tony Truman, another Agama car powered by Bullet. It's Portugal leading Great Britain and Great Britain with 1 minute to go. 1 minute left here in this European Championship final. Ricardo Burton has had a fantastic drive up to this point. He's had a lot of work to do. He's battled everybody from our pole sitter, the fastest guys in qualifying, other drivers in the race. He's going to pull it in for one final fuel stop with 45 seconds to go. They want to be safe on fuel. He's got to get it around this lap. He may have to do one more circuit around the Hart Model Nitro Club track. Getting caught out with the back marker there slightly, but it doesn't matter. A colossal lead for the Italian driver. Over the double he goes into the step up, step off. 20 seconds left on the clock. Into the VRC mountains in the middle. Over the roller he goes. Through the left side of the circuit. 10 seconds to go. He may squeak through for an extra lap. Time has expired. Ricardo Burton crosses the line to take home the B Championship for 1/8 Nitro Buggy 2015. The Italian driver worked it out for the final. Ricardo Burton is a European champion. He didn't quite make the extra lap, crossing the line as the timer expired, but now on a lap of honour by himself. The Italian youngster showed so much promise coming into this race, and he has delivered here when it mattered in this final. Ricardo Burton is the European champion. Second spot will go to Callum Nibbett from the UK, and third place to Tony Truman. For those two, it'll be a case of what might have been come that start. But our champion is Ricardo Burton. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to everyone for a fantastic final there. We saw action non-stop for that first 35 minutes. Then it was all about Burton keeping it together for the remaining 10 to 15 minutes, which he did. A masterclass of driving, showing people how it needs to be done as he comes through to take home his first of what I think could be many European Championship titles. That wraps up all the racing here at Hertford for the 2015 1/8 Off-Road B European Championships. Thank you so much for following along. Thanks for sticking with us through the difficulties we've had here on the live stream. A fantastic final. That's one I'm sure we'll be watching again. Fantastic racing. Well done to all the drivers involved. Commiserations to the guys who didn't end up making the podium, but we have a worthy champion nonetheless. Join us later throughout the summer for all the action from all the EFRA European Championships. But from myself, from James, from Paul, I've been Ollie Meggett. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Goodbye.